Going throttle up.
Yo, what's going on, everybody? It's Thursday. Wait, is it yes, it is Thursday. All right, cool. It's Thursday. How you doing? How you doing? We got a lunar lander to build. Are you ready? Do you love it? EJ, you need Jesus. Oh, I'm sorry, I can't hear you. Can't hear you. The accordion's too loud. I hear you. All right, cool. So let's fire up KSP. We got to work on our lunar lander architecture. And we got to go from there. You're on so much freaking Monster. Oh boy, the energy drink. Okay. All right. ESAR released some engine testing footage for Flight 2. Cool. Sorry, I'm just practicing being an engineer. Son, you want to practice being an engineer? Start drinking black coffee. Black coffee. Trust me. You look at me when I'm talking to you, son. Can't keep a good man down, Bruce. Can ya? You look at me when I'm talking to you, son. Anyway. I'm going to get the not accordion music going here. Give me 1 second. Boop. Yeah, baby. Can't see me. What's up? So I started getting the driver's side leaf spring perch out. And I got 4 out of 8 of the plug welds. Using this, dude, drilling out spot welds sucks. Drilling out plug welds sucks. It's not fun, but yeah, I got a good deal of that whole. Come on. Yeah, good deal of that whole leaf spring out, and who knew when I started being able to move it around a little bit because I got some of the spot welds drilled out. That once again, everything fell into alignment again. Sleep any better? Your boy got like 6 hours of sleep. I'm good. I'm good. I'm fine. Drilling a plug there, bud. Had some frost on the ground this morning. It's about time, methane. Oh, jeez. Didn't you say you got 4 hours of sleep? I got 4 hours of sleep Tuesday night into Wednesday, and I got 6 last night. I'm good. I'm fine. Good. 6 hours was good enough. Believe me, I start getting disgusting headaches if I don't sleep enough. Like disgusting headaches. Like dehydration, bad headaches. It's adding up? What is that supposed to mean? I was watching the VOD yesterday. You see that red flare under your HUD? So what happened is that someone was driving the CV90 IFV and had a lock on you using the laser designator from either a teammate or a recon player. Players can't fake it. To dodge it, you need to go low so the lock on fades. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. That's when I just got blown out of the sky randomly. I couldn't believe, though, Baron, the bomb hit that guy dead center. Did you see the huge cloud? A bomb. A munition hit that APC dead center and didn't kill it in one shot? Like, I hit the damn thing with the bomb. That's what I couldn't figure out. Yeah, I guess I understand the target designator and stuff for playing Battlefield last night. But dude, that like, what, I not hit it? What, a freaking Bradley can just tank a 500-pound bomb? No. That's not how that works at all. Did you see the reception Bergeron got when he was playing against the Bruins the other day? Patrice Bergeron's retired. You're talking about Marchand. And yes, right in the feels, dude. It kills me to see him in a Panthers jersey. Netcode? Yeah, most likely. Battlefield does have some netcode issues. What are you gonna do? You're cross-playing on... It's a cross-play right? Like, so you're playing with people on console, and who knows how they did their server distribution and whatnot. You could be playing with people on the West Coast or something, you know. Because, yeah, I've had some... I'm telling you guys, and, like, it's not... Like, late at night, it comes off as me bitching about the game. Like, oh my god, I hit him in the head and it didn't do anything. The lead on the... Like, if somebody's running perpendicular to me, right, and I lead the shot, it's different every time. It's different every time. Depends on the player. I'm not saying that because mad because bad. I mean, maybe a little bit, right? Like, I've noticed that the lead is different every time. Like, I'm trying to understand how the like where the hitbox is when the player's running, but the only conclusion I can come to is like recon, assault, engineer, and support have different hitboxes, or it's a netcode issue. It's one or the other. Like, dude, I put shots right on people's dome pieces and it doesn't kill them. It doesn't even, so like I get it with the M39, you need to hit them 2 times in the head, which is stupid because there is no ballistic protection on your dome piece for anything above like 30 cal. Like, if you get hit in the head with something that's 30 caliber, you die. It doesn't matter what helmet you have on. You could have an anvil on your head. You could have a diver's helmet. It's going right through it. It could be a Kevlar helmet. Doesn't matter. You'd need a ceramic plated helmet, in which case you'd be like this the whole time because it would weigh like a lot. So, like, I mean, that is in real life. I get it. It's Battlefield. It's not real life, etc., etc. But, you know, I've had times where I get like a glancing hit on hitting somebody in the head. Like, it doesn't count it as a headshot. It counts, you don't see the double hit markers. You see the single hit markers. It should be a double hit every time. Like, there is a little bit of problems with it, but whatever, dude. Whatever. I mean, if we were playing like Battlefield during the day and not playing it like super late at night when I'm super tired, I'd be able to tell you this more objectively, but at night I'm super tired and I end up just swearing profusely at the game. You know? They're correcting the netcode next week in the Season 1 update. Yeah. Also, the 5.7 does not do any damage. I did like 20 shots into somebody. Well, not 20. It's got 18, I think. It's interesting because the 5.7 cartridge was specifically designed to 10 body armor. Like, that's the whole point of FN making a 5.7 millimeter cartridge. That ballistically, that cartridge is supposed to mess somebody up, let's say. I think you swore more in dude, summer car. I'll say it once, I'll say it again. If we go to jail, we'll be in jail for the winter. And then we'll keep going with that save next summer or something. You already tilted before you opened Battlefield. I got caught with the stupid radar thing in my... the radar detector in the car. BF6 Season 1 next week. New maps, vehicles, and guns. Mute the audio and check it. I would, but I can't. Adblock really wants me to let them know that they're blocking ads for me. I really appreciate it, Adblock. Thank you. Now get the hell out of my face. All right, what do we got here? We'll jump into Kerbal in a moment here. That's a golf cart. Hey, Farm. What's up, man? Okay. Neat. Random, watch a video earlier talking about the use of hydrazine in drag cars in the late 60s and 70s. Yeah. They figured out you can use hydrazine to get better impulse, but it's hydrazine. Chaz, you almost died today. That's good. I was using a mill and an edge finder, but accidentally set the speed to 3,600 RPM. Should have been 400, and the end of the edge finder got flung out of the mill. You gotta pay attention to what you're doing, man. Did you install the bigger UI? Yeah, I did. Texas lawmakers double down on discovery, call for a Department of Justice investigation into the Smithsonian. You know what, dude? Like, just take it. I don't care. Just take it. Whatever, dude. You want to live in the past? Just take it. All right? It's so stupid. Like, just take the stupid thing. Get it the frick out of here. It's like a 50-year-old spaceship. Just take the stupid thing. Get the frick out of my face. Like, it's just so stupid. Like, stop wasting everyone's time. They want the one from Virginia. Yeah. A Department of Justice investigation into the Smithsonian. Nice. Just take the stupid thing. Freaking losers. Like, it's so stupid. Like, I'm just getting very dissuaded. Like, whatever. Like, you know, it goes back to what I'm saying, dude. Like, does anybody care? Do you guys care? Do you guys actually care about beating China? Like, I mean, do you care? Like, and you know what, dude? Like, I wouldn't care if people said, like, the answer is no. No, we don't. You know what? At least you're being honest. I appreciate it, you know? If I gave you a loan for $10 million, can you help me build a rocket? I started a business. I want space to change. Why are you loaning me $10 million for your business? You could just employ me instead. 10 million ain't enough capital, dude, unless we're building something that can move like maybe a kilogram into space. You need more VC if you want to do that way. Can we move the Alamo to Boston? I don't know, Jim. You know, like, the thing is, dudes, like, it's so emblematic of, like, how tone deaf some people are. Like, you know, politics completely, you know, not politics completely aside. It's just, it shows how tone deaf you are. Discovery last flew in 2011, I think, was STS-133, right? Early 2011, right? It's been in a museum for 15 years. The thing was built in 1983. Or, well, 1983 going into 1984, all right? It's a 40-plus-year-old spaceship that did 39 missions, And it's been in the museum for 15 freaking years. All right? Wanting to even bother moving that shows me where your priorities are for people that are stakeholders in our space program. That's where your priorities are. Quite actually living in the past. Quite actually. Like, dude, it was 15 years ago. Let it go. Let it go. Right? It was 2011. Yes, thank you. You know, like, that's what I meant. What about a proto-lander for the moon? You've changed your stakeholder expectation 2 times on me, industry, in the past 3 minutes. You know, like, it just kind of shows where your mind is at. Like, and you know what gets me, dude? Like, this is what gets me. The people that want to do this, you know, the people that want to move a shuttle to Texas because Texas was wronged when this, you know, they didn't get a shuttle, right? They got the shuttle carrier aircraft. They got the SCA, right? But they didn't get a shuttle, you know, right? It shows really where your priorities are, and they're quite actually in the past. Like, this is not a W. That's not a win. The fact that there are stakeholders in our space program that think that is a win, that think that is a W, drives me up the wall. Oh, yep, we're gonna stick it to people, and we're gonna make sure that we get a shuttle because we contributed to the shuttle program. Bro, it's the Smithsonian. Yeah, well, they didn't contribute to the shuttle program. That's quite actually what's going on. It really shows me. That's very telling. It shows us exactly where your priorities are at, because there are folks out there that people think that this, you know, moving Discovery from Chantilly, Virginia to Houston or wherever, it shows that, you know, that is where your priorities are for your space program. Not like pushing the ball forward. Like, that's that you see what I'm trying to say? Like, that's what you think is a W for the space program. This is what you think is a W. Okay. How are they going to even move it that far? They're going to disassemble it. That's the plan. The plan is to disassemble it. It's just so ridiculously tone deaf to the state of the space program. It's actually kind of funny. Like, you know, this whole moving Discovery thing doesn't even, like, I don't even get mad about this. Like, it's just, brother, how tone deaf can you guys be? Who cares? Let it go. Get the Artemis 2 Orion. You know, you guys want that after that thing's done? Take the Artemis 2 Orion, put it in a museum, right? Like, to stroke an inflated ego. Well, that's the thing, Terminator. That's the thing, dude. Is that what our space program is about? Just stroking people's egos? Like I said, it's very telling. It's very telling to where the actual stakeholders to our space program are at. You know, like where your mind's at. That's what you're thinking about. You're thinking about a vehicle that's been retired for 15 years. That's 40 plus years old. And you think moving that to your state because your state contributed to the shuttle program is some kind of contribution. That's a W. We were wronged. Should have made more shuttles then. Maybe if you didn't lose 2, maybe you'd have more to look at. Like, I'm getting kind of sick of it, you know? Like, give it a freaking rest, dude. Or just take it. I don't care. I don't care. That's the past, dude. Like, and it kills me to say that. Like, yeah, it's also tiresome, dude. Like, just give it a freaking rest, man. And like, fellas, to be honest with you, like, okay, just on a, like, this is why I'm such a big SpaceX fanboy. It's not because, like, I'm like I blindly support, you know, like SpaceX and what they do. They get it. They get it, dude. You know, like SpaceX cut up SN-15. They don't care. Nothing is sacred, dude. Who cares? Like, now, if there was a Starship that flew 39 missions that they retired, like, then maybe the story is different, right? But maybe, you know, someday we get a Starship that, you know, went to Mars and came back, right? It's just, like, this is quite actually living in the past. It seems like, at times, the stakeholders for our space program, very much, so, like, people that are financially involved, like Congress, you know, I won't say so much the executive branch, because the executive branch understands that the urgency behind getting back to the moon. So, you know, credit where credit is due, right? But it quite actually seems like Congress, like it's 1997 or something. That's the vibes that I get. Like the way they conduct themselves is still like we're still in a unipolar world, and it's 1997 and the Soviet Union just collapsed. Like that is the vibes that I get when it comes to spaceflight policy. You know, oh, let's, you know, international cooperation is good. Like, we can do this together, except for the people that actually want to beat us in space and influence. No. You know, I don't know. It just seems like they think, you know, they think it's like 1997. Like we have a, you know, like we can afford it. You know, you can afford to do all this stuff, dude. No, we have. That's not. We can't sit there with SLS. Like, for instance, you can't sit there with SLS for like one flight a year. That's not tenable. That's not tenable. That is not winning. That is not gaining or projecting soft power in space. That is the opposite of that. That's projecting weakness. You know? Like, it's just getting, you know, Terminator, you said it, dude. It's just getting tiresome, man. It's getting tiresome. It really is. Like, it's just, you know, like, I've been trying to give, you know, our national space program the benefit of the doubt for the longest time. And I'm trying to give NASA the benefit of the doubt as much as humanly possible because, you know, it's NASA, right? But, like, you know, simultaneously, I'm trying not to, you know, to be clear and objective about this. But how at this point can you, like, what's the right way to say this? How at this point can you not look at SpaceX and be like, the ticket, you know, like I don't want to say that. Like, it shouldn't be this way, you know, but it is. So whatever. I'll go get excited about that, you know. So many things are written and created to wear you down to get you to abandon your position. Whatever. Hey, Red Panda, thanks for the raid. China has only been supercharging its space program in response to the increasing capabilities from SpaceX. It's a bit chicken or the egg. King, did those words really just come out of your mouth, dude? Come on. Come on. That's not true and you know it. That's being disingenuous at best. Don't do that again. See last. What's on your mind, W? What's on your mind? Oh, the Dawn Aurora new video. That's cool. That's pretty promising, dude. Victory, yeah, right. Hey, Logan, what's up, man? All right, so we need to work on a lander for this. China was scaling their peak super rapid. They've only been supercharging their capabilities in the last couple of years post SpaceX blowing up. That's very naive of you to say, dude. That's not true at all. It's not. They're not supercharging, and they're not increasing flight cadence because of SpaceX. They're increasing flight cadence for soft power projection, dude. What are you talking about? Sean Duffy is the one who approved Discovery to be the space vehicle to be relocated. Scroll down and see the ladder. Yeah, this guy's got to go. He used all his political capital in any good grace over the last week. He has no PP. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm not sure those are mutually exclusive. You just said that they were a second ago. But for a different reason. Come on, man. Stop it. Stop it. Don't do this. Hey, Orion. Did you get the thrusters? Did you get to the thrusters link? No, we should do that first. On a happier note, the last pieces of Booster 18 rolled into Mega Bay 1 last night. Hell yeah, I mean, that's what I'm talking about, dude. Every day, SpaceX is just collecting W's, man. All right, let's work on the thruster lockout system, dude. I think that's a good idea. Hey, Raiden, what's going on? Yeah, man, guys, basically the whole point I'm trying to say with the whole Discovery thing, like moving Discovery, etc., the whole thing that I'm trying to get at is that it's painfully obvious. Like, who said that just a second ago? Yeah, fighting over symbolism of the past. That shows where our priorities are at. You know, like, you know, you're gonna move stuff for a symbolic purpose, right? You're moving stuff for a symbolic purpose because you can't do. So you have to live in the past because you can't do. You can't do it. You don't understand what you're doing. It's so, like I said, it's so painfully obvious. It's very frustrating, but whatever. Like I said, I don't let it ruin my day. I'm just telling you what I think. Hey, Kelly, what's up, man? Thank you so much for all that you bring to us and teaching that what we learned from you. Keep up the great work. Gracias, amigo. ¿Cómo estás, muchacho? Shaw, I don't know if I'd even go that far because I can't really speak to anything else because I don't know the finer details, but I can speak to spaceflight policy. You know what I mean? Just can't imagine the optics of seeing the shuttle in pieces. Like, serious, dude, like, I don't... Dude, it hurts, like... One of the voices up here is saying, don't say this. I don't care. I don't care. I really don't care. I don't care. Go, live in the past. See what happens. That's fine. Like, I don't care. Like, whatever. It sucks. It's annoying. I don't care. I really don't. Like, this is a waste of time. Like, that's the words that come into my head. I don't care. Go. Fine. Frick it. Cut up Discovery. Ruin it. Go ahead. Heathens. You should care. They want to waste NASA's money on it. Well, Jim, after we did a little bit of fiscal analysis of the entire SLS program, You know what, dude? I can absolutely see why Eric Berger hates it. I absolutely get it. Dude, I get it. You guys, NASA projected that, you know, the Constellation program, had we gone through with it, would cost, I think they said by the time 2009 rolled around that it would cost $150 billion. We've spent $93 billion on SLS. So you know what, man? You know what that tells me, Jim? Where the hell is that money going? How are you spending more money to do less? How is this possible? I mean, I know what it's architecturally. Architecturally, it's the problem. That's the problem. I know, because the reason why this gets so expensive is because you're paying for this big, ridiculous rocket, but you're also paying for all the facilities to be maintained and basically do nothing because of the low flight rate. I get it. And I see, you know what? I'm a huge SLS guy. I like SLS and I like the Artemis program. I think the architecture needs to be refactored and it needs to have a more solid interim deadline, right? That's why I don't necessarily mind going back to the moon in 2028. However, $93 billion, dude, for one test flight. It's not okay. I can't defend that. That's stupid. Yeah, you're fighting over the past. It's hilarious, Reaver. It shows, like I said, shows where your priorities are at, dude. Do you think like James Webb would be arguing about what museum got a frigging Gemini capsule? Or a Mercury capsule? Do you think he gave two fricks about that? You think Von Braun cared about anything like this? They didn't give a frick. I don't care. It's just a piece of metal. Who gives a crap? As long as it brought the people home, who cares? I don't care where the museum is. I don't care what museum it goes into. Like, we will lose influence in space because of decisions like this. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Like, and once again, that just goes back to, like, I think Sean Duffy means well, all right? I think he means well. I think he understands from the nationalistic benefits of a space program. He understands that, but I don't think he knows what that entails. You know, you beat that nationalistic drum, and there's nothing wrong with that. NASA is something everybody likes. It's a uniquely American thing. Like, I get it. But it very much seems like Dunning-Kruger, and like I don't think you understand what the details mean to actually having a space program and actually making it work and actually, you know, achieving the goals that you set out from a nationalistic standpoint. You know, soft power projection, beating China back to the moon. I don't think you understand what it means to do that. And this discovery thing, if it was, you know, that Collect Space article says it was personally approved by him. Like, I don't think you understand. It's like, I don't have any better way to put it. I don't think you get what's going on here. He's in it for the exposure. Well, that's what I mean. You're in it for exposure. You're not actually in it because you know anything about the space program. And, you know, like, a tale as old as time. Politicians, you know, grappling for stuff to gain influence. Tale as old as time. Like, I get it. Doing it with my space program pisses me off. And I think that's a fair reaction. And do you think the Kurds from the U.S. King? Who the hell's talking about the Kurds? Why do you always do this, dude? Yeah, I'm talking about spaceflight policy, and I tried my best to stick to spaceflight policy and the applications of spaceflight policy, you know, and you're talking about the Kurds. Sorry, side chat. Fellas, if you can't keep it on space, I don't want to have this conversation, man. Like, I want to build my damn capsule. All right, let's get our action groups figured out. Anyway. Good talk or not good talk, whatever. I don't care. I don't care anymore. It just doesn't matter. I like cheese curds. Dude, me too. All right, so I want Cal controllers that are able to clock the thrusters, right? Cheese curds. Cheese curds rule. Poutine, man. Poutine, man. All right. So, I need cal controllers here, and these cal controllers are needed. Ooh, I just got a good idea. Hold on one second, dudes. I figured out a good way to balance out these thrusters here. We did have some. We did a rescue mission yesterday, and we saw that my translational thruster controllers. So my translational thruster blocks, because they're the top, the thruster block that's at the 12 o'clock position and the 6 o'clock position, they're not lined up with the center of mass of the capsule, and that's okay. We can fix that. I actually just figured out a way. So our workaround around it was limiting thrust up here, because the center of mass bias is down on the capsule. It's down here, right? That was our workaround. I think I just figured out a way to fix that and keep it that way. Now, what the other thing we have to do is we have to add some automation to the Taurus capsule. We gotta add some automation to it. So let's update here. And then I want to work on that payload attachment fitting. I want to work on the PAF for this thing. And the reason why I want to work on the PAF for this is so we can easily integrate it back to the Octo 3 vehicle whenever we have to change something. There you go, John. Yeah. Well, now I'm getting poutine for lunch. Dude, I could eat like a bowl of poutine right now. Like a big mixing bowl of poutine. Hey, Johnny, what's going on? Now that Artemis is fully stacked, when do you think we could see a rollout for testing? Probably, Assassin, probably December. That would be my guess. What kind of lunar lander design are you thinking for this? I'm thinking the old tricks are the best tricks, Ryan. We'll go with a two-stage ascent vehicle. I did this whole thing about spaceflight architecture and Earth orbit rendezvous architecture versus lunar orbit rendezvous architecture, double launch in lunar orbit rendezvous architecture, single launch. I would really like to do something like Constellation. I like the idea of having a uncrewed heavy lift launch vehicle that puts big things into space, and then having a medium to heavy duty launch vehicle that can put small payloads and capsules into space for the time being. We did look at Constellation architecture for flybys. I do like that, but I think we can do better. I actually, after the stream, after playing Battlefield, after we did like a 13-hour stream, I went and read about the Copernicus transfer vehicle and Constellation mission profiles, just because I hadn't read about them in a little while. There are some things with Constellation where I don't really like some of the architecture. What really kind of gets me is the Martian transfer operations when you're in low Martian orbit. Like, you arrive on the transfer vehicle, and the transfer vehicle, you have to get into an Orion, undock from the transfer vehicle, and then dock to the lander, to the MDV, the Mars descent vehicle. And all of your HAB modules and everything are in the MDV, right? And all of your HAB modules belong to us. Like, they were sent out there 26 months prior. That's like a glaring systems engineering hole. Like, we're talking about like a pothole in the road. Like, if we have like a really nice, well thought out systems engineering architecture, it's like a nice smooth road. This is like a pothole that's the side like a meter wide. The reason why is because I don't like the idea of the crew being sent to Mars, right? Getting to Mars, and then shaking down their lander in Martian orbit. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. That is a very risky architecture. Very risky. So, long story short, I'd like to move into doing something, an Earth orbit rendezvous architecture, right? With transfer vehicles and stuff. I do like that. But we need a heavy lift launch vehicle to do it. But we're not going to do that right now. We're not doing that right now. I don't have the science points, nor do I have the research. Science points for the research, nor do I have the money to build a bigger vehicle. So we're kind of stuck with the Octo 3 vehicle for now, which is fine. That is a perfectly suitable vehicle for doing lunar orbit rendezvous, dual launch, right? So one launch launches the lander. Lander circularizes out at the moon. The other one launches the capsule. Capsule uses all of the Delta V in its service module to get out to the moon. Lander lands on the moon, etc., etc. I think that's a good idea. Distraction from Scottish man. Is this Scott flying around the pivotal? Yeah, it is. It's cool. Did you mean heavy lift reusable? Do you mean heavy lift reusable or expendable? I'm not entirely sure, O-Force. So, yeah, for now, because we don't have a bigger launch vehicle, we have to kind of do more with less. But that doesn't mean we should compromise on our lander design, you know? We shouldn't compromise on our lander design, just like we didn't compromise on our capsule design. This is an objectively expensive capsule. I don't care. I built this capsule out to be a long-term solution for us. I gotta redo its solar panels. And we do have to work on the thruster blocks. I got an idea for balancing the thruster blocks, though. So we're gonna go in here, and I am going to... I'm gonna make a good old ruler. Old band. I'm going to make a ruler, and I'm going to use this ruler to mark the center of gravity of the capsule. You can do it other ways, but... So, if we take the ruler, right? I'm just going to move this sucker down. And make sure we're as close to an isometric view as possible. We're going to move that down and get that on the center of mass. Now, it should go right into the center of the nozzle right there. It does. Excellent. Cool. So now we know that that is our center of mass line, okay? If we had a better, if we had an editor that had isometrics, we'd be able to figure this out really easily. But, you know, well, whatever. We don't have isometric views in KSP1. We'll make isometric views with this. You know? Would be cool if we could backport ISO. You know, dude, Panza, you could probably do it. I bet you Linux could do isometric views here. It's just a camera change in scene. This is just a Unity scene. That's all the editor is. Should be able to do it, but whatever. I don't need that. We figured out a mechanical solution here. So that is our center line. Now, what am I going to do here? So, check this out, dudes. Let's take an octagonal strut. This thing, right? And I want to attach that to the backward-facing fairing. The backward-facing fairing has most of my equipment on it. The reason why I mounted everything on the backward-facing fairing is because the forward-facing fairing that cups the heat shield, right? It's kind of a cup for the capsule and the heat shield. That has to be, if I need to take off the LES, we need to always remake that fairing, which is another thing I'm trying to figure out how to fix because I can't stand it. But yeah, that should do us, right? So now I'm going to take my octagonal, the cubic octag, right? And that's our center line geometrically on the capsule. But if you look, see it's clipping up there into the nozzle because we're not on the center of gravity center line of the capsule. There's a difference. The reason why I made a difference is, the reason why it's different, the reason why we have an offset center of gravity with the capsule is because the capsule needs to be weighted on one side. So the capsule doesn't re-enter. If this is my heat shield, it doesn't re-enter perpendicular to windward velocity. You don't want your heat shield to do this when you're going through re-entry. I mean, you can, it'll work just fine. For a capsule, right, in order to be able to precisely land, if you weigh down one side of the capsule, right, your heat shield is going to do this, right, to windward velocity. It's going to try to go center of mass first, but it can't. And if you roll it upside down, you can modulate your heat shield angle of attack relative to windward velocity. Rolling the capsule like this, right, with an offset center of mass, allows you to change the angle of attack on the heat shield and skip further down range or turn upside down and bend into the windward velocity and slow down more. Simultaneously, if you rotate the capsule 90 degrees, you can have cross range with the capsule to do a precise landing. That's how I'm able to get this capsule back right near the island runway at KSC pretty much every time. I can steer the damn thing. And I can adjust my trajectory by flipping the capsule up and down. I fly the capsule through re-entry. Pretty cool, right? But because the capsule's offset has an offset center of mass and the service module does not, right? Because you have to have the heat shield cup, that has to be geometrically centered, right? I can't shift the entire service module to compensate, but we can shift our thrusters. That's important to understand. So if we take this thing, right, and we grab some of my thruster blocks, right, and we put these in 4x sim, right, 4 times symmetry. Okay, now we rotate them into position and then we make sure they're aligned, right? So geometrically, that's aligned geometrically to the capsule, right? So we can take these, just move them out like this, and then if we know the thrusters are going to be in the right position, if the top thrusters, which are not they're not compensating for center of mass offset, right? See those? When I move this thing, they clip into each other, and there's 8 thrusters there, not just 4. But if you look down here, see what I'm talking about? Now, here's what we do. All we got to do is take this cubic octag and shift it. Move it to a line in the center of the strut. If we do that, and we go to local orientation, and we move this back into position, check it out. My top thrusters are offset now, and my bottom thrusters should be sticking out a little bit more. The side thrusters, perfectly aligned, which means that this piece is in the exact right spot. I offset the entire thruster block because I parented all my thruster blocks to a singular part instead of trying to hand move this thing around. Pretty cool, huh? Little hierarchical trickery going on there. So now what we can do, we can get rid of our pre-existing thruster blocks. We can delete them. Let's do one final check to make sure that everything is aligned.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Move this back 1 tick, and then the side thruster blocks we can get rid of. Dunskies. Now, the other thing that we could do, my thruster, I like the thruster blocks on the gray line, guys. I think that looks kind of cool. But to be honest, they don't necessarily have to be there. We could have, Orion actually has them back here. They're in the back of the vehicle, interestingly enough. And its translation thrusters are actually aligned with it, which is... Now... Hey, Connie. Happy Thursday. Public, what's up, man? 85-month resub, which is longer than your marriage. That's... Okay. Whiskey, 91-month resub. Thank you. Senpai never notices his old timers anymore. He has us no matter what. We'll chalk that one up to chat delay, public. Are we going to set the monothrusters to a controller? Yes, we are. Now, I have some other ideas. I have some other ideas about about this. Hey, Mafia Matt, what's up? Now, like I said, we could move these. Eventually, guys, I don't want these types of solar panels on here. I want, you know, when we get the chance, I want to unlock the circular solar panels. For no other reason than I think they're cool looking. The 4 panels going out in every direction is cool. I don't mind that. But I think, or the 8 solar panels going out at 45 degrees, I think that looks cool. But I really do like the circular ones. But if we get the circular ones, does that mean we're going to mount the circulars up here and down here? Because you know, ideally you'd want to put the circular ones here, but that gets in the way of my translation thruster block. How's your mother? You call her this week? I got off the phone with my parents just a second ago. Actually, I think I've called my parents twice this week. Yeah, I talk to my parents at least once a week if I don't see them. Sneak peek at our latest flight this morning. 39A launch mount. There you go, dude. Taylor just did a 330 in the 8th on a door car. They're gonna change some stuff up. Shooting for low 20s. J Taylor Motorsport. That's cool, man. Neat. When you install your circular panels, does that start the arc where your capsule evolves into Cygnus? Oh God, how did you know? How did you? Don't do that again. I just want to let you know my deep sleep dream ended with you pulling a frame perfect like a glove VTOL landing on another planet with a massive ship you just had swapped back to. Hell yeah. Now I don't want to do it anymore, Rarest. The heck, man. Now I don't want to do that. I changed my mind. Man. No. I'll stick with what we've previously tested. I don't want to just put thrusters in spots because it looks like Orion. We'll keep the thruster blocks where they are. And if we do end up using solar panels, the circular solars, they're going to have to go, you know, 45 degrees up into the left and 45 down into the right.
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Nah, this whole thing is too expensive. Let commercial do it.
Nice. Don't do that again. This capsule looks nice so far. It's a pretty good workhorse. This is my Taurus capsule. It's a pretty good capsule, dude. I'm just dialing in its thrusters and working on thruster control systems here. The other thing that we could do is take our vernier thruster control blocks, and if we put them here and we set them to absolute, right? And then we move them back into position. They're offset as well. Nice. Nice. Excellent. The thing about these, though, is that I don't... Guys, I don't not want to have the verniers on the back of this thing. So, like, I have orbital maneuvering and control thrusters. So, like, we can do translational control with these. This is your fine control. That's course control RCS. And then, obviously, your service propulsion system is for, like, rendezvous burns, right? But these things are hungry for freaking thrust, man. For propellant. They just eat monopropellant Last, please. Just saw a thing on Facebook. Folks are getting excited about a cylinder partially buried on Mars. It's a cylinder. Interesting. Redbeard, your professor had to cancel last second, so I'm actually making a Kerbal stream. Nice. Set the thrust limiters on the RCS to 50% lower. Well, we could do that, Cunny, but these things make 2 kilonewtons of thrust. Oh, that makes 0.2 kilonewtons of thrust. I thought that made 1. No, they make 0.2. They make nothing. Yeah. That'll work. If we set these to 1 kilonewton of thrust, they won't be nearly as thirsty. And that is way finer control, or way more coarse control than that. One, this thing makes 0.2 kilonewtons of thrust. So 20 newton, or no, 200 newtons of thrust, that's nothing. Second of all, they're 45 degrees offset. So that's, you're taking cosine thrust loss that way, which is fine. That's okay. I'd prefer it this way. They're nice. They're very, 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 it makes the capsule really easy to fly. So yeah, 1 kilonewton shooting out the back for the orbital maneuvering and control thrusters, totally good with me. I'm fine with that. Divide the thrust by 1.41. Yeah, it's not a lot. Killer. All right. So, now that that's all figured out, is there anything else that we're going to need the centerline indicator for thruster blocks? I actually don't think so. Oh, actually, now that I'm thinking about it. Hey, Alucard. Imagine they did Constellation and still did commercial orbital transport services and then commercial crew and resupply. Well, commercial crew and COTS were part of the Constellation program. Technically, so was commercial low Earth orbit destinations. That was all part of Constellation. Constellation was supposed to reestablish American astronauts from American soil with Ares 1X and Orion. And they were going to shake down the Orion capsule by using it to, it like from 2015 is what they planned to like 2020, right? They were going to use that to test Orion capability, sending astronauts to and from the space station with Orion to make sure Orion's work, make sure its heat shield worked correctly, get you a good amount of flight data, right? Commercial, in the meantime, they would have funded commercial crew, and then in the 2020s, commercial crew would have handed over ISS rotation missions to commercial crew. DM2 first flew in 2020, so some parts of the Constellation program still exist. Some good parts, some not so good parts. Do you have forward-facing strong RCS? No, I don't. Not in this capsule design, O-Force. Neither does Orion, from what I can tell, or the Apollo CSM or Starliner. It's all backwards thrust, or forward propulsion, not backwards propulsion. Yeah, Pashto, that's what I want to do, but I don't want to action group it. I want to make it a manual key. I'll tell you what I mean in a second. All right, so yeah, our translation thrusters, particularly on the yaw axis, are going to be offset because of the offset COM. So the yawing thrusters are still going to give us a little bit of a rate, but we should be able to cancel it out. I've found, fellas, that, I mean, I don't like having wheel authority on the capsules, but having a small way to dampen out a 1,000th of a degree a second, or no, 100th of a degree a second with SAS, with your wheel authority, is actually super useful. I'm not 100% sure. I don't think Orion has anything like that, but I have very, very, very small wheel authority. That thing has no probe core torque. I just use that to dampen it out, to get my rates perfectly zeroed. We could sit here and we could tweak the thrusters to make it so the thrusters with SAS could do that. And to be honest with you, I bet you they could. I bet you they could right now. I don't think we need wheel authority, but I mean, it's toggleable when we're on orbit. It comes with the damn thing, so... I mean, that's a really easy way to do it, but I don't think we... with our thruster blocks kind of, the way they are, I don't think we exactly need the wheel authority. We could probably dampen this out. It's just the yaw. We're going to experience a little bit of a yaw rate from this, but... But see, the yawing rate is inevitable because I have fixed positions here on the capsule. Yeah, it's fine. I didn't really have any problems with yaw. We just had some problems with pitch. I can dampen out everything else. Like, don't get me wrong, I won't use SAS to, like, realign a vehicle. I only use SAS for heading lock. And yeah, that's fine. I'm cool with that. All right, now we can probably get rid of this. So now what we're going to do is work on thruster toggle control. Now, there's a couple of different ways that we're going to do this. But let's think about this for a second. I want to use cal controllers to be able to shut off different thrusters, okay? Meaning that when this thing docks to something, when the capsule docks to something, if it docks to a target vehicle, I want to be able to quickly shut off all of its fine control thrusters. I don't necessarily want to do it with an action group. The reason why, I have huge hands. Sometimes I fat finger the keyboard, and I don't want to hit an action group that will turn the thrusters on in a scenario where we don't need them and then piss out a bunch of monopropellant, etc., etc. So we're going to do some very, very basic automation of our thruster control systems here. Now, how are we going to do that? Well, you can use a cal controller to do it. I can have the cal controller turn these things off, and if I want to shut them off, I wouldn't have to make it an action group. All we got to do is just go and select the cal controller and tell it and play it, and it'll shut things off. This has worked very well for me in the past. It's worked very well in the past for me, but doing a space-themed puzzle while watching the stream. All right. Dragon is the unusual one with its fairly strong forward thrusters. Yeah, Ethereal, that's right. Dragon's thrusters are... Dragon's translation thrusters are up at the front. Dragon actually flies backwards through space. It flies... if it's doing a prograde burn, it'll fly with the docking port facing retrograde, and it'll fire those forward thrusters, and it'll fly trunk first. Not a lot of people know that. Dragon flies backwards in space because the trunk's there. There's no place for an orbital maneuvering and control thrusters. That was the problem that SpaceX was trying to solve with Dragon 2. You need course control RCS, and SpaceX didn't want to have RCS sticking out of the capsule shooting off at 45 degrees. Much more efficient if you have them shooting in center line with the capsule. That was a huge engineering challenge for Dragon 2. The forward-facing RCS. Because think about it, dude. All your fuel tanks are all the propellant tanks for Dragon. I mean, Dragon is basically a service module in a capsule kind of melded together with a trunk on the back. All your propellant tanks are here, and you're shooting propellant this way to the thrusters. You have the propellant lines go around the crew tank. It's kind of a little unorthodox, but it works, so whatever. What if you made the cal adjust thrust? So if you slide to 50% of cal, it's as if you're 50% fuel, 100% is wet, etc., etc. So all you do is adjust the slider. Well, I don't need to. I mean, adjusting the slider could work, monoprop, but I don't. I just want to shut them on and off, dude. I will just. It will just toggle thruster, and that's about it. Also, we don't need to. I don't need the actuation toggles open on all this stuff. Like that, I mean, we could do that, but... Will this have enough to also push the lunar lander with it? I'm getting to that, Squarish. Yeah, I'm getting to that. Just bear with me here. With our architecture, we probably don't need to. Just reinstalled KSP after not liking it 3 years ago, about to do the Moon Part 1 training scenario, enjoying it more than I did before. It helps when you have some context, you know, to what you're trying to do. Alright, see, fellas, here's where I'm at. We could put the cal controllers on. I could put a cal controller on there for enabling the vernier thrusters and disabling that, and then another cal controller on there for enabling translation control, right? And then another cal control on there for just enabling all the RCS in general, right? I want to be able to individually fire these or individually fire those. Or I'll simultaneously be able to do it at, you know, have them go at the same time. Monoprop, you're right. Dude, now that I'm thinking about it, we could do that with one cal controller. The toggleable translation. We could make it so it's only these thrusters with a thrust limiter on the slider on the controller. You know, you could make it start with that. You could make it in the... Yeah, that's a good idea, dude. We could make it work like a toggle switch. So a switch with a 3-position switch. Switch up is small thrusters. Switch in the center is both thrusters. Switch down is big thruster. That's a good idea, dude. I like that. Now, are we gonna have one for all of the RCS? Because I would like a way to disable all RCS from there. I have some mods, Isaac. Exclamation point KSP1 mods in Twitch chat. That's a good idea. Now, we could do it all with one controller by setting the different positions on said controller. See, where I'm at is I like the idea of having a cal controller to be able to toggle between, you know, that thruster, the big thrusters firing, the small thrusters firing, or both of them firing, right? But I also need a cal controller that shuts everything off. I'm thinking if we have a controller that overrides, we'd need a master cal control. A master cal controller that's just all thrusters on or all thrusters off, right? If the master controller is controlling the RCS thruster, like the enable disable, right? And then the translational controller, no, they don't even, no, we don't need to put it, we don't need hierarchy there. We could just have a toggle to turn all the thrusters on, and then another cal controller with a switch setting, which toggles between the different thrusters. That'll work. Yeah, that will do it. That will do it. Okay, so that's $2,000 or 2,000 Kerbucks added with 2 cal controllers. 2,000 is no insignificant amount. So where should we mount these cal controllers? Our avionics controls. It's basically an avionics control system. We should probably put that in the capsule. Probably next to our avionics. Two controllers would balance mass as well. Yeah. Well, how much mass is these things? They're 10 kilos, so a cal controller weighs 22 pounds. For people that don't know what 10 kilos means. See, the reason why I want to add them to the capsule, put the cal controller on the capsule, twofold. In the future, we have a kind of secondary goal that maybe we could reuse the capsule. So, what do I mean by reusing the capsule? I mean taking this thing, one that's splashing out in the ocean, grabbing it with a helicopter, bringing it back to KSC, putting it on a jig, and reintegrating it with a new service module. If that's the case, right? You're gonna have to rebind the cal controller every time as part of the capsule refurbish. If we're gonna do that, we'd need to have capsule refurbishment, which is kind of crazy. Yeah, we'd have to rebind our thruster control blocks. Is there a quick way to do that? I mean, we can bind AGs outside in the flight scene, so that's not that big of a deal. And yeah, I mean, so in the future, I'd want to get my cal controllers back. I don't want to put it on the service module because then you're just dumping $2,000, an extra $2,000 every time you dump the SM, and I don't want that. Hey, Pigeon. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that would mean if we want to refer, for now, the capsule kind of being used in a one-time use fashion, we get our cal controllers back. We get our avionics back, which is what they think about with real capsules. That's why Dragon's trunk only has solar panels and radiators on it, for instance, right? Because, I mean, even on Starliner, all the avionics and service module control systems are in the capsule. They're not on the service module. The service module's dumb. Because the service module's not designed to work by itself. It needs the capsule next to it. So why put avionics on it? You put all your avionics into the capsule. Another good example would be like the shuttle. The external tank doesn't have any computers on board. It has sensors and wires. All those sensors and wires go into the shuttle. The shuttle is the one that has the computers on it. Starliner's dumb. Got it. Yep. All right. So, same case here. All right, well, so with all that being said, let's go here. Remove these from symmetry here. So, I don't know about you guys. I always like to put stuff in places where it's easily, like I could, if I'm in the flight scene, so like if the capsule's flying around, I can like right click on a thruster and open it up, or I can right click on that light and open it up. I always kind of halfway clip stuff out. If I need the antenna for whatever reason, we can do that. Like I figured that into my design. Or the parachute, for instance. It's always easily clickable. The docking port, the fins on the docking port, right? Solar panels, easy to get at. The rear thrusters, the engine, very easy to get at. So, if we don't want to put these cal controllers on an action group, right? I mean, that's the whole point of using the cal controller, right? So don't fat finger it and accidentally enable the RCS and hit the wrong button. I would want the cal controllers kind of easily accessible. I mean, this isn't too bad having to go in here, but like, I don't know, man. Like maybe, is there a way that we can... Yeah, I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Now let's think about this for a second from an ergonomics, from like a user experience standpoint. Is there any oh frick scenarios where I'm going to need to fire the RCS on the capsule? Don't place the avionics where it will take 6 months to access to swap it out. Yeah, if we're, being realistic here, right? Like, see, that tells me I should put them here. Not on the outside of the capsule exactly, but like that, where I can still select them. I actually like that. That's stealth. This bad boy from symmetry. Set it to local orientation. Rotate it around. I like that. It keeps them low. I'd be a little bit worried that the cal controllers might get a little cooked during re-entry, being on the, like, quote-unquote outside. But if we have flags on the outside of the vehicle, the cal controllers should be fine. Part tolerance temperature is 2000 Kelvin. Internal temperature. All right, we're good. Capsule's a bit cold. Why are you like this? Hmm. Yeah, Blackness, I actually did some trickery here. I mounted my translation RCS on a centralized octag strut and then moved it, and I put the thruster blocks in 4x symmetry, and then I moved the centerpiece to the offset, so we don't need to do a thrust limiter anymore. My translational controllers are aligned with the center of mass of the entire vehicle, so we're good. Now I'm working on the RCS thruster control systems. Now I see why you don't mess with the RSS mod. There ends up being way too much other stuff you have to have. Now I have a million engines to choose from, and I have to pick the right kind of tank, LOX, RP1, etc., and know what engine uses it from a million engines. Why can't it just be so simple? I'm telling you, man, Kerbal is good enough to demonstrate the point, JDG. From a gameplay standpoint, it's good to abstract some things, right? Yeah, that's the truth, dude. I mean, with that being said, I know what engine does what, so like in real life, so I mean, it shouldn't be that big of a deal, but the average player doesn't know that. You know, like I said, man, there is a method to my madness, dude. But yeah, it's cool. Thank you for validating my insanity, I guess. Which one do you guys like? The little light sticking out, just with the light on the cal sticking out, or the cal controller fascia sticking out? Which one do you think looks better? You know, now that I'm looking at it, I like the light. I think the light looks correct. Light only. I'm with you on that one, Us. Cal controller is freaking asymmetric. Balls. There. Move that into position. Light movements. There we go. Still don't like it. You can't move it without the cowl sticking out. Well, that's not going to work either. Aren't those cows technically supposed to be avionics? Then shouldn't they be completely hidden in the avionics compartment? Yeah, but I want them to be easily selectable. That's the whole idea. That's why I was putting them up here. We could put them down here, but that means we'd need to zoom in, get in, you know, zoom in our camera inside the capsule and click them. Like, that was the whole exercise here. These should be pretty easily clickable. I'm just thinking, like, you know, I can't really think of a nightmare. Like, I'm trying to run it through my mind. Like, what's a nightmare scenario? Is there a scenario ever that we're going to encounter where this capsule, where I need to flip the RCS on quick before we crash? And the answer is theoretically like no, right? Because the only time the RCS is going to be off on the capsule is when it's attached to something else. That's the only time I ever want it off, when it's attached to another vehicle, like a transfer vehicle or a target vehicle, or a, transfer vehicle or target vehicle, or a lander, for instance, right? In which case that vehicle will have RCS, and we're basically controlling that vehicle. We're controlling that vehicle's RCS. So yeah, you know what? I'll keep them here. That's fine. This will work. It'll work just fine. Now that I set it, now that I put that out into the open, I'll run into a scenario where I need RCS. And if that's the case, hopefully nobody gets hurt. And hopefully nobody gets hurt, and hopefully no one gets hurt, and hopefully, you know, we, you know, can have another capsule. Did you hear about Kitten Space Agency? I consult on Kitten Space Agency, Misco. I help Rocketworks with that game. Pretty good friends with Dean. Good dude. Okay, that's fine. That position is more than enough. Go here. All right, so we'll set this to RCS master controller. Did you watch the Starship flight? Yeah, I did. Elizabeth, yeah. Or Elizabeth, I mean, it's possible that, like, YouTube demonetized it and depublished it or something. Like, it happens. Well, I'll take a look, because you're not the first one to ask. So RCS master controller. Let's go here. Toggle RCS thrust. So we set it to 2, plus in 1, a point at 1, copy, plus in a point there. So if we flip these and play the controller, and we rewind, flip it back, The thing about this, guys, is that we have to be sure that the RCS is, we have to, well, no, if they're all synced, it should be fine, as long as we didn't manually override everything. Okay, cool. Oh, we have to also toggle RCS thrust, paste. Good, cool. All right, so that controller is my master toggle. All right, so now what we're going to do,
Discovery, go at throttle up.
hey, Peace Boy, 26-month resub. Now what I want to do is I want to master a light indicator, basically. You know what? I'd prefer a light indicator on the outside of the capsule. Something to easily tell me that the RCS, my RCS thrusters are on. And something for that's easy for you guys to see as well. Nah, that doesn't look right. I have those, but those are my indicator lights, so we can illuminate what's in front of us. We also should set the convergence distance on that. You know what? I'll put it on the back. I'll put them on the back of the capsule. Red, lights on, no emission. All right, so now that's going to work like an indicator, right? I don't like that it's not easily clickable because the engine shroud is getting in the way. There's several hazards in the way. The flamps rub against the chumbles, and Plubus and Grumbo shaved away. That leaves you with a regular old Plumbus. You know what? There's no scenario here where I'm gonna be looking at the cal controller. And not checking. We got a checking. So I'll just put the indicator light right there. Lights off. Right, go into my action groups. go into the RCS master controller, go here, go that, and we need a toggle light here. So now we got to go into the controller. Okay, so if the controller is set correctly, if we hit play, ding, and then if we reverse, ding. Good. I would like to be able to see if it's enabled from the outside now that I'm thinking about this. So, hold on a second. Make it look like a railing guard there. Cool. And let's see if she's still on the controller. Cool. See, I like that. How's that, dudes? There is not a set thruster enable and set thruster disabled state. Why? It would be a lot safer than toggling if they get out of sync. We could put... I don't know. Hold on. No, there's only toggle state. Oh no, there's no thrust limiter state. Crap. Thrust limiters, we can't mess with the thrust limiter is not a keyable thing for a Cal controller. For RCS, it's only for motors. Oh no. No axis fields. That kind of ruins this idea, to be honest with you. I'm sorry I led you astray. No, monoprop, it was a good idea. Yeah, I know. Submitted. No, I was thinking about it too. This is going to be hard to manage. You know, we might want to just take our chances with the AGs. And I have to understand how action group sets work. I still want that indicator light though. The indicator light is super useful. We'll just have it on an action group. But I'm going to need, if we're going to action group it, I'm going to need 3 lights. I need 3 indicator lights. An indicator light for, well, no, we need 2 indicator lights now. I need an indicator light to show that the OMACs are on, and an indicator light to show that my translation thrusters are on. So there are 4 lights, and then the master controller as well. But see, that's where this gets to be a pain in the butt, right? Do we want something that shuts everything off, right? Like, but then again, actually, you know what, dude? You know the best way to do this? One action group that shuts off all the small thrusters, and one action group that shuts off all the big thrusters. That's it. I can't really think of another scenario here for what the type of missions that I want to do with this thing. I can't really think of another scenario where I wouldn't have the translation or wouldn't have the rotation thrusters on. There are 5 lights. That's silly. Why isn't that a feature? And devs never got around to implementing it before they shuttered the game because KSP 2 was the new hotness. Was the new hotness. Individual controllers are going to be how we have to do this, dudes. Or individual action groups. One action group for the yaw, pitch, and roll thrusters. One action group for light duty translation, or for fine adjustment translation, and then one action group for course adjustment translation. And we're going to have to just enable all 3. Like, you're going to have to hit 1, 2, and 3. What I wanted to do was have something that just enables all the RCS, right? One action group just enables everything. And then another action group, like 2 and 3, you can toggle the translation controllers off, but doing 1, 2, and 3 already does that. You don't need an overall one. There's no need for that. So get rid of this. 3 lights are how this is going to work. Yeah, that's what we got to do. Yeah, there are 3 lights. All right, so I need action group sense. So action group sets allow you to be able to switch. Action groups are something you can, like, they're a hotkey that you can press, Serby, that can do something. Like, if I want like, there's the light control, right? The light control turns on my nav lights, for instance. Right? Those are cool. The nav lights are cool. But say, for whatever reason, I wanted the capsule lights to not be on the turn on light button, and I wanted to be able to turn these on individually. Well, you could go here and you could right click lights on, or you could say action group 1. I want the lights to turn on and off by hitting action group 1, right? And that'll make it so you could just hit 1 on your keyboard instead of right clicking on the part and going heh, 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 heh. AGs are super useful for something that you need to get done quickly. Like my launch escape system is bound on action groups. But see here, I don't accidentally want to hit these action groups for like if we're on orbit. These action groups only need to be relevant during ascent. Then we should safe our abort system, right? And that's what I'm worried about. I don't want to, like, say I put myself, so this is me. This is making, what I like to do, guys, is with Capsule user experience, I like to make it idiot proof. So what's my measurement for being an idiot? Me. I will make a mistake with this capsule at some point. The best way to do this is to safeguard against that. So I make it so, like, the reason why I wanted to do this on Cal controllers is so that when I go to enable my RCS, I'm not even thinking about hitting the abort system by accident, because there's a scenario where I will forget that these action groups exist. Say, like, we have a capsule that's out at Eve or something, and I was like, okay, we need RCS on, and then I go to hit an action group and I fat finger it and we hit the abort key instead, and the capsule separates from the SM. We're screwed. Like, screwed royally. Right? So that's why I don't really particularly like doing that. But Now I'm wondering, does it remember what action group set you were using on the capsule? Oh, you gotta be careful. There's no way it remembers. So like if I use action group set 2, right, on the capsule, and then we go switch to something else and I switch it back to AG set 1, and then we switch back to the capsule and it's on AG set 1 and I accidentally hit the wrong key and it aborts. Ugh. Okay. You can change your action group keys, Terminator, yeah. Mine are just set to the number pad, so 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's all the numbers on the number pad. Can you change the abort action group hotkey in the settings to something else, like on the other side of the keyboard? So I just go and fat finger it over there? You gotta really think about this, dude. There's a reason why capsules have tons of buttons and switches on them. Like Dragon, it's all touchscreens, right? But even Dragon has some lockouts on purpose. So you don't accidentally like shut the capsule off when you're flying. What's coming to my mind is binding the action groups in a way that makes it so you'll never accidentally hitting shoot deploy is not that big of a deal. I'm just worried about AG4. The reason why I'm worried about action group 4 is because it separates the docking port from the heat shield. That's a SM separation because that's how we mechanically built our abort system. This shroud pulls the capsule away from the service module. Can you do combinations? Yeah. So these kind of sets won't work. No, they will. Yeah, it'll work just fine. So John, if I'm in the capsule and I have it set to action group set 2, for instance, set 2 is my action groups for the capsule, right? And then we switch to something else, and something else requires action group set 3, right? And then I switch back to the capsule. Will it still be set to AG set 3? Right? Like, do the action group sets persist depending on what vehicle you're flying? I don't think they do. You see what I'm trying to say? I don't know, but it's worth testing. Can you make dependencies? That was my idea behind using cal controllers binary, but that doesn't. Yeah. Dudes, okay, I got a solution. All right, hear me out. What if, we were talking about cal controllers, right? we were talking about using a CAL controller for locking out our RCS, right? That's what we were talking about. Okay. But we can't use CAL controllers with RCS, right? We can't. We can use a CAL controller to automate our abort separation. We can absolutely do that. If I take a CAL controller, right? We take a CAL controller and we put one in the capsule like that, right? Put it in the capsule. And then on ascent, right? On ascent with Kerbals, we pin the window. Or we manually arm the launch escape system, right? No, pinning the window should be fine. So if we need to abort, I can just, boom, hit the play button and we're gone, right? We can do that. That's absolutely doable. Because the launch abort system can absolutely work with a CAL controller. That's easy to get that thing to sequence correctly. With a CAL, we can do that. And we can save our action groups for the RCS only. Right? That way we never have to worry about fat fingering the RCS in the abort systems, nor do I have to worry about unbinding action groups from the abort groups, right? Why wouldn't you put the CAL on the launch escape system so if you fat finger it and play the CAL, that separator will still be in it? RJ, yeah, that would make, that would make our abort system, the abort system 1,000 times more expensive, right? But you're right. If we put the CAL up here, we put the CAL controller attached on the inside of the fairing right here, and have that bound to an action group, right? Whenever I stage the capsule and the LES jettisons, you will basically lock out your abort system. Because the CAL controller that controls this decoupler right here, unless manually overridden, right, will separate. And we don't have to, it'll unbind itself. It'll lock itself out because we separated the LES from the capsule, right? So that'll basically make it so on the way up, right? If I set like my aborter key to 0, right? We set the abort key to 0 so I can easily click it because it's 0 on the number pad. So like if I'm flying with a joystick, I can punch the abort controller really, really fast, right? It's right next to my hand, right? We leave that bound in its default state, right? And then once we jettison the launch escape system, our flight termination system basically gets locked out, right? And then we're free to rebind 0 to whatever we want. Heck, we could have other systems on the vehicle that use 0 later in the mission. And we won't ever have to worry about it because it's only during ascent. I like that. That's good. We're going to need to go rethinking our abort system. I have to sequence it on a CAL controller correctly, guys. But that's going to require a couple of flight tests, but that's really good. Yeah. That's a good idea. I mean, the downside, so there's always a trade-off. The downside to this is that my the launch abort system is $1,000 more expensive. But is 1,000 Kerbucks really a big deal in the scheme of things? If I'm out at ELU or something and I separate the capsule by accident because we triggered the abort system that was supposed to be disarmed on ascent like 5 years prior, right? We don't want to run into a problem like that. Hell no. Absolutely not. The $1,000 will pay for itself. Never add cost to safety. Yeah, right, for sure. So once again, fellas, what we're gonna have to do is we're gonna have to test it. We're gonna have to test our aborter. I'd say it's worth the squeeze. I'm with you. I really think so. Yeah, that's the only downside I can really think of here. So let's get the cal controllers out of the capsule. And we'll make an abort controller here. Let's take our launch escape or launch abort shroud and move it back into position. And what I want to do is make sure that the cal controller doesn't foul on the docking pedals or anything. You know what? Let's... Fellas, I thought of something. The chutes, the parachutes on the capsule. Right? I'm still alive in MSC, yeah. If the cal controller's on the launch escape system and the launch escape system jettisons post-abort, the cal controller won't be able to control the chutes. So we're going to have to trigger the chutes. Put the same group as the cal. I don't want to deploy... John, the capsule's inside of a fairing. It won't let us do it. It'll lock it out because it's inside of a fairing at separation. The only scenario I'm thinking where this could go extremely wrong is a pad abort scenario where we don't deploy the chutes fast enough. Because you can't arm the chutes while they're covered. Generally no, Marius. Yeah. I mean, we could arm them, but we'd have to make it so we override, like the chutes don't deploy while our launch abort system is pulling us up, right? That could be bad. I know how to make an Orion capsule. Just make an Altier lander or Starship HLS. Oh yeah, Andy? Is that what you're working on? That's cool. Can the controller on the abort system start a cal controller for the parachutes on the capsule? The capsule cal would have to keep playing after separation. Yes, Pashto, yes, you can do that. You can have one cal controller tell another one to play sequence, sure. I mean, that's kind of hard coding our chute system, but yeah, Pashto, that'll work. I mean, you can bind the chutes to an action group. Accidentally arming the chutes isn't so bad. So Ethereal, you know what? That's not a bad idea. But the chutes are already bound to an action group, whether we like it or not. Is there? You guys think there's a scenario where, you think there's a scenario where I won't be spamming the spacebar in the event of a catastrophic failure? Like, is there... So, where my mind's going is that the chutes are always right here, right? And if the cal controller separates this thing, right? And we have control of the capsule, all that's going to be left in staging is the chutes. So we could just hit spacebar. Like, is there a scenario where I'm going to be distracted while the capsule is coming down, crashing towards the ground? I don't think so. Pretty sure if we abort, the capsule is going to be singularly the only thing on my mind, right? Like, As long as the craft focus doesn't switch to the LES, which it shouldn't, you should be fine. Yeah. Well, Caden, we can do that, but once again, make it idiot-proof. Will I remember to unbind the AG every time? Unlikely. This makes it idiot-proof. This makes it so I don't have to. I don't have to remember to unbind it. It'll unbind itself because it burns up in the atmosphere. Does that make sense? That's the whole thing I'm trying to avoid. I don't want to have it so I have to do a manual action to safe my launch escape system. I want it to be automatic. I appreciate the realism and all, but in KSP, is there a reason for a pad abort system? So, user... Yes? If... Okay. Dude, I do some funky stuff in KSP. I don't want a scenario where I put the vehicle out there and the Kraken takes it. You know what I mean? I want to always be able to get Jeb, Bill, and Bob away from the vehicle if something goes weird with it. I don't care if it's sitting on the pad. I don't care if it's in, like, you know, up in space. I prefer to do the systems engineering out for the system like this, for the capsule, just in case. The other thing is that, dude, in the future, I'm not doing this right now. In the future, sometimes I build the launch complex for vehicles as well. And I'm not talking like, oh, I placed down a pad with a mod. No, I will build cranes with the robotic parts and make a actual launch pedestal that you put boosters on, and you put a second stage on, and you put a capsule on, right? And if that sounds like Kraken bait, oh yeah, it is. Yeah, sometimes it is. So we got to be careful. So I'd prefer to have it like that. And I like using these as teaching tools to show people how, like, why does a pod have a abort system, right? I like that kind of stuff. Stop rage baiting the Kraken. Can't, Daggerson, it's my job. The internet says action groups are persistent to the vehicle that they are saved on. Action groups, but not action group sets. Flip up. Yeah. Kraken gotta eat too. No, Duke. We're gonna starve that son of a biscuit. Biscuit. Crumpets. Give me some McVitties, man. Those digestibles are just so damn good. Kraken biscuits? You know what? I don't want those. That sounds like they might give you stomach problems. For science! No! No, not for science. Fair answer. I know that I get too over-engineered in the VAB and therefore end up spending less time flying. Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm not doing that. All of the stuff that I'm implementing right here are based off of flying the capsule and what I want out of it. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not doing this because I'm trying to be like, oh, well, this could happen during flight. No, I've taken this capsule off. We've flown it a bunch of times. I think I've done 6 flights with it. This is all changes implemented based off of my prior flights. So yeah, I know what you mean. You can get, dude, I've spent hours in the SPH. Like, I've spent entire streams in here engineering out vehicles. But this is very much... these changes are very much being implemented as a reaction to other flights. So yeah, no, I get you. Astronomy, am I an engineer in real life? No. I'm self-taught when it comes to this stuff. No, not an engineer. But I'm semi-fluent in engineering. Does that make sense? I could talk with engineers. Like, I understand what you're saying. You put me next to somebody that like does propulsion engineering at SpaceX. They could say what they're working on and be like, "Yep, I understand what that means." I'm not a rapper. No. Yeah. I'm self-taught astronomy. How deep is too deep to dig into the atmosphere when you're returning from the moon with like 400 ablator? 40 should do you right, John. 40 should roughly equate out to like 200 ablation, give or take. I mean, that's from my capsule. Your mileage may vary. You've blown up enough things at KSP that you're a certified DIY engineer. Yeah, something like that. You should call yourself not an engineer. All right, so let's work on this. We need to get the flight time of our abort system, guys. So we're gonna have to do a pad abort and get some data on that. So let me put the launch clamps on this thing. And I will at least initially bind up the controller. So I don't know what the flight time is, so I'm just gonna set it to, we'll set it to 20 seconds. So at the start, we want activate. There's 4 of them in here. All right, so first of all, unbind all of that from there. So we want on key press to activate the launch escape system, the launch aborter, right? So now the other thing that we got to do is go in here. We got to find the heat shield docking port, right? Bind, undock, not to AG4. Bind, undock to that. There we go. Plus in that. Why not bind it to abort? I will bind the cal controller to abort. Abort, a hotkey, an action group key is good for triggering a single event. My abort sequence is actually a little bit more complicated. It's a sequence of events, and cal controllers are good at sequencing. That's what they're used for. Toggle RCS thrust. Good. All right, well, that's the beginning of it. So how this is going to work, right? Tank is enabled. Okay, so I don't know when we're going to need to trigger the next event. So what is the next event, just in case anybody's wondering? So how this thing works is it's based off of the Orion capsule's launch abort system. So what happens here is the whole capsule, we fire the 4 big motors, right? And the whole thing separates off the service module. So now we just have this flying. We have the capsule inside of the shroud. Okay, this gets you away. The next thing that happens is these 2 separator motors right here. When this thing, if we're in a pad abort scenario, that's just the best time to test it because that gives you oh frick, we got to deploy the chutes quickly. This thing will get you up in the air. And then I have I have RCS up at the top, right? This thing's going on the way up, right? And then when it gets up to the top, I will flip the thing over with the RCS and poop the capsule out the back. When the capsule poops out the back, this thing will separate from here, and we say adios to our cal controller, and these separator motors fire, relieve the capsule out of its shroud, and then all that should be left at that point is just pulling the chutes. Should just pull the chutes at that point. And then the capsule will just come down like it normally does. So, because we have to jettison the shroud, I don't know how long that's going to take. I have no idea. So what I'm going to do is we will manually bind this, and we're going to do a test where we send the cal controller, right? We send the cal controller and get the capsule to fly, and then we time it so the shroud will separate at a certain time after abort separation. That's a lot of launch escape system. This is a lot of capsule, dude. I sat here and did the analysis on, clipping these things together, putting 4 together to get the TWR that I need to make sure that I can get away from the vehicle no matter what phase of ascent we're in. Dumb question, does the shroud have a cutout for the hatch on Orion? Yes. Yes, it does. Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's a little hatch on the side. How many G's do the Kerbals pull? 9 with this one. Well, I'll show you. You'll see it. So we're gonna have to manually trigger this, but we have to figure out the end point of the cal controller where the traction motors will fire and pull the shroud off of the capsule. So we're gonna need to do a test here, and I think the pad abort is a good analog. If we really wanted to corroborate the design, we would do it during ascent. during max Q. The maximum dynamic pressure encountered for an Octo 3 vehicle with this capsule is about 20. It's about 24,000 pascals, so 24 kPa, which is a high dynamic pressure, but that's actually kind of a lot for real life, but it's a lot for KSP too, but that's fine. It's okay. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. The pad abort should validate systems just fine. I mean, might want to do both, but do we have the cash? Yeah, we have the cash to do it. Yeah, I'll budget out for this entire testing regime about 100 Gs, and that's it. I don't want to go below 300 for this testing. That should be enough. That's more than enough, actually. Pad is better to put your chute deployment mind at ease, correct. How many kPa? 24. 24 kilopascals at maximum dynamic pressure with this capsule on the rocket that I used to fly it. And that's validated. That happens every time. I've done 6 flights with the capsule. These changes that we're making, guys, are based off of prior knowledge gained from flying this thing. So this is a good scenario where I'm using flight data to influence the design to make the capsule better. SpaceX does that all the time because they fly things. Other people, not so. I don't know. I don't know about the other people. Maybe if they flew more, they would do it. Just saying. Just putting it out there. Sorry. All right. With that all being said, let's switch over here. Yep, hold up. Let's make sure we do this right. Take our cal controller, make sure it's set to the enabled state, and then we'll bind it to AG0. We just want play sequence. That's it. And I will... Is there a scenario where we would want to manually enable the abort system? Now that we'll leave it enabled by default because you're going to be on the pad with Kerbals. I'd rather have it there. Like, I don't want to put a rocket out with Kerbals inside of it, have something go weird with the Kraken, have to separate the capsule, and have to manually enable the controller. So we'll keep it manually enabled. But in the future, we could manually disable it if we're doing like mission mode integration with this thing. In other words, I'm progressing well on heavy launch vehicle development. Oh, nice. Looks good. Okay, cool. So our aborter is bound to action group 0. Good. Okay. Why put the solar panels close instead of radial 4? I don't understand what you said. Okay, no Kerbals on board. On the service module, there are 8 solar panels in a 45-degree configuration. I know. I put them there. Just for comparison, a standard tire pressure for a normal car is 215 kilopascals. Yep. At standard atmosphere is 101 kilopascals, about 14.7 psi. Yep. So yeah, the dynamic pressure is not too high, but that is high for a Kerbal rocket. But it's actually okay. It's good enough. I was just wondering, is there a reason they are close? Any benefit, or just to look nice and provide no benefit? I put my solar panels in places where the RCS won't be blowing on them. But that doesn't necessarily mean it doesn't look good either. Note that my translation thrusters are shooting in the gaps between the solar panels. And my forward and back translation thruster blocks. So prograde and retrograde thruster blocks are pushing not at the solar panels. The thruster blocks that are near my solar panels are the ones that are used for translation control, and they do not blow near the thing. You don't have to do that. Kerbal doesn't understand the difference. It doesn't care. I could put a solar panel directly in front of it. It doesn't give a frick. It doesn't care. But these are good habits to get into if you want to make your craft look that much more realistic. Not for RCS anyway. Yeah, you can't be... For RCS, it doesn't care. For regular engines, it matters. Don't put something behind it. It'll blow it up. For the RCS, though, it doesn't know the difference. You love watching me play KSP, Robin? Thank you. You're making a Flight 11 Metallica recap. Would be interested in seeing your reaction when I post it. I can't stream the reaction because Metallica will come and Kirk Hammett will kick me in the face. I don't feel like being kicked in the face by Kirk Hammett, dude. Or James Hetfield. It's mostly Lars, let's be real. Mostly his fault. All right. Okay, so we have it bound. Let's go. Make sure there's no Kerbals on board. Lars is a copyright fundamentalist. As a Dane, I apologize. Yeah. You know what, Mac, to be honest with you, I don't have a problem with people wanting to enforce their intellectual property. What I can't stand is that I will get demonetized if the auto sensor picks up anything even remotely similar. Heck, if I say the lyrics, if I verbally say the lyrics to a song, it'll copyright strike. Seriously. I sang the lyrics to Paranoid one time on stream because after Ozzy passed, and it flagged me. It flagged the stream for Paranoid because I sang the lyrics. Yeah, that's a steaming pile of horse crap. I didn't even sing the whole song. I sang like one verse. Yeah, dude, the thing listens. Yeah, the demonetizer. Okay, we're bound to AG0. Let's think about this flight profile. What are we doing? So our action group is bound. I'm going to hit 0. Launch escape system will activate. We need our RCS. I will launch with SAS on and RCS enabled. RCS enabled shouldn't do anything right now. All the thrusters are off. It's not that, Graham. They're absolving themselves by saying they've they're dealing with copyright strikes as best as they can. I don't want to talk about this, guys. Let's focus on the abort, okay? All right, so once that happens, what we need to do, and I'm going to need your guys' help here because I'm going to be busy flying the capsule. I need you guys to see the time it takes to get from liftoff. So at liftoff, start counting to the point where we get to the highest point in our abort. So basically, when we get to the apogee on our suborbital trajectory, it shouldn't be much. It should be like, if I'm remembering our original launch escape system testing, it should be about 1,500 meters over here, a little ways, and that's about it. But I need to see the time it takes to get there so we can sequence the cal controller correctly. All right, so I have my hand on the abort key. RCS is enabled. T minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. And now. About 12 seconds. Cool. Good. All right, now we know. About 12 seconds. About 12 seconds. Eight-second margin if you're late. Why do you need that exact time? Because I'm going to automate the shroud separation. Well, the chutes I'm going to have to manually trigger, J-Speed. But I figure if I've hit the launch escape system, that I don't think there's going to be anything that's particularly distracting me from deploying the chutes at the correct moment. If I've hit the abort, that means the capsule is my singular focus. So I think just keeping the chutes in stage should be just fine. There's a whole reason why I did this way. It basically makes it so you will never accidentally fat finger the abort controller. So my abort controller is on the shroud itself. So when we jettison the shroud after you guys said about 12 seconds, right? So let's open up the editor, right? Go in here like this. Sorry, I was thinking about something. I completely zoned. So 12 seconds. We need to go 12 seconds in. And then we need to go here. Undock. Oh, don't bind that to staging, idiot. Bind it here.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Go to here, plus in a point. And we plus in that point at 12 seconds. Right? Now, simultaneously, what I'm going to do, go into the AGs and my traction motors here. We are going to activate those, activate the Separatrons. Just make sure we activate both of them. You don't want to activate one. Plus that in, plus that in. Set that to 12 and set that one to 12. Done. Pizza King! 53-month resub. Thanks, dude. Now we can unbind that out of AG5. We don't need that. And we can unbind the chutes out of AG6. So that's good. All right. Now we're going to do another test. We're going to do another test with the controller. We're going to do another test with the controller controlling the entire abort sequence. All right, cool. Let's go here, make sure there's no Kerbals inside. Go here, go here. Nobody's on board. AG is bound. Let's go. Let's do this again. The only thing that I am going to do here is just hit the space bar to open the chutes. It'll be a very similar test, but I'll be pretty much hands off until the capsule separates.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
What about on ascent? What do you mean, what about on ascent? I don't understand. Yeah, an engineer, go ahead. What should you call your uncrewed lunar lander? Jeff. SAS, RCS is on. Abort controller mechanism is armed. Cool. All right, do this again. Okay, T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh! And yeah! Awesome! Perfect. 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 That's exactly what we wanted. Excellent. That's mint, dude. Super cool. There seems to be a large pothole in the runway. Is the DOT running Kerbal? Ain't no potholes on my runway. It's dirt. It's not even paved. So yes. Wait. No. Excellent. Would it be cost prohibitive to test it on a booster ascent? Everything happened with the Cal controller except for shoot deploy. Shoot deploy was done manually by me. But the whole sequence, the flip, separation, that's all automated with a Cal. And for whatever reason, the thing didn't blow up when it hit the ground. That was sick. That was super cool. We could test it with a booster again, but guys, honestly, it's 9 Gs of acceleration and for like 5 seconds of burn time. There's no scenario where the rocket's TWR is ever going to get near 9.0. My TWR on my abort system is 2-fold higher than the maximum G-forces encountered on the launch vehicle that it launches on. I think analytically we don't need to do that. We don't need to. I mean, if you guys want to, we could, but the math says we don't. Don't you lose like 20 Gs for each test like this? No, well, we recovered most of it, so no. All we're paying for is the solid rocket fuel and a little bit of monopropellant. Is the orientation of the shroud jettison super important? Yes. So, Cunny, I have 4 launch escape towers basically clipped into each other, and they're designed to give slightly asymmetric thrust, right? So, did you see when it separated, it kind of curved in one direction? That, coupled with the RCS, makes it so when the thing shuts off, the RCS firing basically wants it to flip. it basically makes it flip. It'll flip to capsule first after the engine shut off. Yeah, it's slightly asymmetric to make it curve, and then because it's curved when the engine's shut off, because the capsule is down the bottom and it's technically heavy, it'll automatically, aerodynamically, it'll flip over. It's based off of Orion, if you really want to know. If you guys want to see something cool,
ignition.
watch this.
LC Minotaur launch vehicle is carrying the AA-2 launch abort system for.
So this was the Orion AA-2 Ascent Abort 2 mission. What they did was they took a dud Orion capsule with a real launch abort shroud and launch abort system, right? And then a dud service module. And then they shoehorned a Minotaur first stage, so an ICBM first stage, into the bottom of the vehicle. So, and then it's inside of a shroud. There's an ICBM first stage in here. And then from this ring up, the thing with the black stripe, that's a dud Orion with just basic launch abort avionics inside of it, but the abort shroud is real. The abort system from here up is the real deal. That's the real thing. So this was a little while back. I think this was 2019 when they did this. So they launched it at LC-46 at the Cape. Look at that thing. That's so goofy looking. It's so cursed. And then what they did was they got Orion up to maximum dynamic pressure, right? They got it to a dynamic pressure that basically would be the same dynamic pressure encountered on the Artemis 1 mission. Artemis 1 hadn't flown yet, but it's about the same, and then they hit the aborter. So watch what happens. This is super neat, dude. It was a super cool test. I wish NASA would do more cool stuff like this. So there it goes. Now look at the very top of the launch abort system. It has little thrusters firing, just like ours does. And you'll really see them do the work here. Right now, see them firing up there? They flip the capsule. See that? They flip the damn thing over and put it in a position where it can poop the capsule out. Watch. Poop! There's the traction motor ignition, and there's the capsule. There's the dud Orion being separated. Pretty cool, huh? This is what inspired our launch abort system. See the shroud? Just like ours. Same thing. It's actually super cool. It's pretty trick abort system. I mean, a little bit antiquated because, like, you know, stuff like Dragon and Starliner have integrated launch escape systems that utilize hypergulls. Solids just dragging on the top of the vehicle is a little bit old school, but dude, it's still pretty sick. I do like this. That's actually really cool. Yeah, there's a reaction control system up at the nose, in the nose cone of this, and Northrop Grumman are the ones that make it. Yeah, Cyborg, I'll link the test. The test is so funny to me, dude, because it looks like a flaming trash can. So, okay, headphone users, this test is loud. Superbly loud. Headphone users. It's similar to Apollo, Jim. Orion's launch abort system. Okay. If the Apollo abort system is like a 69 Charger, right? Okay. The Orion's abort system is like a 2025 Charger. Well, let's say a 2018 Charger. Okay. With a Hellcat engine in it. It's the same idea. Same execution for the most part, right? But a very modernized version of the old idea. It's R2-D2 with a party hat. Headphone users. Headphone users. This gets loud.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2.
Flaming trash can! the thing's cool, but it's so goofy looking. That's really funny, man. That's that thing up at the very top. Isn't that cool? See that? The flaming trash can, dude. I replicated it. We replicated it in Kerbal. But I used RCS. I used just RCS because we don't have whatever that is. I think that is an SRB that with modulating thrust chamber, or modulating nozzles. Like you can change it. It's a reaction control SRB if I'm looking at that correctly, which is, it's pretty cool. So yeah, see, there's our flaming trash can. I have a monoprop tank up here on purpose with 8 of the biggest RCS thrusters to get the thing to do the flip correctly. Cool, but bizarre. It is very strange. It's a very strange thing. So, guys, with that being said, I'm pretty sure we validated all of our systems here. The abort controller being on the shroud.
Raptor chat time.
Raptor chat time. Okay, hi Chris. Bye Chris. Raptor chat is starting, guys. In case you you know, missed that part. That scared the crap out of me, dude. I was like, that was loud. Chris came in. Chris coming in hot. Anyway, that pretty much validates our systems here. I was like, hi, Chris. Ah! The Burgonator jump scare. Fight or flight review. So once again, that validates our testing, and that validates our kind of quote unquote UX for this capsule here. What I wanted to do is make sure that we never accidentally fat finger an abort controller. Now we can't. Like, I don't want to send this capsule with the abort system, right? And an action group to say, separate the capsule from the service module, right? Jettison my launch abort system, but still have an action group bound to separate the capsule and go like all the way out to Joule or something, and then be doing a docking operation and hit the wrong key and separate the capsule at Joule from the service module. Because then we'd be boned. That would be not very great to do. Yeah, that would be good to do things that are not correct to do. So what we just came up with was a system to, so my launch abort system is bound to an action group, but because it's on the launch shroud, right? Because it's on the launch shroud, once the launch escape system jettisons, my flight termination system, my abort system, safes. It safes itself because we separated the controller that has the key to separate the capsule from the service module. From there, if we want to trigger a separation, you have to get in here and manually control it. That's part of the reason why I use docking ports. I never want to accidentally hit the spacebar and stage this thing on a decoupler when you don't mean to. You have to go in here and right click and decouple. It's an action that you have to get in here and do very much deliberately. So now I never have to worry about fat fingering the keyboard and triggering the launch escape system if I forget to disable it. It disables itself. Part of how I design crafts, guys, and I talked about this a little bit earlier, but part of how I design crafts is to make them idiot proof. Not because I'm an idiot. I mean, I kind of am. Look at me. Right? But I designed them this way because, you know, what if we sent a capsule in the future? We sent a capsule out to Duna, right? And then I went and did something else for a contract, and then I came back and I forgot how to fly this thing. It happens. You don't want to go pressing buttons until you blow something up or fail the mission completely. With this way, there's no buttons to press. The button for like a for termination, it's already gone. You don't need to worry about that. That abort flaming trash can reminds you a lot of this. Oh, yeah. Yeah, the MKV. That thing is cool. Super cool. The best button is no button. Bingo. It's idiot-proof, Hip. It is now impossible, once the launch escape system is jettisoned, to trigger an abort. Because once the launch escape system, we'd only jettison the launch escape system in a scenario where we're going to make it high enough up where we wouldn't need it anymore. It is impossible for the vehicle to abort into scenarios where when the launch escape system isn't attached. Very simple. Very simple. I'll never fat finger a freaking a key, right? I'll never fat finger a key and accidentally fail the mission, which I have done in the past. You guys, who's real old school? You guys remember where I separated a service module from a capsule, and all my RCS was on the damn service module, right? And I had to, the capsule drifted through space, and I had to Kerbal. I was using Kerbals to push the capsule to get it on the right re-entry trajectory because I fat fingered the keyboard. And then one of the Kerbals ran out of RCS, and I had to play ping pong with the Kerbal to bounce him back to the ladder to get to the capsule so the Kerbals could come home. The Lunar incident, do you guys remember that? I mean, J-Speed, you do. I don't trust myself. Make it idiot-proof. Make it streamer-proof, dude. All right? Because, you never know. A lot of people play Kerbal in spurts. You don't want to build something and then get back to playing KSP and be like, I have no idea what I was doing here. No. Think about you 5 years down the road if you're going to play Kerbal again or something and you're going to fly this capsule. Is it intuitive to fly? That's how I design things. The clip's long gone, Wolion. Yeah. But anyway, so now, because we don't have to worry about that anymore, now my action groups are all open. They're all wide open. They're all wide open to work on our RCS toggles that we've been trying to figure out how to do, trying to figure out the correct way to implement since the beginning of this stream. All right, so now that that's all figured out, put this over here like this. And let's bind our AG controllers. How about 4, 5, and 6, the ones we were using for Abort? That will work just fine. All right, so Action Group 4. I'll have AG4 as my master... No. Well, let's think about this for a second. So after capsule separation, what's the first reaction control thrusters we want to turn on? The first ones will be translation and rotational control, right? So let's toggle that, toggle that, toggle that. So that gives us all of the that gives us all of our reaction control systems for yaw, pitch, and roll. Then the next thing would be so AG5 for our translation thrusters. And they're all in symmetry, so that'll carry over. And then Action Group 6 will be for my orbital maneuvering and control thrusters, the OMAX. Back there. Cool. What are you doing? I'm playing Kerbal. What are you doing? So build the ship like Mr. Terrific. Even Lois Lane can fly it. Bingo. Or you could practice it until you can't get it wrong, Mr. Professional. Kappa. Why do you like this, Selfish? You ever ask yourself, why am I such a dingleberry sometimes? I don't know. Like, I ask myself that question all the time. Like, I don't think you do, though. Yeah, there you go, Aldezert. No, I mean in KSP. I'm working on my thruster control systems for the capsule to make the capsule easier to use. Thinking. I missed a few streams. Sorry, is this your main Apollo era capsule? It's not Apollo. But it's not Orion either. It's somewhere in between. I'd say that the vehicle that this is mostly like is the Orion CEV. So the Constellation version of Orion. God, jeez, I remember that. Yeah, guys, at one point Orion was a lifting body in the early days. Why is that the main thing? This is what it's mostly like. The Orion CEV. Yeah, that's what it's the most like. Yeah, so Hip, this is a deep space capsule. A deep space capsule that's designed to, it was supposed to be Shuttle Mini. That was one of the concepts under the VSE, Hellfish, but they figured that a capsule would be better. A capsule would be better because simpler. And you know what? Honestly, in Constellation's architecture, I don't mind a capsule. Capsule's probably a good idea. That was a good call. Just go with what you know, dude. If you're going to go back to the moon, go with what you know and then go from there. You want to redesign the vehicle later? Do it. You're saying we could have gotten something epic, but we got something more practical. Yeah, the current version of Orion flying is basically Orion Light. It's like it's a multi-purpose crew vehicle, MPCV, which is... I was reading more about Constellation architecture, Animal. There was two versions of Orion for the Constellation program. There was CEV and MPCV. So there's like heavy-duty Orion and light-duty Orion. He said duty. The CEV is what like launches on Ares 1. The MPCVs are the Orions that you would use for like transferring crews around between transfer vehicles, like when you're in Martian orbit to the descent vehicle and back. Yeah, there's no real reason for it to be a glider. Like Hellfish, think about it, right? If you have a deep space exploration capsule, the second you get out of low Earth orbit, wings on it are useless. Useless. So there's no point in doing that, right? What does CEV stand for? Crew Exploration Vehicle, Mikey. So yeah, this is my deep space exploration capsule. And Hip, I'll be honest with you, this is a great spaceship. I'm very happy with this thing. It is a really, really, really nice vehicle. I don't think I can make a capsule better than this at this moment in time. The only way I would make a capsule better than this is if I keep flying this thing. Looks clean. I want to see it fly. Oh, you will. Don't worry. So what I'm doing here, guys, is I'm going to put indicators. I want indicators on the exterior of the vessel to show to tell me what RCS is armed. I wanted to put them right here. Put 3 of them right there because this is kind of the view that you guys see the most, right? And then putting them on the zenith of the vehicle, like the top of the capsule, but with the hatch and everything, it helps you with vessel orientation. Like I know that if I, see sides that don't have the lights, that's not the top of the vehicle. Because we don't fly in first person view a lot. We fly in third person in KSP. So I'd like to have indicators on the outside of the vessel that tell you what's on and what's not. The only problem with putting them right here that I can foresee is that we might run into a fairing issue. But if I redo my... Oh, no. I answered my own question. Sorry about that, dudes. If I redo my... if I redo my payload attachment system to the rocket, which that is the next thing we're doing after this. We don't need to worry about it getting in the way. Okay. Those three are all symmetrically placed. So, what I'm going to do is take this. We need to remove that from symmetry. Go over here like this. Unbind the three lights from that. We want them separate, working separately from my nav lights. Go down here to AG4. So this one, toggle light. The center one, toggle light. And AG6 for the OMAC, toggle light. Now, these ones, I do not want them to emit light. I just want them to be an indicator button. So, boop. Red. Boop. Red. Boop. Red. So the RCS is locked out by default, so we want these lights off. Cool. And just make sure that these aren't bound to anything else. 4, 5, 6. Good. So what you're saying is that the Taurus capsule's built like a steakhouse, but she handles like a bistro. Sure. Kick the door in, the rest should fall like a house of cards. Checkmate. There. There are 3 lights. Once again, this one is for my yaw, pitch, and roll thrusters. That one is for the translation thrusters. And that one is for the OMAC thrusters, the course control adjustment. Killer. Is this thing really 140 parts? Wowzers. That's a lot of dim. Cool. Save. Just based on my training, if you plan to have all 3 next to each other, you should make them different colors. All right. Red, green, and blue. All right, that makes sense. Yeah, I saw it, Rares. YouTube chat is being a little strange. I thought Starliner had a liquid pusher system. It does, Rares, yeah. It has an integrated launch escape system built into the service module, an ILES that uses service module fuel. And they're using RS-88 engines, if I'm remembering correctly. I think they're RS-88. Will there be an abort test of this? I just did it a second ago, Astro. Okay. Save. Now, the next thing that I want is a payload attachment fitting for this thing. Hey, Serby, welcome back. Makes for a secondary idiot check basically on top of the position, especially since they aren't labeled. I could use flags to label them, John, but I can't make the text small enough to fit all of that information there. The other thing I was thinking about is we could put the lights in the thrust. We could put the lights in between the thrusters. So I could have a light indicator here, a light indicator here, and then a light indicator next to that. That was the other way I was thinking about doing this. I don't know, what do you think? Yeah. Alright, I'll do that, dudes. Let's put a light there. Because I usually look at the capsule from like a 3/4 view. Right? So let me grab this one. What I'm going to do is directly attach that light to the thruster block. I also really don't want that in 4x symmetry. That's correct, Aqualux, yes. Still in 4x sim. It locks 4x symmetry on me. Hey, it's me. Am I allowed to post a link? Yeah, go ahead. Do you know CAD software that is also good? That is also good for creating a shuttle SSTO concept. Yeah. So, John, because we separated these, I'm gonna go back to red lights. Yeah, I got you, man. Yeah, we're on the same page. If they were together, you would not want that. Killer. All right, cool. RCS indicators are perfect. What is the name of this CAD software? What? I'm sorry, Serby. I was carrying too many conversations at once. Do you know CAD software that is good for creating a shuttle SSTO concept? Double check the AGs. AGs are good. 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 I mean, do you want to just model something, Serby, or do you want to like test it? Because Kerbal is fine enough, but you're talking about doing like computational fluid simulations. If you want to do it in CAD, like that can get expensive. I would suggest just use Blender because it's free. Any refinements to the Abort script you want to make? No, I don't want to change anything on it because our flight regime worked perfectly, Nova. You don't change it, don't touch it. It works. It's fine. You put them next to the thrusters. See, Flavia, we were on the same page there. I didn't see you say it in time, but I'm pretty sure you said that before I said now I want to put them near the thrusters. All right, cool. Now I want to work on an attachment template, but I gotta pee real quick. I'll be right back. Waste tank evacuation complete. PCAD is getting better and has a bunch of plugins to start doing modeling and such. There's also the NASA sourced CFD software package you can do with exported models. Cool. We're talking about actually machining things rather than printing out an organic model. It's probably the best zero cost option. There's certainly better options out there if you're willing to pay, for sure. Hey Bradley, what's up, man? All right. Oh, that's cool. Submarine propulsion panels. That's neat, dude. Lunch, then heading out to work. Cool. All right, so let's go here. And let's go to Octo 3, block 2.1. What I want to do for this is grab the forward avionics package, the decoupler. We don't need the damn magnetometer there. And the payload fairing. And I want to separate that from the rest of the rocket. Okay. Now what I want to do is edit the fairing, obviously. Right? And now we take this. As long as we keep that angle, that where the angle of the fairing is, like right here, yeah, that should do us right. We attach that here. Now, I'm gonna put nose cones on this because I don't want it to attach to the engine, nor do I want it to attach to the fuel tanks inside of the service module. I want the decoupler to be attached to the plate. Right? So now we take this and we move this back here like this. And, well, we get rid of the struts. Okay, so get rid of the nose cones. We don't need those. Those are basically the panels you trained on, but you know, intact versions. Yeah. Pad 1 lock punts are starting to be removed, Phil. Oh no. Wait, Grizzly, did you have a 35-month resub in there 46 minutes ago? Been away for a bit. Glad to see you again. It's good to see you too, buddy. Sorry I missed the resub, dude. That's my bad, Grizz. If you're still here, he's probably gone. I hate it. I hate missing people's sub messages, especially when the sub messages is talking to me. It's really annoying. Not the sub message, me missing it. They're moving really fast with the Pad 1 demolition. Yep. You're here, friend. All right, Grizz. Sorry about that. Pad 1 demo for Starship, dude. For Starship. Have we built the lander already? No, we ran into a little bit of funkiness with action groups and RCS and making sure all the RCS toggles are working correctly, but we came up with a really, really good solution. Now I'm just working on back here. So if we need to upgrade the rocket or the capsule again, we have the payload attachment fitting already here, and it'll be super easy to attach it to the rest of the vehicle. No worries, you understand. Yeah, Grizz, I'm sorry I missed it first time, dude. I don't like doing that, man. You know? So let's get rid of the avionics package and get rid of the antennas. Then take this thing. It's harder to build than it is to demo a pad. Well, yeah. Okay. I was just thinking about something, but I got it now. I'm gonna need you guys, I mean, you guys know the drill. I'm gonna need a trusty old ruler here. I gotta mark it for how long I want this interstage. This is the capsule capsule adapter here. Gotta mark that. Gotta make the ruler, the strut ruler, longer. Gotta move it down like this. Put it up like this. You gotta move it here. You gotta make sure that it's at the very back of the interstage. There we go. Now we take this, move this back, and that'll give me the length of Woo! It'll give me the length that I need to cut this fairing down to. All right. So now we take this thing and boom. Perfect. Good, good. Save. Look at that, dudes. That's pretty sick. I kind of want to make the payload attachment fitting a different color. I don't mind making it like this. All right, so save that. Crew capsule prototype. I don't think we're going to be making many more changes to this. I'm at the Cape today for work-related stuff. Apparently, SpaceX contacted the local lock supplier to see how much they could provide, and apparently 2 V3 Starship launches in 1 week will deplete the plant's storage capacity, and they will need about 2 weeks to replenish. SpaceX is building ASUs at 37. It's in the EIS. I wouldn't worry about that. But for now, yeah. You know, I think I would love to see you do things in an actual CAD program. You'll have to do an interesting twist on how you think of the features. For instance, in CAD, a hole isn't the surface, but the conceptual object that defines where the surface winds up. Well, you can surface model. Most of the time, you don't, as it's too restrictive and time-consuming. I mean, I haven't touched a CAD system in a very long time, dude. Due to the nature of my job, it's mostly been making video game models. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I do modeling streams, Aqualux. No one cares. Like, those do not... It's ridiculous. Those don't get views. Really. Weird seeing the Soyuz colors. You won't see the... Don't worry. You won't see it. So this fairing does not need to be staged. No clamshell. And the ejector force doesn't matter. All right. So let me merge the vehicle again. 2-1. Merge the 2-1 vehicle. Get rid of that. Now for this custom payload attachment fitting, we don't need the decoupler. So get rid of the decoupler. We don't need the struts. Oh, that's the other thing. This thing doesn't need lights. The service attachment fitting does not need those. So now I set the fairing, it's the root part. And we attach the fairing there. I do that. I'm thinking. Oh yeah, that's a thing. Hold left shift to pull parts off of it, Bino. And then the fairing, you just right click on the fairing and edit it. Yeah, no problem, dude. Hang on, just separate this back here for a moment. We're gonna need to double clip 2 fairing plates to get this to work correctly. Because I want to shroud I want a shroud payload attachment fitting for this thing, and I also want the service panel shroud. Oh, that's gonna be a little bit weird. That's gonna be a little bit weird to make. What I have to do here initially is I got to make another one of those dang old ruler things. Go like this, that. Put the strut together. I don't know why I changed the variant. I felt like it. So the service attachment fitting needs to be... let me just check. Because these got to be clipping into each other. So move this back here to there. That's the point of attach. Perfect. Now, hold that like this. I know this looks ridiculous, dudes. Trust me. When it's flying, it'll look awesome. It'll look really, really good. Like, I didn't like how when the capsule was flying after we jettisoned the launch escape system, when we jettisoned the shroud, it looked like the capsule was floating next to the stage, and there were like only 3 struts kind of holding it in place. It looked goofy as hell. Now it's going to look like there's going to be a fairing that bridges that gap to make it look a lot nicer. But in order to do that, you got to clip fairings into each other. As long as we're not doing a clamshell deploy on this thing, I don't think it's a problem. I know that shouldn't screw up. Clamshell fairings are glidable. Non-clamshell, I call them confetti fairings. They're not really glidable with anything. It'll separate correctly. We don't have to worry about the fairing doing something like with Prometheus, where it blew the freaking vehicle to smithereens. And, you know, a couple of you guys said, like, it looks so weird seeing Soyuz stuff, right? You won't see any of the orange. The orange is going to be covered up. It's going to be covered up by that shroud. So, get rid of that. So now the next thing that we got to do, got to make another ruler for measurement here. Okay, that one will get me the diameter of the shroud fairing, and then this one no, we don't want to do that way. Not yet. No. Okay, this should be fine. We only need one ruler. All right, so take this fairing and we're going to edit it. We're going to edit it to make the cone look bigger, but see how it's in kind of two segments? That's on purpose. Now, go here like this and just set that to open. So now, we take this fairing, and if we move it in there like that, oh yeah, baby. You don't need to worry about that. We won't see that part. No! Click the wrong fairing. I should have been better with that. Maybe I saved it. I didn't. I broke it. Reload. I broke it. We broke the game. There should be some red up here. Yep. Yep. That's why I get rid of it, delete it, reload the save. That sucks because I was kind of closer to finishing that, but it's okay. Merge it back with the craft file again. Now, once again, you want to mess with this, hold left shift, you can pull parts off. Parts still have to obey your hierarchy, but it does work. Right, so, edit this fairing, cut that fairing down, we don't need that. Just like that. Can you lift shift to add parts? No, you can only pull. All right, so just another thing is we don't need the first stage here for this. I just need the top of the second stage. Technically, we don't even need anything back here, but it's just cool to visualize it. So, now we're going to... Alright, let's So, how much is the tube shroud? Because I might have a better way of doing this. It's 133 kilos. Now a fairing, what's the fairing plate? 150. Better solution. much easier solution. We don't need that. Get rid of this. All right, so I'm gonna use a solid shroud here. We're gonna use the structural tube instead of like two fairings clipping into each other. This will actually be easier to get this right. So this will be our cylindric interstage adapter. So what I want to do, let me think. Yeah, I got it. I got it. I freaking got it. All right. So once again, put the nose cones on here. I don't want to actually accidentally attach my second stage to the engine. I don't put engines in the thrust line. I don't think that's a good idea. So we reroute to the decoupler. Attach to the decoupler. The decoupler away. Get rid of the nose cones. Interstage. Turn on the interstage nodes for the fairing. It is, baby. Don't tell me that doesn't line up. Don't tell me it doesn't line. It's left over from pulling the nose cones. Oh, we were so... That would... Well, you know what? This thing is in line with the interstage nodes, so I don't really care. All right, so save this like it is, right? And then we can do... We move... Oh, no. It's the fairing back there, too. That's going to need to move. No, I got another idea. Yeah, okay. That glitched out completely. All right, remind me to not do that. We corrupted the file. Start over. If we save, we'd corrupt it. So reload the prototype. Load. Cool. Didn't lose much work. All right. Back out like this. Take this like this. Go here. Save and continue. Go find the 2-1 launch vehicle again. Merge. Okay. Take that off. And take this piece off. That's what I'm after. I want one of these. The bulkhead piece. The forward skirts. This one. So take this, right? And we just attach that to the interstage, the fairing interstage nodes. So take that, click that out. And now we just, this hierarchically makes way more sense than what I was doing just a second ago before the craft file corrupted. It's actually kind of a little bit of a happy accident. Get rid of that. Don't need that. Save again. Thank you. All right, now we're gonna need to clip the fairings again, but this is still going to require me of having the fairings all kind of clipped into each other, which I'm not that big of a fan of. Nice Bob Ross reference. Thank you. Flame Trench is going to be spicy. Can't wait. Hang on. I'm having a brainwave. We just got to tune the rabbit ears for the right reception. I didn't get it. Damn. Nah, I don't think that's gonna work.
That's Barry Butch Wilmore and Sunita Sonny Williams, secure inside Boeing's Starliner
I need to see
spacecraft.
something.
Teams provide final confirmation of rocket and crew readiness. Shortly after liftoff, the rocket begins a pitchover to attain the proper flight path, while minimizing the pressure it experiences during flight. Atlas then reaches Mach 1, the speed of sound.
I really hope this music doesn't. Yeah, it might claim. I want to see where they do the computer renders here. Okay, CCB jettison there, DEC ignition, and then shroud jettison. Okay, arrow nose cone jettison, and okay, nose cone jettison, and main engine start 1. Yeah, that's how I thought that was connected. Anybody know why? It's a hot staging ring, but it's not a hot staging ring how you think. For the abort motors. That's right. Yep, the abort motors are back there. See them? And when they fire, those flames got to go somewhere. So I never really realized that. Starliner, Atlas N22 with Starliner inadvertently has a hot staging ring on it, but it's not a hot staging ring, but it is a hot staging ring, but it's not. It's for the launch escape system. Yep. Cool. All right. You know what? You know what we're doing? I don't want to do this. I don't like that. I don't like it at all. We're gonna do some nice strut work. Make this a lot easier. Okay, so get rid of this. We're gonna do some nice strut work. Kerbal struts drive me nuts. Been saying that for years. Save and continue. Find the 2-1. Go here like this. And separate the back. Separate the skirt. Get that out of there. Put the nose cones on once again. So we make sure we're attaching to the right thing. I don't want to accidentally attach to the engine. We need to attach to the aft bulkhead. Okay, select the decoupler. Move the decoupler down. All right, get rid of my nose cone fiesta going on here. Turn on the music. Preparing to fast forward. Prepare to fast forward. Fast forwarding, sir. Fast forwarding. Okay. Now, go in here, get rid of whatever strut work we had. Get rid of the fucking magnetometer. I gotta take that out of the main craft file. Nose Cone Fiesta. New band name. Called it. Ah, crap. Thoughts on the CS2 update that wiped out $1 billion of player item value? Counter-Strike 2 skin update. Rug pulls collectors as $1 billion wiped from the market cap. I don't care about skins, dude, but yeah. Are you excited or scared of the Spaceballs 2 sequel? I'm fine with it, Joho. I'm excited for it. I mean, Mel Brooks recently worked on History of the World Part 2, which was pretty good. You can tell which sketches in History of the World Mel Brooks wrote and which one that weren't written by Mel Brooks. Like, yeah, you can tell. You can tell. And the ones that Mel Brooks wrote in History of the World Part 2 are really good. They're really funny, dude. So, I'm fine with it. So I'm gonna give this thing a big old decoupler here for the stack separator. How much force do these big boys have? The 2.5 decoupler. Ejection force is 150 newtons. What about what we were using? We were using a 12. This is 100. All right, it should be fine. Cool. Now we just do some cool strut work. It's going to cost us a little bit of parts, but whatever. On the other hand, there is... What the hell is that? I don't... Whatever. Did you see BPS Joe streams Joe Cam 1? No. Okay, don't need the ruler anymore. Now, meow. Meow, we strut. Hope your day has been productive. You slept all day. Yeah. Yeah. Great. Waiter. Take an enchilada platter with 2 tacos. Huh? I really don't feel great about it? Ah. What are you doing? Something sketchy? I'm just finalizing up the capsule, and then once the capsule architecture is ace, then we work on the lander, dudes. Yeah, I want to do a little bit more KSP today than space news, if you guys are cool with that. It's on purpose. On the purpose. So I want to get that lander done. I want to get that lander done so we can tool around with it tomorrow. You know what I mean? Turkey dinner is here, Bree. All right, cool. There's not much space news other than Sean Duffy continues to be a huge tool, and Pad 1 demolition, and we're good. You guys don't need to hear it. It's the same stuff as yesterday. We good. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Don't even think about it. Look, won't open. Real fake doors. Oh, hold on. I missed a step. I'm just doing some fancy strut work to make this look nice because I wanted to put a fairing in here for a payload attachment fitting for the capsule, but it didn't work. It didn't work how I wanted it to. And then I realized that Starliner has this exact thing, that they have some fancy strut work behind the aero shroud. And I'm just going to make it look like that. That's going to look cool, right? Right? Actually, why would it have that on a polar LES? My capsule? So Aqualux, if you really want to know the last, give me 1 second. If you really want to know why, it's because just the architecture of the upper stage. The truth of the matter here is that the Octo 3 Block 2-1, the vehicle needs the payload like I need the forward skirt on the second stage and the PLF and the payload attachment fitting revamped. I need it revamped. One, I want to build it mission mode reusability in mind, you know, like being able to reintegrate it to a stage, etc., etc. Two, it's not easy to attach if you need a different payload fairing, like if you need the crew payload fairing, which is a very, very specific thing, right? If you need that, it's difficult to attach it, right? So what I'm doing is I'm just making the fairing for the crewed variant of the Block 3 Octo. I'm making it part of the capsule's craft file instead of part of the rocket's craft file. That'll make it so anytime I want to upgrade the capsule or change something, the fairing, I won't have to remake the fairing in the rocket's craft file during craft integration. It'll make it so the fairing stays the same every time, and it's not a custom one-off technically for every single mission. Does that make sense? So MSC tonight? No. No. So technically, actually, we don't need the conics. It just needs to be strut work. But here, I need the strut work not to be coming from the payload attachment fitting. I need it. So make this do this. And the struts need to be from right there because that's where my forward skirt theoretically is. This, fellas, is purely aesthetic, and I'm not afraid to admit it. I just really don't want this thing looking like poop. I just don't want my capsule to look like it's just floating in 3D space after we separate this shroud, the piece that's kind of exploded right now. Yeah, so Aqualux, what I was originally trying to do is put a fairing in here, have a service module to payload fairing, PAF, payload attachment fitting, or at least make it look like a payload attachment fitting. And don't make it look like it's just a freaking decoupler floating in 3D space with 3 struts just kind of crudely pasted to the back of the service module. I didn't want to do anything like that because that's Bush League, dude. So I was going to make it out of a fairing, right? I mean, still retain the decoupler, but make this out of a fairing to make this look good, right? And that would require like clipping 2 fairings into each other. And one of the fairings is the shroud fairing that we would have to clip. Could I do it that way? Yeah. If it's set to a confetti fairing, separation should be fine despite the fairing shapes clipping into each other. Struts would guarantee that it's going to work. And so if I'm going to use a bigger decoupler with struts, I want to make it look nice. This was just some artistic license. That's all. I mean, the Starliner is attached that way. It is for purpose, but yeah, this would be the easiest way to implement this and not have it look like, well, poop. Thanks for clarifying. Yes, sir. I know it's a couple of extra parts. Struts are inexpensive, and they're physicsless parts, so who cares? It's the price we pay for being beautiful. Right, chat? You are beautiful, right? Right? I am not. Oh. That sucks. Not my fault you got a yee ass haircut. Yee butt. Yes, the yee butt. Of course. Sorry, guys, the Z fighting is killing me. I thought I'd be cool with it. I'm not cool with it. All right, cool. Save. Get rid of that. Done. That's gonna look awesome. Plus, strut node clipping could give you issues if they fire wrong on integration. Yeah. Your dogs are more beautiful. Oh, that's good too. So let me just make sure that the craft is reoriented correctly. Save. Okay, so with all this working, if we want to integrate to a Block 2-1 vehicle, now instead of having to sit there, attach everything, and reintegrate the fairing, all you have to do is go here, Block 2-1, merge. Detach the vehicle at the second stage forward skirt. Reattach the vehicle here, and then absolute snap the fairing into position. And get rid of that. Boom. Done. And then, check this out. We keep that fairing solid, right? That's what it's going to look like after the shroud separates. Isn't that cool? I actually like that. That actually looks really freaking cool. That's sick. I dig it, man. Nice! It looks okay, I guess. Part count, 300. Octo 3 LV Block 2-1. This is Octo 3 Block Octo 3 launch vehicle 2-1. Man. Killer. Did I study aerospace engineering? No. Pretty OCD, but worth it. You know, like, user, the way I'm looking, you're right. Like, this last part was straight anal retentiveness, right? Like, that is me, like, no, it's got to be right. It's got to look good. Now, see, my antennas are all messed up because they were part of my payload attachment fitting aesthetically. But much better. Look, man, I gotta stare at this thing all day. At the end of the day, I'm the one that's looking at it. So save that. She's good to go. We're going to have to do an uncrewed test flight with the new launch vehicle just to be absolutely sure. Could you put an arrow shroud on the tips of the folding wings on the first stage? I don't know if I want to do the flyback booster. I'd prefer a vertical landing. It's... Do I put the tism in patriotism? Yeah. I don't know. Vertical landing cuts into your margins, so we're just gonna have to extend it and uprate the engines again. What's the VAB part count limit? Oh shoot, it's 255. Did you study at all, if you don't mind me asking? I have a bachelor's degree in computer animation and CAD systems. So computer animation is basically the name of the degree. Why does that matter? Oh, it's not the part count. I don't care about that. It's the VAB. I might have to take this stuff off. All right, so first of all, this is now the master Taurus capsule with launch vehicle file. Let's go back to the crew capsule prototype. This one is just for all the stuff for the crew capsule. So I'm going to go in here and we're going to select the launch vehicle and we're going to get rid of it. You also do KSP animations? No. No, I don't, dude. Dude, here's the thing. I'm so far out of the gates with doing computer animation, Serby. It's probably better at this point if you just, despite my degree, just pretend I know nothing about doing 3D. The field has changed so much since I got my degree like 15 years ago. I didn't keep up with it because I'm doing space stuff. So, I don't know, man. Probably be better at cleaning, rebuilding a carburetor at this point than I would be like modeling something professionally for someone. You got to upgrade the VAB now. So yeah, there you go. Isn't that a nice capsule? Look at it. Isn't it nice looking? It's a nice capsule. Part of me wants to separate the capsule just like that. Like have this piece stay rigid and have it step out, but there's no way that's going to not clip on the solars. It's nicer than the Project. Why even go there, dude? I don't want. Why even go there? No. It's not, no. It's fine. Just why even, dude? Why even bring it up? I live rent free in everybody's head, man. Why even bring it up, dude? Sorry, like you're torturing yourself. How about using the flags for struts to save on part count? Pigzig, I'm not sure if getting rid of all this... Actually, the flags is a really good idea, by the way. I'm not sure if that... Actually, that is a super good idea. I don't think it's going to get us the part budget. It looks like an actual exploded diagram of a ship, dude. That's what I mean, man. User, like, that's what I mean. I want my ships to be good. I want them to fly good. I want to make them idiot-proof, but I also want to make them plausibly realistic so I can teach people about this stuff. Because it's one thing to show people an exploded diagram of like Orion or a CSM or the Apollo CSM or something. It's a whole nother thing to have an analog of it in Kerbal and mess around with it to show what that thing does in real life, and so people can like visually see it. I always build to be plausibly realistic. There are exceptions to that rule, like my scissor wing flyback booster, but don't worry about that. I'm not sure that would work in real life, but also. Thanks, G. Yeah. You'd think it would work, Dapper? All right. So how many struts do we have here? I mean, dude, look at that. That looks so good. All right, hang on. We'll hit the save and Pigzig. I actually really like your idea of using flags. If we get 2-5 flags, right, and we orient them, we could. I have trust. Doesn't look nearly as cool. How much do you need to upgrade the VAB? I don't know. Here, let's leave that like this and we'll back out. Could cut the solars from 2 to 4. I'm not cutting any parts out of my capsule. Relax. 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 So you're not going to do the Zenit flyback booster? I never said I wasn't going to do it. I just said it wasn't realistic. There are some exceptions to the rule. We might not have a choice, Nuclear. We might not have a choice here because I need 1.6 million to upgrade the VAB. Or what? Well, let's just say 1.7, right? And that'll get me to unlimited part count for the VAB. That kind of hoses our lunar architecture pretty badly, but... Crimson Pillar of Autumn launching, so realistic. Did you not hear the part where I said there are exceptions to the rule every once in a while? Like, was that part not communicated, or are you just being a big old dingle ball? You're being a dingle ball right now. You'd have to build the launch complex to do that, Tessa. I'm not really about that life right now. Where the heck is the added part count coming from? I don't understand. This should be less parts. What is this? Transformer? Oh, that was for the flyback wings. We don't need that. I did. I'm just dumb Mijan. Oh. I'm gonna say, the hell? The hell is this? Need to take 9 parts out of this. We could get rid of the second stage raceway. It's just aesthetic. First stage RCS. I don't want to go back to having to parachute this nonsense. I hate that. But, I mean, either way, this still got rid of my cool grid thing, so... Every monopropellant tank that's on here, Rojo, is here for a very good reason. Now, like these ones down here, they're there for boosting, for turning the stage around during boost back, but... Hey, Paul. Hey. Happy Friday, I think. Just named a good Christmas song. Dingle Ball. Well, we don't, with shoots, we don't need RCS, Nova. But, yeah, I don't, here, don't save. So guys, we could grind out missions. We can grind missions, but, yeah. I want to get rid of my cool strut adapter. That thing is sick. How are we going to get to see it fly, dang it? It's a lot of missions for the VAB upgrade. I'd prefer to go for the moon. No mission mode funding style stuff, guys. I don't want to do that. Just let me think. Let's think about this. The capsule's not that many more parts. It's one extra part or two extra parts than it was before, right? We're probably not going to get rid of the strut adapters. Let's be real. The Octo by itself, right? What's its signal? 5K. Oh, that's not very good. Yeah, the tourist mission brought the cash will be enough. No. Unfortunately, the cool strut work is not going to... Yeah, there's really no way getting around it. We're going to have to. Yeah, we're gonna have to, dudes. There's really no getting around it. Can you launch it on a dump first stage without reuse features until you can upgrade your infrastructure? Yeah, probably. You're still gonna have to get rid of the strut chain. It's too much. Let's go back into the Taurus capsule master file. And we're gonna have to replace this. That's a shame, because that thing looks awesome. Even if you rip out all the control surfaces and RCS tanks and RCS on the first stage, that's maybe 20 parts, Aqualux. So we have 4 monopropellant tanks, right? 2, 3, 4, 2 blocks of 4 RCS clusters. So that's 12 parts. And then the control surfaces is 3 more parts because I had them in 3x configuration from the flyback booster. It's 15 parts at best. remove the batteries in the probe core. 4 more parts, and the probe core is... So we're at 20 parts. We're 50 parts over, dude. Use the in-game decoupler that looks like that. It's a 1/8 decoupler, so it's not... It ain't gonna fit right. Yeah, unfortunately, that's, the strut flag is how this is gonna have to look. Ah, I'm so bummed. It's alright, it's fine. I can easily remake this thruster quadrant, or the strut quadrant thing. We can redo it, it's not a big deal. And those are physicsless parts, so it'll get us a little better performance. Alright, so let's go here. Encapsulate. Be sure to save the better version for later. I overwrote it, dude. I can remake that in 2 seconds. I just was really trying to hold out to see if we could use it, but it's fine. Don't worry about it. That's just a quick symmetry rotato. It took me 5 minutes to make. Killer. All right, let me see what this is gonna... Now, what can we get? What else can we get away with? Delete some batteries on the second stage. We could get away with doing a inline battery. It is more expensive. Actually, we could just... It's 550. 8 times 5... Or 8 times 4 is... 80 times 4 is 320. That thing's 550 for 400 charge. That thing gives you 400 charge. Yeah, see, they were the cheapest amount. But part count is our problem here. So that thing holds 200. That's 160 for 200. That's 360 for 200. The Stage 2 Raceway. So, I've never had a problem running out of electrical charge on the stage itself, guys. And the period of time, yeah, that should be okay. That shouldn't be that big of a problem. Cutting this down to like 2 batteries instead. Really hope I don't eat my words on that one. I don't see that being a problem. And we could do the same thing with the first stage as well. $11 more parts. Being able to use Wonton this save. No, I kind of stopped working on Wonton because we don't need to. I was going to build Wonton in anticipation, 1000, of going back into mission mode. We will do that later. You have one too many passive antennas. You only need 1 per stage. The first stage doesn't have any, Tessa. I was just thinking about that. We could probably get away with just 1. Because we have the DSN now. You're right. We could probably just have one of these bad boys. I like the Wonton rocket too. That's a pretty sweet rocket. It has a stacking capacity, Tesla. You could stack it up to 4 times. But what I'm saying is, I put a lot of antennas on this when we only had Tidris. But with Tidris in deep space, we should be able to control these stages out to Minmus. Even with 1 antenna, it should be able to get you a signal. It'll be weak, but we should be able to get it. You copied Wonton and you unlocked the parts you needed for career mode. Cool. I know, we're at 249 now, so we got 6 parts to play with. We could go with the regular RCS blocks. Pigzig, the reason why I was using the custom clusters of thrusters is because those thrusters make 2 kilonewtons. The thruster blocks make 1. Go from 4 launch clamps to 2? Clamps? Wait, why are we getting rid of more parts? Custom clusters of thrusters, baby. There's also, that is the transforming cal controller for the flyback booster that we can't use right now. So save that. PJ is inexhaustible when it comes to KSP. You can play KSP for 8 hours a day. No problem. No problem. Yeah, drummer, that's not what it's about. It's the VIB limit, drummer, don't you realize that? So, I don't really want to expend the stage, dude. This is an expensive vehicle. Especially with that capsule on it. I'm not changing my stage 1 propulsion at this point, Nova. That's not what I want. Pigzig, we could just do this. That's not going to get us the thrust that we're looking for, though, but... If we're going to do that, we're going to need to add monoprop back in. 2 tanks should do us right. $252. That's the one I want right there. Thinking. One battery should be fine. And Separatrons in 2x symmetry instead. It worked for the Saturn V. By the way, Joe's BPS is now 10 years old. How long ago was that collab? 2015. Dan Hewitt and EJ playing together will be an awesome stream. What do you mean will? Does Dan want to play KSP with me? I'd definitely do it if he wanted to, but what do you mean would? What do you mean will? Do you mean would maybe? Yeah, that would be an awesome stream. I'd be on board. Swap all the batteries for larger ones. Trying to balance cost here, Tessa. Oh, nice, Ben. That sounds fun. No health is just no. Okay. I know what I want to do. Okay. Okay.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Give me 1 second, dudes. I'm just making sure I have all the different spots here. Where we can cut out. See if I can extend this enough to make it so we don't need an extra one of these flags. Cut one out of the raceway. Can I show you Mun Missions? Yeah, go ahead. Funny man, 47-month resub. How you doing? So bummed you missed Friday Night Racing. Why? Let me see your Mun Missions. Oh, dude, that looks great. Nice. What mod is that for the base parts? I like that. That's cool. Nice crane. I like it. Looks like today's Stationeers beta update adds the beginning of manned orbital activity. Nowhere near finished, FYI. Cool. Imagery sucks. You can't access it in the Ukraine anymore. Or UK anymore, not Ukraine. Sorry, my brain. I'm focusing on this, but oral processing, processors not processing. All right, let's just squeeze a little bit more performance out of this thing. Any idea when Starliner may fly again? Next year is what I've heard, Noctilox. I have no idea what that means. Yeah, Dream Chaser is supposed to fly next year. All right, guys. So here's what I did. I really simplified everything in the first stage here. We got rid of our truss segment here, connectors. I reduced the amount of antennas on the second stage. I reduced the amount of separators for the stage separation. That's no problem. We had plenty of thrust there. And I actually added a third tank. So this is, instead of 5 of these 200 tanks tall, it's, instead of 5 of them, we have 6. Now, we're going to need a little bit more TWR, so I squeezed a little bit more power out. And what this is going to be is Octo 3 Block 4. Or no, it would be block 3. Right? Actually. I mean, technically the 2-1 is block 3, so a little bit of funky thing with the naming convention on my part. That's my fault. And then we can easily swap this out for the cargo fairing. And to squeeze more power out of the engines. Bind the thrust limiter to a cow controller, and then control the thrust curve in the cow controller with the controllers to go off the screen. So these things are producing 113% of rated thrust. So like the Reliant engine at sea level produces 168 kilonewtons of thrust. So we have 168 kilonewtons times 9. So at 100%, we're making 1.5 meganewtons, right? So if we take this number and we're boosted to 113, so we times that by 0.13, 196.56. So we get 1512 plus 196.6, which would give us a liftoff thrust of 1.7 meganewtons instead. And that should get us over 1 TWR. Total vehicle mass, 161 tons. I believe it's 1704 divided by total mass is 161.8 times 9.81. So you do mass times gravity first. So 161.8 times 9.8 equals, yeah, 1704 divided by 1511, I think it was 1.12. That's not great. Found it. That's the mod for the base parts. Planetary base system. Cool. Neat. Starliner is now targeting late 2025, but since the two IDAs will be clogged till the end of the year, she'll fly sometime in Q1. I think with the Artemis 2, they'll push to Q2 or Q3. Of course they will. Nice math compared to all the calculus stuff you got to do. Yeah. 1.13 at liftoff is not good for me. So we need 1.2. So let's for our block 4 variant, let's just see if we can squeeze a little bit more performance out of this thing. This is all the engines. I'm applying the new thrust curve to all the engines. So now they're making 120% of rated. Now, what's the downside to doing this? There's not much. Yeah, obviously, if I made this thing have 1,000 kilonewtons of thrust, it would probably break something. Yeah, it probably breaks something badly. Structurally, the Kerbal joints can't really keep up with it. Also, if the engine gets hot, like if you overclock a nuclear engine, it's going to get too hot and melt. Well, Kerbal doesn't melt, it just blows up. I don't have it, guys. Technically, I don't really have any problem with overclocking engines. That's fine. Every rocket company squeezes more performance out of those engines. Merlin engines do not make the same amount of thrust now that they did 10 years ago. Absolutely not. They make way more. They squeezed way more performance out of those things. Guys, ever just see how all of a sudden Falcon 9 can just yeet payloads to like geostationary transfer with a single stick Falcon 9 instead of Falcon Heavy? There you go. No, this calculator doesn't understand the overclocked thrust limiter, which is why you have to do the calculations out yourself. So we're making 120% of rated performance. So if we take 168 times that by 0.2, right? 33.6. So 168 plus 33.6 is 201 kilonewtons per motor at liftoff. Times that by 9, that gives us 1.8. So vehicle mass has stayed about the same. So if we do 1.8 divided by 1511, give or take, that gives us 1.2 TWR at liftoff with the longer tanks. I was wondering about that. Is Falcon 9 doing an RTLS for crew missions due to upgrades on Falcon 9 or Dragon or both? So Falcon 9's doing an RTLS with Dragon because it has the performance jacks. It's doing it because they can. Now, with all that being said, could you squeeze more performance with Dragon? Could you put more payload in Dragon and do a downrange landing with the booster? Sure. Absolutely. But there is a reason why on crewed missions, Dragon does not fly with any cargo in its trunk. Could they get more performance by, could they put stuff in the trunk for a crewed Dragon mission and fly it and do a downrange drone ship landing? Sure. You could, but they're not going to. So Dragon can't launch with any cargo in the trunk, and the booster has to RTLS. Now, why does it have to? Think about it for a second. Why would you could do a downrange landing with a Dragon mission? They've done that before. Why would you want to RTLS a booster when you know it doesn't really need to? Like, you could do a downrange landing. You have more than enough performance. So why would you sacrifice payload mass, right? And waste that extra fuel to bring the booster back? Think about it. Turnaround time, that has something to do with it. Sure, Manfu, they want to achieve a quick turnaround time, but the drone ship is the bottleneck to doing that. Speed. Think about what's on top. Think about what's on top of a crew, in a crew, crew launch. I said what's on top. People. Yeah. And what happens on ascent with the people if something goes wrong? The launch escape system activates. That's right. And where does the capsule come down? In the ocean. You do not want the first stage coming down anywhere near that damn thing. Because Murphy's Law, what can go wrong will go wrong. If you set this thing to do a downrange drone ship landing and you have an abort for whatever reason, you know it's going to be right. Like if you have abort in mode 2, so mode 2 Alpha, 2 Bravo, so like post stage separation, you have an abort, there's a potential that Dragon and the first stage could come down near each other. Don't even risk it. Not even worth it. Especially when you're flying astronauts. Don't do that. Right? So yeah, Jax, that was a good question. It's a combination of both, really. RTLS means return to launch site, meaning Falcon 9 turns around, comes back, and lands on land as opposed to landing on the drone ship. Theoretically, if SpaceX was to make Dragon 3, what capabilities would you like to see in it? Similar to Orion? I wouldn't change a thing, Torlav, with the capsule itself. I would turn the trunk into a service module. Turn the trunk into an SM. Dragon 3, make it suitable for deep space, and turn the trunk into a service module. Yeah, turn it into an SM. That doesn't really make sense with Dragon's current with its current architecture. Like that, it doesn't make sense for Dragon to have a service propulsion system on it. It already kind of does. The forward thrusters are basically that. But, yeah. If you took the trunk and built it into an SM, even if it was just for service propulsion, so like just SpaceX make a very, very cheap and inexpensive pressure-fed hypergol system that's scaled up Draco derived, put that in the back, give Dragon the Delta V. Like, if Dragon could have a service propulsion system that could give the thing 2 kilometers a second Delta V, then you could do Apollo stuff with it. You could launch Dragon on Falcon Heavy, provided you crew rate Falcon Heavy, and then you could launch a Starship HLS out to the moon. Refuel Starship a bunch of times, get it out to the moon, Falcon Heavy with Dragon and its service propulsion out there, circularize out at the moon, lunar orbit rendezvous with HLS and Dragon, and down to the surface. The deorbit vehicle is a step in that direction, Noctilox, yeah, but SpaceX has said that that's a bespoke solution, so it's like a one-time thing, which kind of sucks. Because, dude, you know, I've often thought about this. You could do you could do really good things with Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy. Just Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy. That's it. That's all. You could do a pretty healthy lunar program with Falcon 9 and Heavy, provided Dragon could go out of the Van Allen belts, you know? Like, if Dragon could really work in deep space for long periods of time and loiter in deep space for long periods of time, like Orion or the CSM could. Well, frick, man, you launch some hypergolic lander on Falcon Heavy, and then put a Dragon capsule on top of another Falcon Heavy and send it. Human rate Falcon Heavy, put a lander on one, Deep Space Dragon on the other, and do the lunar orbit rendezvous. Just get back to the moon. Just get back to the moon. SpaceX could probably do it, dude. They could probably do it. I'll bet you if they went full ham on that, they'd probably get it done in the allotted time. Like, you just build a Dragon-derived lander. Easy peasy. You build a Dragon-derived lander with your service module engine. And the ascent module just works off Dracos. Just saying, it could be done. Why not use Draco thrusters? For what, Bandit? Well, yeah, China wants to do this type of architecture. Dude. This is the Chinese lunar program. This is what, you know, everybody says, oh, China's going to go to moon. This is how they want to do it. Look, I'll admit, man, it's pretty well thought out. They have a capsule with a service module, and they have a lander with a kick service module on it. Send both of them to the moon. Rendezvous in lunar orbit and land. This is what we're going to do, guys. Like, we're going to do this for now because we don't have a super heavy launch vehicle. So this is the way you got to do it. This is basically what Apollo would have done if the Saturn V didn't work. They would have just used Saturn 1Bs. That's why Slick 37 was a twin Saturn 1B launch complex. Because between Complex 37 and Complex 34, which were right next to each other at the Cape, you could tee up 3 Saturn 1Bs. one with a transfer stage, one with the CSM, and one with the lander. And then you put that all together and then send it. That would be a 3-launch architecture. Apollo is 3-launch EOR, but it's basically the same idea as this. Two-launch LORs, once again, Apollo could have done this too. You could have done this with Apollo, but you would need to uprate the Saturn 1B. So there were talks of taking the Saturn 1B and putting 4 Titan SRBs on the first stage. And if you did that, you could do 2-launch lunar orbit rendezvous. You wouldn't need to do 3 launches because Titan SRBs are ridiculous. Which option do you think would be more expensive? 2 medium launch vehicles or 1 heavy? It's a trade-off, 95. I mean, it's a trade-off, dude. You're trading mission, your concept of operations, mission operations, for you're trading mission operations complication for vehicle engineering complication. It really comes down to whatever you're better at. Like with Falcon 9, there's no need to make a more complicated vehicle. So I would go for a more complicated mission option if I was using Falcon 9, because Falcon 9, you don't change anything with that, right? Falcon 9 can fly a lot. So you don't need to worry about, like, with that kind of architecture, you don't need to worry about, like, oh, the Falcon Heavy might not be ready. It's not going to not be ready, right? Because SpaceX grinds these missions out with Starlinks. Very easy to put a Falcon Heavy into the processing flow, right? Between all your Starlink launches. And a Crew Dragon mission, no problem. You probably need about a year of training for your crew and stuff. That'd be easy. So I would take the mission complication if we were using Falcon 9 to do an LOR 2-launch architecture, right? NASA saw it more expedient in the 60s to... NASA saw it more expedient in the 60s to, you know, do it all in one shot. The reason why they wanted to do it all in one shot is because the our American industrial base was ridiculous. We could engineer a bigger vehicle than that. We had the propulsion to do it. That's the real big thing that made the Saturn V amazing, or made the Saturn V work. The F1 engines. We could handle it with the propulsion. I mean, we still could. I mean, Super Heavy is kind of a case in that, but remember Red Dragon? Yeah, of course. Graham, you just got your first car. That's nice. So, I mean, 95, it really kind of depends on the circumstance, dude. Because on paper, a Super Heavy launch vehicle is going to be way more difficult. But your mission operations, or not way more difficult. Saturn V is going to carry a huge price tag comparatively to, like, launching a couple of Saturn 1Bs, right? But mission operations cannot necessarily, it doesn't really have a sticker price. It's hard to quantify how much a mission costs, right? With the Saturn V, it's a week-long mission. You're out there, you're back, done, right? Extending your mission operations with multiple launch architecture does complicate the mission. But you're complicating operations. That's more time people are going to be in mission control. That's more time you know, like if it's SpaceX, it's more time you got to pay people to be in mission control. Not that NASA doesn't pay people, right? But that mission operations doesn't really get traded off. Like, it's not seen as traded off. People just look at the sticker price of the launch vehicle and go, you know? But like mission operations in general, dude, are something that really gets overlooked as like a huge price tag. You know, people think like, oh, the launch vehicle's cheaper. The launch vehicle's cheaper. We should just launch more of these. It's cheaper. It's not. It's not cheaper. Your mission, your on-orbit operations just got way more complicated by doing multiple launches, right? Twofold complicated, let's say, right? Way more complicated. Now you're in a logistical timing, right? One launch has to go right next to the other one, right? They have to go on relatively similar schedules, right? Especially if you're talking about moon phasing, recovery conditions with like rendezvous out to the moon and stuff. You know, that's so much extra man hours of people actually in mission control monitoring the mission, because you're monitoring 2 flights now, not just one, right? So you're trading, and What the crazy thing is, guys, is that per NASA Systems Engineering Handbook, operations, usually mission operations and operational life cycle of vehicles generally account for about 50% of the total cost of the program. Think about all the flight controllers and all the mission controllers and all the launch controllers that the Apollo program needed to train. Think about how much, that's a lot, right? Think about how much more, how much more it would have been if you had multiple Saturn 1B flights, like 3 Saturn 1B flights. What mods do you use here? I have it in a command. There you go. Why haven't we gone to the moon yet with the 2 to 3 launch Falcon 9 architecture? Is it too risky? It's not too risky. SpaceX just never bothered making a service module. Now, 95, the interesting thing is, if you took Impulse Space, if you took their kick stage and you put the kick stage in Dragon's trunk, and then somebody built a 2-stage hypergolic lander with the kick stage attached to it inside of a Falcon Heavy with a fairing, you could do this. You could do it. Do you use the docking indicator? No. You're taking too long to build the rocket. I'll be withdrawing my contract and giving it to Rocket Guy. Instead, I know he hasn't started his moon program yet, but this is to keep you accountable. Thanks. Not even funny as a joke, dude. Hey, Rudy. It really depends, Robin. EOR and LOR really depends on how your mission architecture is set up. You know, what are you trying to do? You trying to get to the moon fast? You trying to get to the moon cheap? Cheap, you know, more inexpensive generally means it's going to take longer periods of time. If you want to get there fast, it's going to be expensive. Do you want to incur the cost now, or do you want to incur the cost over time? You know, correct this message, make it more coherent and understandable, albeit a bit technical. We had a Dark Tour scenario to fly an upgraded Dragon with heavy radiation shielding and a bigger heat shield, bigger environmental control systems. It was 30% higher mass than the current variant of Dragon. The scenario was an expended Falcon 9 flying this modded Dragon to an orbit with an apogee in medium Earth orbit, and another Falcon 9 with no payload but with a Dragon compatible docking port. That Falcon 9 will also be expended, but stage 2 will be injected into the same orbit as Dragon with 60% of the main tanks full. Dragon docks to that second stage and uses it to boost to lunar orbit. Vehicle dynamics with a deep throttle mode on the Merlin for a 20-minute burn will send Dragon into a free return trajectory. We even qualified Merlin vacuum for it once. Yeah, Rudy, totally doable. And then the lander on Falcon Heavy, and maybe Dragon with the Draco thrusters might be able to capture the moon, but I mean, you could, if you can hit free return with that architecture, with that 2-launch Falcon architecture, you could probably, wouldn't take much more to, wouldn't take much more. Anyway, all right, we got 1.2 TWR on this thing. I know you guys are jonesing to test this bad boy. So we are at 255 parts. This will work. All right. This thing is set to jet. We are good to go. Now we got to build the lander. So let's build the lander. button to center the rocket on the pad. 255 parts, done.
Discovery, go at throttle
Customer
up.
flags not allowed. Or we could go get Barvey and Isowig if we want to test this vehicle out now, but I'd prefer to build the lander. You know what? We're going to need to do a test flight with the new capsule in an uncrewed configuration. We didn't change any dynamics of the vehicle when it comes to entry, descent, and landing, so I am getting some Kerbals. How much delta V does your capsule have? The capsule is designed to have about 1.5 kilometers a second delta V with nothing attached to it. So after we jettison the launch escape system, no upper stage attached to it, just SPS with the capsule, solar panels open with the RCS and everything, about 1.5 kilometers a second. Rudy, your user, you're saying the only thing missing is Elon's caring about the moon. Seems to be Mars only. I think Elon wants NASA to build a moon base and have his rockets resupply it. That's what I think, but I don't know. Can you link the song? I'll link the playlist for you. There you go. All right, so let's build out our lander. So I know the capsule can get out to the moon. Capsule has 1.5 kilometers a second delta V. It's gonna need, hold on. $860 to $310. About right. Yeah, I designed the capsule to be able to get out to low lunar by itself and back. That's totally done on purpose. It can also get to Minmus and back too. Now, an unknown here, guys, is the capsule really only has enough breakout delta V to get out of the moon and do a return to Kerbin. And what we really need to do is dial in our re-entry trajectories. I do not want crew capsules coming down or coming down in a place where I don't know they're going to come down. Really don't. So what we have to do is really work on ballistic lunar re-entries. And we need to, with the Taurus capsule, we need to figure out how to skip that damn thing. And we need to figure out how to skip it and have it land in the same spot that I bring it down. The same spots we bring it down in when we deorbit from Leo. That's, yeah, Uncle sure. I mean, also I love the KSP playlist. I binge watch the VODs at work. Nice. Feel free to vent. What's up, Tessa? Can you give me a rundown on why CVTs are bad and the guy that invented them should have burned the design at conception? Oh, here. So a constant velocity transmission. Here, I'll find a diagram. I mean, so how a CVT works, guys. Here, actually, this is a good example. So check this out. A CVT works with a belt that goes around two shafts. You have your main shaft and you have your counter shaft. This is inside of the transmission now, Tessa. So you have a belt. It's a very, 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 robust belt. It's kind of like, you could see that it's kind of like half timing chain, half belt. What happens with a continual velocity transmission is that you're not shifting gears. What happens to change the ratio between the main and counter shaft here is these discs, which are conic on the inside, they're conic like this, they move back and forth. If you want a higher gear ratio, you push the belt up the cone, right? It's not necessarily a bad idea. Pretty cool. But the thing is, dude, is that's good. That wears that belt out. And once the belt goes, that's it. That's it. Transmission's junk. If that belt comes apart inside of this, it's going to flop around. It's going to shoot parts everywhere. The whole transmission's done. If you want to fix it, you have to take the entire, and then I mean the entire thing apart. Now, like, once again, with okay, what's the difference between that and a regular geared transmission? If a regular geared transmission, if one gear breaks in that transmission, you'd have to take the whole thing apart anyway. Yes, but operative thing here, if you have a transmission that has 5 gears in it for 5 speeds and the 5th gear goes, you take the transmission apart and you replace the 5th gear. You don't throw the damn transmission away. This would be once that belt goes, that's the equivalent of losing all 5 forward gears. That basically is a write-off. You smoke the entire transmission. Just replace it. This is not even worth repairing. Just find another one. No mechanic's gonna bother to do the work. Yeah, snowmobiles have constant velocity, Bossy. That's right. Yep. Snowmobiles have stuff like this. Lawnmowers have stuff like this. But yeah, that's just a little V-belt. Like, that's no big deal, right? Like, yeah, but if 5th blows up, it won't damage the other gears. That's correct. The reason why Nissan did this is because this saves money. It's a much simpler design. But if the transmission goes, there is no serviceability here. There's no serviceability. Once that belt goes, that's it. Bye-bye. And it will go. It'll wear out. It's just the design. Like, this isn't like rough driving or anything. Once it goes, you're done. That's it. The transmission's junk. You lose all forward gears and reverse. Single port failure, and it relies on friction instead of trying to eliminate it. I don't know what the heck Nissan was thinking. Well, actually, I do. I know exactly what they were thinking. They're thinking this is mechanically simpler to manufacture. So, we'll just manufacture a bunch of these things, right? Just make a bunch of these things because it's less moving parts, right? And then, if it goes, so what? The problem is I didn't sell enough of the damn car. So if you want to, the transmission's still going to end up being $2 to $3 to $4 to $5 grand to replace, because it's just a pain in the butt to take the whole damn car apart to replace the stupid thing. This is part of what I try to tell people. And my stupid car is no exception to this. The Fusion blew that transmission line the other day. There was no reason that should have happened. But cars are designed to be put together and manufactured quick. They're not designed to last. They're designed to be put together fast. That's it. That's really where the engineering stakeholder expectations are for the vehicle. Have it perform pretty good. Make it last 40 to 50,000 miles. If it breaks, who cares? Except Toyotas. Even Toyota's starting to skimp out on stuff, and that's kind of sad. But yep, there you go. There's the thing on CVTs. I don't like them. I don't think they're. I see what they're doing, but I don't. Maybe a good thing to point out that an electronic controlled constant velocity transmission is a different beast. Single planetary gear and 2 electric motors, 1 small, 1 big. Yeah, I mean, we could mention it, we just did, but that, I don't think that was the context of the conversation. I'm pretty sure they were talking about a CVT from like an internal combustion engine. You could do a more reasonable one by combining a variable flow hydraulic pump that has a swash plate and with a hydraulic motor. I'll just take my gears and synchros. Gears and synchros are fine with me. That's fine. Or you could just do a Tesla and just eliminate the transmission completely. That's what Tesla does. Teslas don't have transmissions. It's an electric motor that goes directly into a differential. That's it. That's all it is. So for the longest time, Teslas couldn't go fast because you were limited by the RPM on the motor. But with like the Model S Plaid, right, and the Plaid variants, they made a new type of electric motor that winds the inner coil on the motor with carbon fiber to make sure it doesn't delaminate at high RPMs. So Tesla just invented an electric motor that can rev to like ungodly RPMs. So the electric motor can basically, the variable speeds on the electric motor can basically mean it could be a high gear or it'd be a low gear. Just the computer controlling it really, yeah. Tesla eliminated the transmission. You don't need that. And dude, that is something that is super cool. That Plaid motor is awesome. The windings. So you guys want to know what's cool? Real quick, I'll work on the lunar lander. You want to know what's really neat? The windings for an electric motor, you have 2 coils, right? You have the coil that's on the outer part of the motor, and you have the coil that's on the axle, right? And you use electromagnetism to constantly alternate the poles on the outer field so the rotor spins, right? Problem is that when you spin that thing at high RPMs, right, the copper coils on the on the axle, they start to pull apart, right? Because of centrifugal force, they start to pull apart. Tesla took the same type of thing that SpaceX uses to make like COPVs, and they did a composite overwrap over the coil. It's the same idea as what they use with COPVs. Really, really light, really, really thin. It is a composite overwrap electric motor. It's really freaking cool, dude. I would love to get my hands on one. I would do despicable things with that thing. Stator in the rotor. Yeah, sorry, that's the right name for it. The stator is the outer field, the rotor is the inner field. Yep. May I assume no space news? No. Assuming makes you a butthole, a filthy butthole. There's just no space news. You don't need to assume, I'm telling you. The news cycle is slow, dude. Let's build a lander. So I just finished doing my revisions to the capsule, and I have the capsule ready to go on the Block 4 version of Octo, which has an extended upper stage. Now we got to build the cargo variant for Block 4, and we got to put a damn lander in it. So let's go back over into the SPH and start designing this dang old lander. I thought you were going to go get the Kerbals to test this. Yeah, I am, Orion. We might have to do it tomorrow. Because the title of the stream says we're building a lunar lander, and I'm 5 hours in, almost 6 hours in, and we haven't built a lunar lander yet. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to, you know, like, we should probably, yeah. I reiterate, it's continuously variable transmission. I've been saying constant velocity. I'm sorry, Curtis. I really would hope that you know that I would know the difference, and I'm just misspeaking because, you know, I have thousands of tidbits of information up in my head. Appreciate it if gave me some due diligence there, but, you know, it's good. All right, lunar lander. This is not a craft file. Okay, that's the crappy one. Like, I get it, dude. I misspeak about things. Sorry. Like, I'm trying to convey a lot of information. I didn't think we were going to talk about CVT transmissions today. You know? Like, I have to remember it off the cuff, so sometimes I mince words, but hopefully... Like, cut me some slack, man. That's what I'm trying to say, please. You got Battlefield 6 fatigue? What? Oh, no, I'm good. Rudy, how's Titan? Oh, Titan's fine, dude. I was playing with him this morning. He's just, yeah. He's alright, dude. Like, the thing about it with heartworms, dude, what makes heartworms so difficult is that you don't really need to change your day-to-day routine, but you can't walk the dog. The dog can't do any type of exercise where they're going to start panting. If they start panting, their heart could explode because of the parasite in it, right? That's why heartworms is such a pain in the butt. So, what's killing me is that, so Titan's part boxer, part lab, part cattle dog, and part mutt. He's a worker dog through and through. Anybody that has a worker dog knows exactly what I'm talking about. The dog is freaking restless. He always wants to play. And I can't play with him. It sucks. It sucks, man. Like, he has to just sit there. Like, he you know, you sit there, you take him out. If you take him out, you maybe a 5-minute, you know, jaunt around the yard, and that's it. I'm not saying the W word, just in case you're watching with your dog. Just take him around the backyard. He goes to number 1 to number 2 and then come back inside. It sucks, dude. I mean, he's fine, but he definitely doesn't understand why we're not taking him outside, obviously. Like, and you could tell he's kind of getting like, what the heck, man? What the heck? We used to do that whole jaunt thing every day. What the heck's going on? Like, so he's fine. He's healthy. Like, he, you know, he sleeps on me at night. Like, I'll go to sleep and I'll wake up with his head right here. Or he'll like yawn or something in my face and I'll be like, oh, hey man, you know, like, you know, but yeah, you can tell he's getting restless, dude. Like, it's okay. He's almost halfway done. So, yeah, he's doing all right, dude. He's doing fine. He's just a little pissed that he has to stay inside all day. You know? It sucks, man. Too late. Your dog rang the bell. I'm sorry, Ordon. My bad. I was trying not to say any of the keywords. If you have a dog, you know what I mean. No W word. No OUTSIDE word. Don't say that. They understand it. They will be like... And then the dog gets pissed off if they hear that word, and then it doesn't happen, you know? Like, dog breath, better than any smelling salts, yep. I wish we could tell our dog what's up and have them understand. Yeah. He gets it. I mean, Aqualux, like I said, cattle dog, boxer, lab, he knows something's up. He's not stupid. Titan is super smart. And I know that everybody says that about their dog. Like, don't get me wrong, he's derpy from time to time, but, like... He knows if something's, like, he knows something's up, but he just, that's where it is. He knows, it's like, okay, this is different. Something has changed here. I don't know what that is. Where's my milk bone? You know what I mean? Like, that's pretty much it, dude. Dogs being sick is awful. It sucks, alright, yeah. Yeah, I basically have to treat Titan like a cat, which doesn't work, because he's not a cat, you know? Oh, you just saw Midge, the cuttlefish and asparagus with the vanilla pesto. What's up, Midge? Yeah, Aqualex, that's why when I'm speaking to Titan, I speak with him in Meatwad voice. Oh, you want to go outside, man? And he, yeah. No, that works. Oh, that works really good. That means I can, like, say it in my normal voice. Doesn't, you know, it's not that big of a deal. Well, the Mr. You want Mr. Snoop? You want a milk bone, Mr. Snoop? It works. Now, if Bree has the stream on in the living room, he's probably going bananas at this point. Yep. Yeah, that's probably what happened. Have you ever messed with RSS on your own? Just curious. Nah. I mean, yeah, I've played it off stream. I'm not sold on it. All right. Let's build our lunar lander, shall we? Okay, we'll start with the ascent module. Lunar lander concept. Okay, so guys, we're opting for a lunar orbit rendezvous architecture, meaning we're going to send the lunar lander out there. It's actually just because we have to. It's like the Chinese space program. This is what China wants to do to get to the moon. They want to have one rocket with the capsule and a service module, and then another rocket with a cargo fairing, and then the lander in the service module inside of that. Send those out to low lunar, attach them, right? Have the lander dispose of its, well, they call it a propulsion module, but yeah, it basically the lander disposes of its service module. It lands down on the moon, right? The service module actually acts like it's the descent vehicle for the most part. They land on the surface of the moon. The ascent module, or just the lunar module at that point, goes back up, redocks with the capsule. The lunar excursion module gets disposed of, capsule comes back, goes through re-entry, does the skip off Earth, comes back down and lands. So, I mean, we could get crazy with this if we really want to. And when I say we could get crazy here, just saying. Ship it. How much vacuum delta V does this? That's 2600 delta V. Dude, that'd absolutely work. That's awesome. See, this is what happens when you design stuff right. Stuff just clicks together. So, we could put this on Octo too, right? We could put this My service module for the Taurus capsule could be the propulsion module here for the lander. We could copy this architecture exactly. Ironic. Or we can make a 2-stage descent module and go from there. But I actually kind of don't mind this. That's okay. What we're looking for with the service module here, so how much delta V does the SM need? All right, let's take a look. Let's look at our delta V map again. Take a peek. So, all right, so if we're going to do this and we're going to dispose of that propulsion module during PDI, powered descent initiation, so when we start our landing, right? We would need the after Octo puts this thing out in orbit, right? Hold on, how much delta V do we have here? Or how much mass do we have here? 8 tons. The service module's pretty damn heavy.
Engineer, and your KSP saved the lunar rendezvous concept is what I'm doing, but I just leave the lander in orbit and refuel it. Yeah.
So we have 2600 in this configuration. We're going to add more stuff here, like a separator, etc., etc. So it's important to, figure that in. So let's just say that the service module with the stage of the lander on top of it, let's say it has 2 kilometers a second delta V, right? You minus 1170 from that, and that gives you 830. Nice. Jonas, how much were you budgeting for your landing? How much were you budgeting for your landing? Budget 700 meters a second for a landing, just in case. 580, right? 1170 to circularize around the moon means that our lander would have, that's taking into account that it may have 2,000 meters a second, right? I'm going to use my service module as my descent module, and I want 2-stage, but I don't want 2-stage like the Chinese version. I want 2-stage all the way down to the surface. So this would be like the equivalent of launching the Apollo lander with a bigger descent module, right? And a smaller ascent module. This would be like launching the LEM. And if you could get the LEM to low lunar with one rocket, and then launching a CSM out there, rendezvousing it, and then going down to the surface. So, if we do that once again, that was taking into account 2,000 meters a second delta V. This has 2,600. I took 600 out there because I thought that would be a safe margin to take into account that we're going to need to add stuff to this. Obviously, we got to add stuff to it. Like, we got to add a docking port, right? We have to make the ascent module. The ascent module needs a good separation system. It needs a good separation mechanism. It needs its own monopropellant systems. It does, actually, it has monopropellant and liquid fuel on it. The MEM does. So, like, I don't want to copy the Chinese program, like, right off the bat. So I'm not going to. We're going to make our own that's suited for application here. If we're using the SM as our descent module, buddy, we got this made in the shade. We're good to go. That gets us down to the lunar surface, and then some. We don't need to copy their architecture. We got something better. Oh. Lockheed Martin has been performing
Discovery, go and
significant
throttle up.
technical and programmatic analysis for human lunar landers that would provide options to NASA for a safe solution to return humans to the moon. Those mother frickers. That's Lockheed's plan. I couldn't figure out what the hell they were talking about when we looked at this yesterday. Lockheed says they have plans to build a lunar lander. They're just going to make a lander, and they're going to use Orion's SPS as the descent module. It's a guess. We don't know that for sure, but that has to be what they're doing. They're just going to stack two ESMs on top of each other. Pretty tight tolerance there. No, it's not as bad as you might think, Tessa. No. That is the total impulse with Orion on top of it. Orion is a heavy son of a biscuit. Look. The capsule is 10 tons, dude. Orion's beefy. It's designed to stay up there for a very long time. The ESM is 15, right? 10 tons. Your ascent module component is not 10 tons. No way. If you built a smaller pressure vessel or a stripped down capsule that doesn't need life support systems to handle crazy long periods of time, it's just maybe for like a week on the moon, not much, right? You could cut that in half and replace it with something else. Like, dude, if you have the ascent module and the ascent module's 5 tons, you're good to go. Like, here, hang on a second. Let's look at the LEM. Total mass of the LEM was 16 tons, fully fueled with the extended version, 16.4. How much is the ascent module? Those sneaky sons of... Dude. Actually, they've updated this. I've never seen that picture before. Yeah, man. If Lockheed does something like this, they make another ascent module. There's no way these... I mean, dude, if the total... So let's think about this for a second. You know, the LEM. The ascent module has to have 2 kilometers a second delta V. It has to, because it takes off from the lunar surface, right? per the KSP Delta V map, it has to have, I would give it 2 kilometers a second just to be absolutely sure. 1730 to low lunar, right? It has to have that. So my question is, how much mass is that? How much mass is just the ascent component of this thing? If the total mass of this vehicle is 16 tons, I would guess that this is 6 tons and this is 10. Just putting it out there. That's just a guess because, once again, the descent module has to have more fuel because it's carrying the ascent module with it. So I'll bet you it's split 60% for the descent module, 30% for the ascent module, which would put your ascent stage right at about 5 tons of mass. Right? So, Tessa, basic napkin math here, right? Napkin math. If they just made the LEM, it made the ascent module to the LEM and put it on top of a European service module for your lander, right? If Orion has 1,800 meters a second with a 10-ton Orion capsule attached to the front, if you replace that with a 5 to 6-ton ascent module, that number goes up. It goes up big time. It goes up to, off the top of my head, probably 2.5 kilometers a second Delta V. Easily. Like, easily that much. PDF, page 63. Oh. The ascent stage is 5,800 pounds. That's it? $5,843. That's 5,800 pounds. Divide that by 2.2 to get your unit conversion to kilograms. It's 2.6 tons. That's dry. It's 10,000 pounds wet. Where? See, like I said, right around 5 tons. Holy balls. Lockheed could absolutely do this. Yeah, they could do it. They could take Orion's service module. They could take an ESM and make it into a descent stage. The ascent stage is kind of a, I don't know, but yeah. Yeah, that's doable. That's very doable. 30 month? Yeah. I mean, it's going to cost you, but it's doable. Imagine the mass of that thing if they used inflatables instead of rigid structures. Actually, you know what would make a carbon composite pressure vessels? Would make a great ascent stage for the moon, dude. Yeah. I mean, dude, I've never seen that other picture of the naked LEM, so to speak. It's freaking riveted aluminum, dude. Riveted aluminum. It's built like a freaking airplane, dude. Can you imagine if you like stir welded this? If it was a billet, like even billet aluminum stir welded, you could make this like way lighter. You know what you can do with an aluminum tube? That's the pressure vessel for the ascent module for Apollo, guys. It's a cylinder with a smaller cylinder attached to the back. That's it. It was built by Grumman Aircraft. Well, yeah, of course, Stav, sure. I'm not, it's not a slight against Grumman. I'm saying we have better ways to make this. Dude, the LEM, the ascent module for the LEM is 10,000 pounds. I'll bet you we could make it like 8,000 pounds today with just, even if we made it out of aluminum, just with modern manufacturing techniques, you could shave probably $2,000 off of that thing. That's a conservative estimate. Bring this up during the flame trench? Oh, I'll do that. A lot of mass in that can be gutted for modern components. Yeah, You guys got to remember, a lot of the dry mass was the damn Apollo guidance computer, dude. Tessa, Lockheed could make a modern ascent module out of like billet welded aluminum with modern avionics on board, with basically Orion's avionics. You just put Orion's avionics in this. That's what they did. That's what they did. This has an AGC in it. The CSM has an AGC in it. Apollo guidance computer. Right? Just put Orion's in this thing. Build a new pressure vessel. Use the ESM as a descent state. Holy balls. This is absolutely doable. Like, absolutely doable. AGC weighed 44 kilos. It's actually pretty damn light, Graham. That's crazy. Mass reductions, modern batteries, computer displays. Holy balls, dude. Holy balls. Dude, you could probably cut the LEM ascent module's mass in half. You know, when I first read this, you know, Bob Benkin, I was like, Bob, what are you talking about, dude? Yeah, of course you have a plan. Of course, dude, no. They could. That's doable. That's very doable. Use the ESM as a descent module and build out an ascent module based off of the ESM with modern manufacturing and Orion's computers. You could put Orion's computers in it. You could put Orion's life support in it. You could put Orion's docking port in it. Dude. Holy balls. They could do, dude, you could do that. Lockheed could do that. They could get that done in time. That's a 30-month job, easily. Your descent module's already designed. Knowing Lockheed, it'll take 15 years of 4,000. No. 4,000% budget, Thurfear? Yes, probably. But Lockheed can get stuff done quick. Look, Lockheed scaled the F-35 program. They scaled it. All right? They can get it done. I do not have a doubt in my mind. Lockheed figured out a way to systems engineer their way out, like, into making the F-35 cost effective. Do you guys know that the unit price for an F-35 at this point is $80 million? Think about that for a second. $80 million for an F-35. That's pretty good, dude. That's a pretty good price considering what you're getting. I'm just saying, man. I'm just saying, Lockheed can cook. Don't think that they can't. They're not Boeing. Funny how the price drops when you buy a lot of them. Huh. Weird concept. That's only the cost of moving a space shuttle. Yeah, right? Escape from Duck-Ov? Oh, God, RPG. You know, like I said, I was really kind of wondering when we covered this the other day when the Lumberjack went on his own tirade here. Lockheed could do this, man. They could do it. It just clicked in my head. Use Orion's service module as your descent stage, and then build out an ascent stage that's Orion derived. That remains to be seen, though. Hold on a second. So, I mean, even if they did that, how would you get it there? They knocked out the SR-71 in 20 months. Yep. Apparently, it's much better than Escape from Tarkov. Maybe we'll play it. So, Lockheed could build the lander. They could build the lander. But how do you get Orion and the lander into low lunar? Because this only works if you can get them into low lunar. Interesting. It remains to be seen how they would get that up there, but whatever. They have to play the rectilinear Halo game because of Orion. Yeah, the lander... You would need a way to be able to get the lander fully fueled to the gateway. So the lander wouldn't be able to do its circularization. The lander wouldn't be able to do its lunar capture, but what it would be able to do... Holy crap, dude. No way. Okay, so look. Rectilinear halo orbit is much closer on this Delta V map to intercept than it is to low orbit. It is a very eccentric orbit with your apoLune, or highest point in lunar orbit, near escape. It's almost out of the lunar grav well. It's close. So it's closer to up here, right? We just did that math out there, right? If they use an ESM with an ascent module using modern manufacturing techniques, right? So you have a super light, maybe like, I don't know, 3 to 4 ton ascent module, maybe 3 ton ascent module. You put that 3 ton ascent module on top of a European service module and use that as your lander. That is quite actually a 2-stage lunar lander option from rectilinear halo. Meaning that Orion's descent module, if it's fully fueled from Gateway's orbit, right? If it's fully fueled from Gateway's orbit and it has this proverbial 4, let's say it's a 4 ton ascent module, right? That descent module could get you all the way down to the surface. From a rectilinear halo. That's why Jim was... This all makes way more sense, dude. That's why Jim was pushing for Gateway. Because with this lander concept, you can do it. You can absolutely do it. Oh, that's doable. Very doable. And then a modernized ascent mod. The ascent module would be the thing that takes the most amount of time. But most of your components are already engineered. Orion's avionics are engineered. Orion's control systems and control panels are already engineered. The seats are engineered. The environmental control systems are engineered. So the life support. So at that point, it's really just fabricating a pressure vessel. If they used modern billet architecture, so like modern aluminum manufacturing, you could shave a ton off of it. If they made it out of carbon composite, holy crap, the ascent module fully fueled would weigh nothing. Maybe 3 to 4 tons. Heck, man, even if it's 500, that's... It's enough. It'd be close, but it's enough. Huh. Yeah, Ethereal, that's what I'm saying, dude. Falcon Heavy could deposit this thing in rectilinear halo almost. The one big thing would be to, like... The one big thing would be, how does the lander circularize around the moon? How does it get into rectilinear halo? How does it do that? Dude, if they made the ascent module component light enough, the lander, Falcon Heavy could shoot one of these things on a translunar injection, and the descent module, the Orion service module derived descent module could pretty much get you down to the surface from, you could capture the moon, into rectilinear halo, it could stop at the gateway and then it could go down to the surface. It's close. The margins are really tight, but you could. If you have a kicker stage, so Falcon Heavy with a kicker stage for lunar capture, and then the descent module on top of that, dude, easy. Yeah, done. Holy balls, man. That's actually super freaking cool. Because, you know, this whole week I was just... This whole week I was just like, well, how are we going to go faster than Starship? Who's going to go faster than Starship? No, Starship is the quickest. No, that'd work. Now, once again, it's not very sustainable. You're using hypergolics all over the place. So that would be a quick solution. But honestly, sure. Nothing's going to stop Starship HLS from happening, guys. And not at this point. I also checked this out the other day. As of to, like, I think this year, NASA has paid out 2.7 out of the 2.9 billion for HLS. So HLS is getting made. So NASA already paid for it. So even if they find a better solution, HLS is still happening. And that's why Sean Duffy opened the door on the HLS contract. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, we figured. But is he smart enough for that, though? Well, if he has Lockheed and Jim Bridenstine and Boeing and ULA whispering in his ear, sure. I see what they're doing. I see what they're doing, those mother truckers. The risks, though. Not a lot of risk with this architecture username. I'll be 100% honest with you. The only real risk here is monetarily. It's going to be expensive doing anything Orion derived because Orion's a pretty beefy capsule. It's expensive. And, you know, my real question would be, can the Europeans scale up service module production? There's no way they could get that cash back, though, right? No. So, Fluffy, no, there isn't. So here, let me explain it to you in another way. Sean Duffy reopened up the HLS contract because it's low-hanging fruit. SpaceX has the HLS contract, and they've gotten paid for most of the HLS contract. He reopened it up because saying you reopened it up makes it sound like you're this maverick, renegade, interim NASA administrator lumberjack guy, right? But the reality of the situation is that most of that contract's been paid out already. So it doesn't matter. So opening up the contract again makes you look like this crazy, oh man, that's so bold, but nah, it's just posturing. See, that makes way more sense. Because most of it's paid out to SpaceX. So it opened it up again. See, that, yeah, okay. All right. I think we figured out the play. Sorry, you kind of inadvertently got space news. But that... So this is back-ending NASA architecture through the HLS contract. Yeah, at least that's the hope. Gah. It's just giving Lockheed Martin an on-ramp, correct. Yeah, it makes you look like this crazy, like, oh my God, that's such a good idea. Oh my God, it's such a good idea. Oh my gosh, he hates SpaceX. Nah, it doesn't matter. SpaceX already got paid. The HLS is happening anyway, whether you like it or not. They already got paid. I see what you're doing, you sly son of a biscuit. I get it. That's gotta be the play, dude. It's gotta be. Gotta be the play. What else would it be? What else could it be? It's still a dick move. Oh, no. Yeah, no. Complete dill hole. Like, that still doesn't explain roping NASA into the DOT, which you can get blanked for that. But that first idea makes sense. Okay. All right. Yeah. All right. I see what he's doing. I'm going to explain this to the boys on Flame Trench, and I want to see what they say. Just out of curiosity. Anyway, let's start crunching some numbers for our own lunar program. Let's try to see. We'll build out that architecture. Let's see if it works. Is the thrust on the European Service Module engine enough? So the hold on. The AJ10 190 is this thing right here. That's the variant in the module, or in Delta's, not Delta, in Orion. It makes 43.7 kilonewtons of thrust. Now let's go back over to the LEM. The descent propulsion system thrust makes 45 kilonewtons of thrust. And the AJ10 190 makes 43. Yep. Oh, yeah. Oh, it's enough. It's absolutely enough. Holy crap, dude. That's what they're going to do. That's the play. What is this, Baron? Yeah, see? I told you he wouldn't win. Elon and the president are boys. Elon and the president are boys. I told you he wouldn't win. You're not going to win this. This isn't going to end well for you. Shuttle hardware on the moon, Cyborg. Yes. But you know what, dude? Frickin'. Open it up. Give it to Lockheed. And then that'll just piss Elon off even more, and he'll land the lander anyway. I just... Shuttle hardware on the moon. Oh! Am I a piece of crap for kind of wanting that? Check the second paragraph. It's literally what you said. This article was posted today. Duffy picking a fight with Elon doesn't sit well with a lot of people because Elon is going to be a pretty big factor in the...
Discovery, go and throttle up.
You dumb schmuck! Oh, I'm sorry, Gil. I'm sorry. You want to see the lander. I'm sorry. I'm just on a roll right now, dude. That's hilarious. All right, no more. Let's play. Let's play KSP. People are leaving. Let's go. That's awesome. Oh, sorry. That's what's going on. All right, so we need our ascent module now to work here. The developers in KSP they gave the ascent module fuel and monopropellant on board. So hang on, we want to attach a nose cone to the shroud here, and then we want to attach the engine right there. A sparker engine should be good enough for the ascent module component. How much vacuum impulse does that give us? 981. We're going back to the moon. Mario, the reason why I wanted to go through that is because, one, that helps me validate my architecture here. That wasn't just giving you guys space news. I want to make sure that this is doable, and it is doable. It's very doable. But two, I wanted to kind of go through that just to see if it actually could work. Yeah, it could work. That was peak EJ right there. Thanks, man. All right, so that has 981 meters a second delta V. Let's get the RSSRO delta V map off of there. Let's get all this stuff out here. There. All right. So this is back to the KSP delta V map. So we have 580 meters a second to get from the lunar surface to low Lunar in Kerbal, which is 14 kilometers. 14 kilometers circular, okay? You need 580. This has 981. The ascent module. Now, we also got to be careful because the Kerbal developers made this thing with an offset center of mass. It's just like the real one. Not a lot of people know that the ascent module needed the RCS to be on for the motor to work. It needed the RCS. The motor doesn't have any gimbal or anything. It's also asymmetric. I mean, I don't know if you could tell from the shape. It's asymmetric because of differential fuel density. Does the Spark engine have gimbal? Yep. Please, quickly, I'm setting up clan. Which versions should I click if I have the newest available on Steam and all the dock? You're setting up CCAN. Just set it to the newest versions, which is like 112.5 or something, and then you can get backwards compatibility later. You know what, Airborne? I'm not the guy to ask that question. Like, let's be real. I'm not the guy to ask that. I don't use Kerbal mods that often. I forget how. I tried CCAN the other day. I forget how it worked. I'm probably not your guy for that. Ship 40 received its forward flap. Production line starting to roll. I'm telling you, Trey, January. Everybody says I'm bananas. January, baby. They're going to do it. Holy crap, dude. This is like super exciting. I mean, we should probably manage our expectations, but that... Yeah. Huh. That's showing that it's perfectly aligned. Interesting. Dude, we could, like I said, that's doable, man. Your descent module's already made. Stick some freaking landing legs on this. No problem. Landing legs are the easy part. And cable from Tower 1 has also been removed. When would a landing happen then? Trey, with this architecture, I'd say to get the ascent module really figured out, you'd have to do at least one flight test of this thing in LEO. You could get away with doing that in low Earth orbit, no problem. So put it on Vulcan. Put it on Falcon. We have plenty of rockets that are scaling here. Put it on New Glenn. New Glenn could do it. New Glenn could do it. Oh yeah. New Glenn could move our proverbial lander to low lunar easily. Or not low lunar, to rectilinear halo. Falcon Heavy could do it. New Glenn could do it. Vulcan VC6, maybe. Might be able to get away with it. Bro, I'm hyped. That's so cool. We have 5.57 thrust to weight ratio on the moon with the freaking Spark engine. Guys, dare I say, that's actually a terrible ascent engine. What about the, I mean, the Spark has 320-second specific impulse going for it. What about the Ant? I've never used this before in my life. So in vacuum on the moon with an Ant engine, you get 0.58 TWR, but you have 1,000 meters a second delta V. Now, what about the Spider? Spider is a radial engine. Twin Ants. That gives us 1.16 off the surface, dude. It's so cursed. I love it. Honestly, 1.16 is not bad. The Ant is pretty OP for its mass. It's actually, yeah, dude, super good. Adrian would never use the Spider engine. I totally forgot you could find TWR on different worlds. Yeah, no problem, man. What is it on Mun Missions? 3.8. What's the Ant? 315 second specific impulse is fine when the motor weighs 20 kilos. An Ant engine in real life is about this big. It's about a foot tall. So this is about 30 centimeters tall. Actually, a motor that's 30 centimeters tall that makes 2 kilonewtons is actually pretty good. That's a pretty good little engine. Wait a minute. Yeah. It's more powerful than a Draco engine. Interesting. I'm gonna say that's basically a Draco motor. It's close, but it makes way more thrust than that. A Draco motor is more like this Spider motor. Huh. Hey Toma, don't forget Kerbal Astronauts weight to do your math. That's a good point, dude. I wonder if it's already taking that into account. What happens if we take them out? Yeah. It already has them in there. What other little motors are out there? There's the Twitch engine, which makes 16 kilonewtons of thrust, and it's 80 kilos, but that's a radial mounted engine. The Spark is 130 kilograms, 20 kilonewtons of thrust. That is overkill for what we need. There's the Puff engine, which is a monopropellant engine. I hate that thing, to be honest with you. That thing's doo-doo, caca, poo-poo. Yeah, Tessa, no, I hear you. It's a good little thing. Dude, you could make a really nice kick stage with that's Ant powered. Like, think Rocket Lab's Curie. You could do something like that. That'd be pretty sick. I want an engine to sit on your desk. Can we make a Micro Falcon 9 using ant engines? No. And we could always overclock them a little bit too. All right, so... And the wiring, yeah, right. I'm not sure I like 1.15 TWR, but that's doable, fellas. It's doable off the surface of the moon. If anything, we'll have very nice control. How does this work on Minmus too? Any 3.8 off the surface of Minmus. So, what if we set these to half power? 1.9. Yeah. All right. Cool. We could. I mean, yeah. It's so you guys can read the text on my 4K monitor, Airborne. It's just a UI thing. Unless you have a 4K monitor, you don't need that. All right, so let's go in here like this, go in here like that, go in here like that, okay? We got to work on retrofitting this thing, but save it. What I need is in the capsule, I need the docking port. Easy peasy. Get rid of that. Now, is the MEM a probe core? It has a data transmitter on it. It has electrical charge. Minimum crew to operate 1. It must include a pilot. Remote pilot assistance available. Unmanned remote pilot assistance available. Does that mean this thing can operate by itself? Or will I have to put a probe core on it? The MEM needs a probe core. What do probe cores say in that tooltip? Remote pilot assist available. They say the same thing. But the capsule says that too. It says remote pilot assist available, but that's not... I think it needs a probe core. All right, so we're going to need to put something on this thing. And we're going to need to refactor our delta V calculations when we do that. So save this the way it is. I'm going to put that on there. I mean, there's no... Oh, no. In our architecture, the lander the lander needs this. You can't not have it. Just launch it and see if you can do anything. All right. Give me 1 sec. Not bad, dudes. It needs a probe core? Yeah, I'm pretty sure it does. I think, yeah, I'm pretty sure you guys are right. Clear. No pilot on board. Clear. Yeah, okay. That answers that question. Good. We're going to need a probe core on the ascent module. Core is what you want, everyone. Hey, S. What's going on, man?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, so Octo's going to shoot this thing out at the moon. It's going to have to circularize. It can circularize, no problem. We can circularize and take the service module, descent module, service module / descent module all the way down to the surface. Descent module back up, redock with the capsule, and go home. We're going to need a ladder. I need to redesign the fairing a little bit, guys. I got to redesign the fairing for the Block 4 Octo vehicle. And I think we should hold on. Do I have any 3.7? Do I have anything that's the bigger diameter? Anything? I don't have anything that's 375 right now. I don't think. We have 375 heat shield. All right, I'll unlock that. Yep, cool. I don't need the heat shield for anything. I just needed it to see the diameter, dudes. Okay, cool. For the Block 4 Octo, we're gonna give it a 375 meter fairing for the newer version. We haven't done the cargo version yet. Killer. Killer. This is good, man. Dude, this architecture is... So, guys, I apologize. Like, I've been talking a lot this stream, and I was talking a lot about architectures yesterday. But I like fleshing out the architecture. I like getting this thing really good. You know, I started with building a capsule, and then, you know, we did some good work with the capsule. And now we want to go to the moon. So we build better with the moon to get there. You know what I mean? Like, it's building blocks. We're building out our architecture, and sometimes that takes some time to talk through about how you want to do this. But I'm trying to get all the talking done at once so we can engineer the stupid thing, qualify it, and then fly the damn thing a lot, like the capsule. That's the whole idea. Every time I have done this, where we, you know, like mission mode kind of forced this style of gameplay, but every time I did this, like when we engineered the Freedom Rocket, we made amazing stuff. Like, it came out so good and the missions were so worth it. I'd be lying if you said you weren't enjoying this. All right, cool. All right, so we can remake this fairing a little bit too. What I'm thinking is separate this for a moment. We're gonna need to put a probe core on this. I'm not sure where that's gonna go. It's also gonna need an antenna. I don't believe the MEM really has, it's 5K. It has 5K transmitting capability. That's not a lot. Like, for instance, that has 500. So we're gonna need a couple of communicatrons on this bad boy. Okay. Wish we had a smaller dish than all those, but that's okay. You should test this to make sure that the hatch isn't obstructed. The hatch shouldn't be obstructed. It should be fine. I'm going to redo the skirt on the service module to be more adapted for the lander, because that's just excess mass. We don't need that. How about the folding dish? The HG55? The HG55 is overkill for this application. Way overkill. Like, you don't need that. That's like if we're going to Duna. How about the one locked dish you have? That's the DTSM-1. It's too big. We can make it look like the UHF antenna. See? Or the VHF antenna. It looks like the VHF antenna is like kind of an X. No, dudes. That should be enough. Like, but that kind of looks stupid. You know? Kind of looks dumb. Like, and I'd like them to go that way, but the capsule's gonna be there, so I don't really want that. Yeah, that looks like that belongs there. Once again, I'm just going off the notion that we don't really want, thrusters to get in the, we don't want antennas outgassing on the thrusters. That's what I'm trying to say. And we could make it so when the ship isn't docked, right? We can make it when it isn't, when it's docked, it can use the short band antenna, and then when it's undocked, like if it's down on the surface, we can extend the antennas up and give it a little bit more signal. These are combinable up to 4. That's fine. I'm kind of okay with it. It's good enough. How much did that screw our Delta V and TWR? $986. 1.12 off the moon. 1.12 is still doable, but we still need a probe core. Cut the monoprop to 15. What's the thrust output on these things, Tessa? The RCS makes 1 kilonewton? Oh, hell no. That's way too much, dude. We don't need to cut the fuel. I mean, what did that say? 1 kilonewton. No, I'd want that in line with the rest of my RCS, so make 20%. HLS test hardware rolling to the scrapyard on Starbase Live? Huh? Where? Oh, yeah. Cool. Neat. We'll just crudely paste the probe core on the back of this. That worked in the past. It worked for Apollo. That's basically what... If you look at this back bulge on the LEM, it's basically what it is. The whole back of the dang ascent module is the AGC. Look bad. All right, so power generation. How much electrical does this thing have on it? It's carrying 150 EC. No, the answer at full thrust. .07. Actually, you know what? I'm going to put that near the probe core. Just because it looks cooler that way. Nice. Might need to bump to the triple ant. Yeah. The tri setup is probably not the worst idea, dude. Getting that to be synchronized around the center of mass, though, is going to be a little bit of a pain in the butt. Does this mean that HLS is having its ship parts made? Right, dude, it's been having the ship parts made this entire time, but you gotta understand, think about it like this. They've been prototyping HLS parts, but if a lot of HLS design is dependent on the Block 3 Starship, because why the hell would you make HLS with Block 2 Starship? You're not gonna see much manufacturing done other than prototypes. So, now they're throwing the prototypes out the window because they're going to build it. Because HLS is most likely based off of Block 3. Because why would you base it off Block 2? That makes no sense, right? So the only components that we really would have seen from SpaceX are ancillary components, life support, elevators, cranes, you know, maybe some interior design stuff here and there, right? But that like actual HLS fabrication probably is going to take a second, right? Because it's based around Block 3. Like I said, once SpaceX starts throwing prototypes in the scrap heap, that means they're making the real stuff. Airlocks, that's right, there you go. How much monopropellant does this thing have on it? 30? I like 30. 30 is a good margin. Actually, don't do that. Or SpaceX with the lunar suits? Not making them is the end of that sentence. Axiom is making them. Yeah, that doesn't look as cool as I thought. Is there anything stopping SpaceX from going to the moon alone? No. If the Apollo ascent stage failed, what would be the plan? If the Apollo ascent stage failed, the plan is to make sure that you make sure it doesn't. That's the plan. Yeah, that's the plan, dude. Like, Aaron, I don't have any better way to say that. They made the systems. They made the systems on the LEM as simple as humanly possible because it can't fail. If it fails, you're dead. That's it. You lose. President gives a very, very different speech. Apollo was not the safest thing around, dude. Let me put it to you like that. It was not the safest endeavor. Remember, time is of the essence, and if time is of the essence, then you do be a little less risk adverse, or, does that make sense? The reason why I mounted the 3 engines on this thing is so we can align all 3 engines to the center of mass. Oh, you want 3 in line, huh? But Starship vibes. America, I'm your president, Richard Nixon. We've suffered a pretty big oopsie. Sorry about that. Oh. Three in line is Orion's belt. Apex launches Project Shadow, America's first commercially led on-orbit space-based interceptor demonstrator. Did you ever watch the movie Explorers from 1985? This lander has a similar vibe to the craft they built in the movie. No. That's mint. Alright, so this has liquid fuel. We have monopropellant. We got plenty of monopropellant. I'd be curious what the monopropellant delta V is. Let's just say we're out of liquid fuel and we only have a half tank of monopropellant. What 240 seconds specific impulse. All right, get rid of the Tesla ruler there. Bring up the math. You guys are going to learn something new today. It's called math. Without it, none of us would exist. Oh, you think that's funny, huh? 240 seconds specific impulse times 9.81. Natural logarithmic function. What is our initial mass? 1.7. 1.714. Just to get a better fidelity thing, we'll use decimals to the... So 1.654. All right, let's see what we got here. $240 times 9.81. Natural log 1.714 divided by 1.654. Where do you find the retro documentaries you use in between KSP and Space News? Belongs just on YouTube. NASA has plenty of STEM channels on YouTube that have all kinds of good stuff like this, that most of it's public domain. That won't stop YouTube from being a complete pile of biscuits. Trying hard, man. But yeah, on Twitch, it's no big deal. It's initial mass, John. So initial mass divided by final mass. So M1 over M0. Is G the same as KSP? Yes. So guys, in the delta V formula, G represents a gravitational constant, meaning it's always 9.81. If you wanted that's just to keep your meter a second, because your meters a second kind of concurrent throughout the entire solar system. If you wanted, it keeps your like I said, gravitational constant. That's so your meters a second delta V reading basically stays the same no matter where it is. Now, if you wanted if you wanted to really, you could swap gravitational constant for lunar gravitational acceleration and probably get a slightly more detailed answer. But since you're using a natural logarithmic scale, using a gravitational constant makes more sense. That means that's because 100 meters a second with differential lunar gravity could actually 100 meters a second with differential lunar gravity is different than 100 meters a second in Earth gravity. That's why you use a gravitational constant in your delta V formula. If you wanted to be very precise, you could use lunar gravity in your delta V calculations if you're on the moon. But I find it better to use your gravitational constant, because that means all your delta V is on the same scale. It's all using Earth gravity, which, yeah. But like I said, it's not Earth gravity. In the delta V equation, it works as a gravitational constant to keep your meters a second the same. Because 100 meters a second with this gravity is different than 100 meters a second with this gravity. I know that sounds weird, but you use gravitational constant to keep your calculations similar. You need to watch Explorers. What? I don't need to do nothing. I owe you nothing. Cool. My problem is I understood what you just said, but in 5 minutes it's gone. Yeah, I know what you mean. G as a constant isn't used the same as G as a measurement. Yeah, exactly. That's it, dude. Yeah, gravitational constant is not G. That's different. Fun fact, G being almost pi squared is not a coincidence. The mechanics of the universe are weird, man. They are weird. You're not kidding. It's very strange. It is. It really is, though. 3.1. Holy crap. That's weird. Yeah, the universe is strange. That's bizarre. That's bizarre, dude. You see that? That's bizarro.
That's bizarre town, dude.
All right, so this has 900 meters a second, delta V. Will do these not gimbal? Oh, they have no thrust vector. The Ants don't gimbal. Well, that's fine. We can get away with it with the RCS. That's perfectly okay. We have about 83 meters a second delta V with no fuel and 15 monopropellant on board. So that's actually pretty good. When we're fully fueled with full monopropellant, I'll bet you it's like half. It's probably like 30 meters a second. So it's not a lot. So we got to be careful with that thing. But the Ascent module has a probe core. It has a solar panel, just in case. I need another cough drop because my voice is starting to go. Yeah, that's like I said, the mem is pretty good by itself, dude. That's now. Oh crap! Will the RCS be able to deal with the offset? Why is the center of mass at the base of the thing? I don't know. I think that's because most of it is hollow, but if we take the fuel out, it doesn't move. Oh, what the heck is this about, dude? Like, oh no. What do we need to do to... So question, you used to do checklists. Would you do the Kerbal checklist mod to make sure your checklist for each craft file? No, checklists were in my head. I made a mission log, dude. Really care, Vic. Okay. All right. We're still gonna have to do a shakedown of this thing, so uncrewed. So we'll test it up in space. We'll do an Apollo 5. Yeah, Apollo 5. You heard that. Not a lot of people know about this mission. Apollo 5 had a LEM, right? And it launched. They launched it on a Saturn 1B. They took the Saturn V's usable payload volume, put a nose cone on the front instead of the CSM, and then plopped that on top of a Saturn 1B. And that got the LEM up into space so they could test it up on orbit without having to send it to the moon. Seriously, that's just a Saturn V adapter. The CSM should be right here, but they put a nose cone up there instead. Done. You could also add 4 of the tiny RCS blocks around the tank and scale them back to maybe 0.3 to help balance it. Yeah. Does this thing have wheel authority on it? It doesn't. It has no wheel authority. But we have wheel authority with that. We should be able to compensate, dude. This is the most Kerbal solution you've ever seen. Apollo's genius. Or Von Braun was playing Kerbal in real life. Wait till I tell you that the Saturn 1B is literally made out of spare Jupiter, Juno, and Jupiter C missiles. Seriously, see how it's a bunch of different fuel tanks? They took the assembly lines that were making Redstone, Jupiter C, and Juno missiles, and they just clustered them together to make a heavy lift launch vehicle. Yep. Yep. I think the Saturn 1B looks beautiful. I don't know what it is. It just looks right. It's polite. It's right. Can you imagine a version of a Saturn 1B that has 4 Titan SRBs attached to the sides? That would be absolutely bananas. Saturn 1B was already a damn good vehicle by itself. Payload to low Earth orbit. It can move 20 tons. 21 tons. With 4 Titan missiles attached to this damn thing? Or not Titan missiles, 4 Titan 3 SRBs attached to that? Oh man, that number's going up. Probably up to 30 tons if I had to guess. Nah, maybe down, it's more like 25. It's still pretty damn good, dude. A Saturn 1B on top of Sea Dragon. It'd be beast mode, yeah, for real. All right, KRVIC, if you don't have problems with that, I don't think we need anything else here. Can this thing store science experiments? Do we need an ESU on it? Yes, it can store science experiments. Good. Well, it can run a crew report. That's about it. It has 2 inventory slots, so we should fill this with an EVA, with the EVA experiments, shouldn't we? Yeah, with an AJ260 burner, that'd be pretty nice, man. All right, what's our TWR now? No. We have 894 meters a second delta V at 1.54 thrust to weight. How am I doing? I'm good. I'm doing all right. 580. That's good. We have, all right. All right. All right. And we have Jeb and Bill on board. We're going to need Jeb and Bob, actually. We want to send a scientist down to the surface so they can do ALSEP. All right, cool. That's the ascent module component, guys. 2.3 tons. Okay. I hit launch. Oops. I meant to hit save. Whatever. Test it out. How does that compare to the real one? It's pretty in line with it taking Kerbal scale into account. Let's hope it doesn't explode. There's Kerbals in there. Well, you don't have to worry about that too much. Jeb and Bill are in it. It's just going to plop it on the runway, guys. Don't worry about it. Ervik, did I do something to this thing to get the center of mass down there? Why is it all the way down there? It's weird. I think did I break it? I don't know. Germa, I think, the real Germa, yeah, I think that looks like a HLS parts, dude. Yeah. You forgot the Kerbals. There's mass kits added after the launch. No, it does not. Didn't forget that at all. That's what it's showing in the SPH, Tessa. No, that's how the config file has it. Empty and brand new. It's way down low. Oops, sorry guys. Come on back down here. We're good. Wise Man TSE says it's not HLS related. It could just be a bum nose section, guys. There you go. What was that trajectory mod that is better than stock Kerbal for greenery? Re-entry and boost back. It's called Trajectories Airborne. Dude, I'm telling you, brother, I'm not the right guy to ask these questions. I told you this. Like, my dude. I think Trajectories is the name, but I don't know mods, bro. Like, I don't know, Jeff. I must have missed that. Good. Take these off for a second. Do you need 8 solars for this? No, Jim. Those are coming off. We don't need that. We might want to put a fuel cell on this. I don't have fuel cells. We might want to put more solar panels on this. What we could do that should make this pretty useful for, you know, why can't I say words? That is pretty useful for when we're landing. You know, the lunar sun's going to go by. That should be enough to the lunar sun. The sun should go by on the lunar surface. Yeah, that should be fine. What's better for Mun missions? Launch the spacecraft and lander on separate launches, or doing it Apollo style? It's a trade-off, Vargon. It depends. Yeah, big trade. Smaller launch vehicles, cheaper, easier to make, less expensive, right? Easier to make. However, you're complicating your mission operations. You're trading a complicated launch vehicle for a complicated mission. With the Saturn V, the vehicle's more complicated, but the mission doesn't require any more crazy rendezvous than what you know, like going down to the surface and coming back up. That's the only rendezvous proximity operation, right? For multiple launches, you're complicating all the docking procedures that you need to do. Docking procedures require a lot of fuel. It's a lot of like a lot of fuel, you know. Look at how much monopropellant it takes to dock something in KSP. It's a lot, right? Doing a lot of different RPODs, rendezvous proximity operations, and docking, so like docking a lander to a CSM, docking a transfer stage to that, sending that all out to the moon, undocking it, and then doing on top of what is you're already doing with the Saturn V, right? Out at the moon, you know, that's a much more complicated mission. You're trading vehicle complexity for mission complexity. So it's a trade-off. It really, I don't know, it depends. Which one do you like? Now with Apollo, they did it that way because Joseph Shea and a couple of other Apollo systems engineers, Von Braun, Joseph Shea, Dornberger, a couple of other guys, really thought, they sat there and they thought about it. They said it'd be better to just build a heavy launch vehicle because we have the propulsion to do it. We have the F1 motors. The F1 motors are not part of the Apollo program. The Air Force was looking to make a single engine for an ICBM. You know, they didn't want 2 engines. They didn't want 3 engines. So the F1 motor dates back to the 50s, believe it or not. Not a lot of people know that. So, you know, they already had a lot of propulsion on the table. F1 was already made. You know, a lot of the Apollo program is using borrowed tech. RL-10s in the Saturn I. F1s in the first stage of the Saturn V. AJ-10s already done. The real big thing that the Apollo program really needed to figure out was the J2. Because they could make a super heavy launch first stage with the F1 motors, they opted, and because time was of the essence and they basically had a blank check, that was the best way to do it. So they built a very complicated vehicle. But, you know, even the Apollo program, they were controlling costs pretty hard. Like I said, the Saturn 1B is made out of spare parts. You know? They used a lot of borrowed technologies. The F1 was already invented. Landing lights. Yeah, we got to downstrongs the Bondulans. Yep. NASA, I'll take 5. Actually, 20 is what they took. All right, so another thing. We have the ladders, right? You have Visual Studio Code. I don't know. No, I don't. What? No, I don't know. Leave me alone. Now, I want to put a ladder down the side, but one of my translation thrust blocks is in the way. Now, that makes me think, do we need that? Do we need that? Conceptually, we're sending the lander first, getting the lander into a nice orbit. So, yeah, you know, we are going to need that. However, we don't necessarily, this thing is nowhere near the same mass as the dang capsule. So we probably don't need the OMAC thrusters too, but I'll keep them there just in case. Just a little extra kick. So I'm going to make a decision here with our stakeholder expectations to, A, we don't need to do the thruster offset. Move the thrusters back into alignment, and B, get rid of this one. And then go down here and do the same thing with that thruster block. We don't need those. The ones on the sides we can still use, that's fine. Was making this Science Junior compatible ever taken into consideration? Well, no, King. Well, here's what I was going to do. I was going to put a bunch of science experiments on the back end of this thing. You know, you took away the thruster block. I was going to put science stuff down here. I don't know. We could hang a Science Junior off the bottom of it, but that might screw up our Delta V a little bit. Fine. Oh, I was gonna say, do I not have the damn ladders? No freaking way. I was gonna say, there's these. Come on. Perfect. Leave the science junior in the descent stage. Just remember to take the science out before leaving. Well, yeah, of course. You have plenty of Delta V to sacrifice to science here. Well, you got to remember. So, Phone Sister, we have to do. So, Octo could shoot this thing on a lunar trajectory, or at least very, very close. So, 300, 580 down to the surface. We have. Oh. We have 1981. Oh yeah, no, we're good. Yeah, we got plenty. If anything, you should take fuel out. Can make kind of an apt cargo carrier here. We could put scientific experiments in it. We could put ALSEP stuff in there. We would need the weather analyzer. We need this panel. I'll unlock all the consumable or the carryable stuff around. You need the ECS. Cool. So in this bad boy, we're going to need environmental control station. You'd need a panel. And then, I don't know, a seismometer. And the other one, or no. And the other one, you'd need the antenna. There we go. Communicatron. Oh, 10G on the ground. Cool. And then for this one down here, so we have the control station for the ALSEP experiments. I have the electrical, and then down here we're gonna need the goob monitor, the weather analyzer, and the seismometer. I don't know if we have enough power for that. Hold on. So the experimental control station needs one deployed power unit. And what do the solar panels? So it produces one. We don't have enough power. The weather only works in atmosphere. All right, cool. We don't need that. That needs one power. So the control station needs one. That produces one. So we're at 0 net, right? So now we need one. We're pushed, and we need one, and we need one. I saw that. Power depends on the skill of the engineer. If they got 1 star, it's worth 1 power. Your engineer's more experienced, it's different. So I have 4 experiments, 2 solar panels. And then on the bottom of these things, we can put that, put the barrow, seismometer. Nah, I don't like that. No, 1 star is 2 power? That's not what that said. Oh, engineer level 1 is 2. It is what it said. All right, we're good then, dude. We're fine. We got everything. 2 solar panels should be able to power everything. Excellent. Nice. That's pretty neat. I don't think that's gonna work. Only if it's placed by an engineer. Well, we need to get a scientist down here, Tessa, right? We want Bob down there to get all the good science data, right? For like soil samples and EVA reports. But we also need Bill down there. Does that mean Jeb is not... Uh-oh. Yeah, Jeb's not gonna... Oh, he's gonna be pissed. Don't tell him that. He's gonna be like... "Ah!" Manual piloting? Got the Octo, dude. Don't worry about it. See last for a Science Junior. Would it be possible to extend the craft slightly and put a Science Junior under the MEM? No. Nah, it's not gonna... It wouldn't fit in the fairing that I have envisioned for it, dude.
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Your Kerbals need some anime to watch on the way. So preload Corey in the house.
Yeah, we'll put lights on it, Rich. That is an old meme. Jeez. That's alright. Okay, you got me. That was pretty funny. Oh dear. What if you put the Science Junior where the engine is and you put 4 smaller engines around it? Uh, Yes, I don't want to complicate the mission profile. I don't like changing propulsion like this, dudes. That's, it's already a new craft. I don't know what... Did I speak another language there? I don't like changing propulsion. Like, I don't know how I could explain that any better. I know this works. Exactly, rarest. Take 80 from 200 and we make a deal. Subtract 80 from 200. Orbital Dreams, Cerebral, it's in that playlist. No space news today? Nah, Jack, there's not much. Dude, I would implore you to watch this Kerbal VOD, though. Particularly, like, maybe an hour and a half ago, something like that. I had kind of a breakthrough for, like, what I think's going on with NASA and stuff. So, I don't know. That seems interesting. I would implore you to reconsider watching. I implore you to reconsider. I've chosen the large tub. This has a fold-out rover too, right? I left the back open But no, unfortunately not. This thing being SM derived is not really going to get us very far.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Demican 7, 213 sub. Hello there. Hello. Hello there. I've done this in the past. You could put the engines on the sides, then have the rover be right up in the middle of the bottom, then just hop and drop the rover. Yeah, we could. So the reason why I put this here is because I'm trying to design this for Kerbal dexterity. We could theoretically just have a Kerbal go down the ladder and collect the experiments and go back up. I like that. Makes it a little bit for safer EVAs. You don't have to get up, walk around. You don't have to jump off the ladder or anything. You can just grab and go. I don't know how I feel about the deployable, so to speak, mystery goo, you know what I mean? Maybe if we... I just don't want it clipping as much. Yeah, that's fine. That'll work. All right. I like to double them up and call them COPVs. Nice. Yeah, Pashto, making some progress. So the next thing that I'm thinking about, guys, is that, well, look, the orbiter maneuvering and control thrusters. I'm thinking about putting the storage units on the sides here. Like that. Because, you know, you can grab they can grab those scientific experiments like quickly, and that's all fine and dandy, right? But if we're going down, if you're going to be down on the surface, like if you want to use the experiments, right? If you want to get at the cargo, you're going to have to get up and walk around. So this can be accessed from the ladder if needed, which is fine, but this kind of makes it a little bit more symmetrical. And what we could end up doing is we could put the orbital maneuvering and control thrusters. They're in 4 times symmetry, so we can just move them like that. And now they're in position. So Bill and Bob are going to be going down to the moon. Jeb is going to be my Michael Collins. He's our command module pilot. Which is, I know that's kind of like sacrilege, but that's what makes the most sense, dude. This thing has the Octo on it. Jeb can pilot it remotely. You know what I mean? From up there. And he will have he'll have he'll have a chance to land, like, obviously. Like, we're not gonna not land Jeb on the moon eventually. No, not ESA, EJSA, jeez. Cool. Couple more parts, and then I think we're good to go, dudes. Put this bad boy up. Put the science experiments up into the upright and locked position. Random thing. Am I crazy to think the NASA administrator should be a cabinet position? No, I was thinking about that, Trey, the other day, but if the NASA administrator became a cabinet position, there's really no Senate cross-examination for it. And if there's no Senate cross-examination, well, that means somebody like Sean Duffy would just be a NASA administrator all the time. Like, it's not the best thing, you know? mean, it could work, dude. It's not the worst idea. Okay, now we need our landing lights. You know what? I don't want that because that's going to interfere with the ladder. I'd say integrating them right into the leg component would be cool. That worked. That's pretty trick. Now what happens if we turn those bad boys on? Yeah. We might need another set somewhere. Those don't really offer a lot of area. Put the lights on the legs? I did. They are on the legs. I can't put them on the animatable parts of the legs, guys. Can't do that. Look at this thing. Do you have the floodlights? The inventory floodlights. Yeah. All right, dudes. There you go. I wish I had different landing legs. I could probably use the robotic parts and make a nicer looking landing leg. I kind of wish, like, the landing legs on this honestly look a little bit too small. But here, I'll show you what I mean. Let me restart the music. Like, to me, the landing legs should be, Covering the launch in 57 minutes? Yep. You mind if I, you know, just, you know, just bear with me. Okay.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
That airplane that got hit by space debris. It's a weather balloon, yeah. Fed up, 21 month resub. You have grip pads? Yeah. Matt makes his landing legs like this too? Cool. So, do those block those thrusters? A little. But those are my yaw, pitch, and roll thrusters, so that's not that big of a deal. So if this thing was here, let's get rid of that for a second. Get rid of the strut and just move the lights up a little ways and out of the way. I mean, this thing's not going to be firing its RCS. We could deploy the legs right after payload fairing separation. So you could just deploy the legs like early in the mission so the RCS isn't, so it doesn't get in the way. I don't have a problem with that. That's all fine and dandy. Now, let's take the lander, and I like working up-down axis like this, so hinge on the piston. Yeah. I'm worried about the payload fairing at this point. I mean, look at this compared to this. Actually, that ain't too bad. What's the benefit of these? Wider spread on the legs, Moist. Less likely to tip. We do have a tall lander. That's what I was just thinking about, man. It gives us a much wider spread, probably double the radius here. I would actually prefer this, fellas, because I prefer it. It's way strong. It's way stronger, way less likely to break. Would the heat shield still be able to attach? This is my lunar module, dude. This doesn't need a heat shield. And the thing is I was just, I was sitting there thinking about it. I'm like, this thing looks wrong. The legs are too small. The legs aren't big enough for the design. And then I kind of thought about it. I'm like, the last thing I need is to have the orange suits in this damn thing and have the thing tip over. Part count plus the launcher's part count. I don't know. What a freaking crazy piece of engineering that is. How the heck did they cook that thing up in the 60s? You gotta be shooting on me. Thanks for the inspiration today. Hey, nice, Illness. That looks great. Grip pads instead of octads. It prevents slip. I was just... Those are just... Yeah. Yes. Yeah, I'll eventually do grips, dude. Just give me a second. I'm just trying to see how the legs... Yeah. Oh dear. Wow. That is a lot more complicated. That's a lot more complicated of a landing leg design than I thought. Wow. I mean, I see what it's doing. It has an X brace, so it's triangulated. So when the landing leg folds out, it doesn't move left, right. That's pretty smart, but I don't think we need to worry about that problem too much. See the crossover? And then it's a lock roller twist. Yeah, okay. New Blend's landing legs are kind of made like that, interestingly enough. That's weird. German engineer. Grumman came up with this Bastardo. Actually, Joseph Shea was one of the guys that... here, I'll show you. Joseph Shea was one of the guy that basically kind of came up with... Let's see. That's him right there. Yeah, we don't need to make a crossbar truss assembly like that. That doesn't really need to be done that way. Hey, little Chris, thank you for the $1 super chat. Did you make Starship? I've made stuff like Starship before, Mert. Sure. We're not gonna have the trust. I don't think we're gonna have the parts, guys, to make the to make what I want. We're not gonna have the part count to make the landing legs I want. I don't think. I mean, integrate it and see what happens. Well, I gotta make the landing legs first before we do that. So, dude, this is so smart. Like the descent module, like this whole thing, just so smart. How in the balls did you come up with this? It's, dude, it's so good. Like, oh my goodness. I can't even, dude. I know how the thing was put together. Like, I know the architecture behind it, but man, is it a good design. It's so good. Like, dude, this is like light years ahead of anything we were making. Like, dude, it's like light years ahead even by today's standards. This is really smart. It's a really smart design. Short answer, throw an infinite budget at it. Don't get real on me, man. Actually, Steve, were you here a second ago, dude, when we figured out that Lockheed Martin could turn Orion's, Lockheed could take, an Orion service module, the European service module, and make that into a descent stage. So you remember on, like, Tuesday when we were reading for Space News, like, you know, oh, Lockheed, we have a 30-month solution. Well, I don't know for sure, but I'm going to go ahead and guess that their 30-month solution is making a descent module out of a ESM. So you have Orion in its ESM, and then you have a descent module that's built around the ESM, and then an ascent module that's derived from Orion. And doing that architecture, you could launch it on New Glenn, you could launch it on Falcon Heavy. It would make it. Falcon Heavy would put that thing right up there. And then, you know, SLS Block 1B with Orion, boom, done. Easy peasy. Man, what, like with an AJ-10? The LMDE, Steve, has, the Lunar Module Descent Engine has 40 kilonewtons of thrust. An AJ-10 has 43. It is in line. Crazily enough, it's in line. You could do it. But how? Don't those things not have the Delta V? They don't have the Delta V when they're pushing around a 10-ton capsule in front of them. They have plenty of Delta V. If we were doing the math out, Hellfish, if you took just the ascent stage from Apollo, just the ascent module, put that on top of a European service module, it's enough. Oh, it's actually too much. Listen to this. The ascent module, a full wet mass, so full tank of gas with the ascent module for the LEM only, is about 10,000 pounds. Okay? So, what, 4.7 tons? If you put that on top of a descent module derived ESM, the descent module has about 2.5 kilometers a second. That is enough to get down to the surface from rectilinear halo orbit. And that is taking into account that a modern day ascent module would have as much mass as the Apollo one. And I'm pretty sure it wouldn't. So we did some kind of nitpicking with it from there. The ascent module is 4.7 metric tons. If you made the ascent module out of like billet instead of riveted freaking sheet aluminum, right? Like that's what it was, sheet aluminum with stringers. If you made it out of billet nowadays, you could lower the mass big time. You could probably shave like 2 tons off of the mass between modern avionics, life support systems, manufacturing. So we did the math out for if the ascent module was 3 tons instead of 5 tons. Yeah, easily enough to get down from Gateway. From Gateway. Think about that for a second. Speaking of the AJ-10, I have to mix up some Aerozine 50s soon. That'll be fun. Nice, Dragon. Hey, Scott, what's up? Would you take engineers from Apollo or the engineers from today? I think the ones from Apollo are more creative, like a bunch of Elons. They certainly knew what was up, dude. But I kind of want the engineers from SpaceX. I'd take today's engineers because they have the hindsight from them. The engineers at SpaceX are pretty good, man. So what I did with my lander, I just took my capsule service module and I made that my descent stage. And we're building a lander around the damn thing. I was like, oh, that's what Lockheed's gonna do. Holy crap, that's a really good idea. We should do that. All right, cool, sweet, done. Okay. It worked. It's a good idea. Just saying. You already have all the subsystems built in. I love it. Oh, yeah. Dude, stop adding parts. I have not added a part. What are you talking about? I've not added a part, you dingleball. I don't have the small grip pads. Could you fit a rover on it for future missions? Not in this design, no. That's the one downside of doing this. Add more parts. I'm gonna add parts even harder now. Yeah, probably something like that, Ethereal, yeah. That thing doesn't need to be powered. This one does. Not too many parts. Stop it. It might be too many parts, but still, be quiet. Parts is parts, chat. Exactly. I want to test it. Yeah. We're gonna need to test the landing legs. That's really what I'm kind of like. I didn't. I thought the. I can't speak. J-Speed, I did it this way because I thought the lander was a little too tall. So I figured to make landing legs with a wider spread.
Discovery,
Nick
go and
Cheeto.
throttle up.
What's up, MC? 69-month resub. Nice. Kerbal's using 17 gigs of memory by the way right now. And it still loads fast. Hold on to your butts. Now you see, that was pretty neat. That was pretty neat. Yeah, you see, that's pretty neat. How neat is that? That's pretty neat. How neat is that? Yeah, that's pretty neat. How neat is that? Yep. Doing it this way gives you a really big margin for damping out for damping out. Yeah, that's not working down here. For damping out the landing. You can tell it's lander because of the way it is. How neat is that? Yeah, that's pretty neat. Well, that's pretty neat. How neat is that? Well, that's pretty neat. That's cool. Yeah, see, with the robotics, they're a little flexy, so they can be used as a shock absorber. You can tell it's slander because of the way it is. Sorry, I got that stuck in my head now. We should probably take a little bit more time to dial these landing legs in, dudes. Hey, EJ, I call Falcon's booster little brother. Then I call super heavy big brother. Okay. How did NASA test the lunar lander? They used something called the, it's actually super cool. It's this thing. The Lunar Landing Research Vehicle. If that... Now, I know what you're thinking. You're looking at that and saying, that looks like a jet engine jammed into a space frame with some pressure vessels and like a computer and the guidance computer on it with like basically an ejector seat and like a helicopter panel, right? I know what you're saying. That's what it looks like. Well, it's because that's what it is. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. And it's got little caster wheels on it. This thing almost killed Neil Armstrong, by the way. Yeah. So, fun fact, dude. Fun facts, dudes. The jet engine is on a gimbal. Seriously, the jet engine is on a gigantic gimbal and it's counterweighted, so you could maneuver the space frame individually, the jet engine, and the jet engine always points up into gravity. Yeah. So the jet engine gets you up in the air and then you can move the LEM around, right, with the RCS and maneuver it that way. But the jet engine will always stay pointed straight up. It's actually kind of cool. Yeah, that's Neil Armstrong almost dying, by the way. Might as well get the video. All right. All right. Zach, again, you're Arsenal and you just changed your name? Oh, okay. Oh, that's not the crash. Ooh, new dirt head. Yeah. Oh, I see what happened here. The jet engine gimbal locked. Okay. I see what it did. I never really kind of looked at this thing up close. The jet engine locked. It gimbal locked. That's bad. That's really bad. Remember how I said the jet engine's kind of counterweighted, so it's always pointed straight up? Well, watch. He does a maneuver. Watch. Neil does a maneuver, and then watch the jet engine. So the jet engine is on a giant gimbal. It can move independently of the space frame. It's designed to stay plumb with gravity. Look. Did you see it? Right there. It gimbal locked. That. See, the jet engine is pointed this way on the gimbal. Right there. Death. Well, not death. We didn't lose Neil. That is the exact point of failure. Right there is when I would have been like, nope. So watch. It gimbal locks. You try to correct, and when you correct, it moves out of gimbal lock and it turns straight up. But you're already going that way because you had to use the jets to correct it, and it sprang back. And watch, see, gimbal locked again. Oh, dude, how did you survive that? Oh my goodness. Yep, that's when I would have been like, nah, I'm good. Nah, I'm good. Bro. So right there. See that? See the jet engine? The jet's tilted, but the LLRV is not. You exceeded the you exceeded the pivotable range of that jet engine, so you maneuvered too far forward. The jet engine gimbal lock and started pushing you. Dude, this is that's such a pucker moment. Holy balls. Oh my goodness. I hate it. I hate it a lot. I hate it a lot. Holy crap. Yeah, exactly, Electron. Dude, textbook locked in, man. So it couldn't move far enough. Well, yeah. Okay, so here, I'll use my phone. All right, look. So say the phone is the research vehicle, and my finger's the jet engine. All right? The jet engine can only move so much in either direction. It's designed to stay plumb with gravity, right? So if you move the space frame, the jet engine is designed to do this, right? It's designed to stay pointed straight up. All right? Make sense? Say that jet engine can only gimbal 10 degrees in either direction. If your angle of attack on your vehicle goes past 10 degrees, you're turning the jet engine with you. You gimbal lock the jet engine. And then, because the jet engine isn't plumb with gravity, you're going to start going that way. It'll start moving with you. And if you try to snap it back, well, you're already going this way with the jet engine. And the only way that you would be able to overcorrect this is if you turned it back in the other direction, but the jet engine would spring back the other way, which is exactly what happened here. SpaceX is live. All right. All right, guys. We will dial in the lunar landing legs tomorrow. I'm happy with this. We'll work on them a little bit more, but the lander's mint. I'm happy. How much Delta V do we have? 1646 on the Delta V map. Yeah, we're well in the clear. Margins are huge. Excellent. Heck, this might be able to get us down and back up. We might not need an ascent component to this, dudes. This pretty much is the lunar SSTO. SpaceX is online. Excellent. Let me just check something. We were going to do the circularization, maybe even a little bit of this. Let's say we do 500 of that, which is way more than a little more. 500 to 300 is 810, plus 580 is 13, almost 1400 Delta V. We have 1600. If we circularize, 580 and 580 is 1160. Plus 310 is 14, let's say, call it 1500. Yeah, we could, this is a lunar SSTO. We don't need the ascent component, fellas. We really don't. We'll keep it that way because we engineered it that way, but we don't need the ascent component. This thing is almost good for a Duna landing. But anyway, I hope you guys enjoyed part 17. We'll finish up the lunar lander, and yeah, guys, if I dial those legs in early tomorrow, we should be seeing a lunar mission before Flame Trench. Yep. Extra fuel is hoppability. I like the margins. Margins are big. 20. What are you doing? 20-ton lift metric 2, by the way. Oh, you're building a crane. That's cool. The way I see it, keep the ascent stage so you can use it basically anywhere. Yep. Yeah. And do you guys see the crazy margin that we have with our service module here? Right? The ESM, guys, has that same margin. You can make a 2-stage lander option. Lockheed could, that's what they're gonna do, dude. That's what they're gonna do. And we'll end part 17 here with the Falcon 9 launch. Holy crap. I'm not going to jog the VOD. Let's just get into some coverage. We'll finish the landing legs tomorrow, and then we'll see if we have the part count to do it. If we don't, I'm going to have to put regular landing legs back on that thing, which sucks, but that means we have a good pathway to upgrade this thing later to make it better. Wider landing legs mean you can land higher mass payloads. Higher mass, we could put more stuff on the top, because this descent module is way overrated. Min or Min first? Moon or Minmus first? I have contracts to plant flags on both of them. So we'll probably go to the Moon first with Jeb, Bill, and Bob, and then have Val get some stars and go from there.
GovSatcom.
All right.
From the United States and South America to the Middle East.
We've done playing Kerbal Space Program today, but I'm going to keep us under the Kerbal directory.
First of the satellites,
we're going to see some
SpaceSat
human
NG-1
space program
was
now.
launched on a Falcon 9 in January of this year and placed into geostationary position at 29 degrees east.
So this is the SpaceSat NG-2 mission. It's HISDESAT's largest project since its foundation. It is a geostationary transfer orbit, and booster 1076 on its 22nd flight is flying today, and it's being expended. Oh no.
Eastern time. The vehicle is currently healthy. The range is ready to support. Weather is go for launch. So let's take a moment to meet our SpaceX Falcon 9 rocket.
It's got no legs!
The 2-stage Falcon 9 vehicle with the payload
I hate it!
is 70 meters or 229
Turn it
feet
off!
tall. When fully loaded, it will
Stop
hold
it!
just over 1 million pounds of propellant,
It's been used
which the vehicle
22
will burn through
times! Why
in
are
less
you
than 3
expending
minutes
it?
after liftoff. At launch, Falcon 9 produces more than 1.7 million pounds of thrust, and rockets like Falcon 9 don't use all that power just to go straight up. Early in flight, Falcon 9 will perform a gravity turn, a smooth pitch maneuver that tilts the rocket sideways to build up horizontal velocity. You may hear this call out about 10 seconds into launch as vehicle pitching downrange. Once the first stage completes its portion of the mission, it will shut down and separate. A staged rocket like Falcon 9 sheds the booster so that stage 2 and the payload can keep climbing faster and more efficiently. At the bottom of the first stage are 9 Merlin engines that propel Falcon 9 off the ground and up to the thinner parts of Earth's atmosphere.
Dude, this payload, wow. Wow. SpaceSat NG-2 is huge. 6,100 keys. That's crazy. Dude, this satellite's like the size and weight of a city bus. That's beast mode, dude. No wonder it's being expended. They need the performance for this thing to shoot this thing to GTO.
1,062 days in service. Over the course of its career, it has launched 3 times from Space Launch Complex 39A at Kennedy Space Center, and today will be its 19th launch from Space Launch Complex 40 at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. It has returned from orbit to Earth 21 times, landing on a drone ship in the ocean 18 times, and on land 3 times.
Bro!
So today, we will say farewell to a booster that has served us and our customers well, having launched NASA's CRS-26 cargo resupply mission, OneWeb Launch 16, Intelsat IS-40E, SES-03B mPower-C, Ovzon 3, Eutelsat 26D, Turksat 6A, Maxar 2, SXM-9, and 12 Starlink missions. Our payload today, Spacesat NG-2, is safely enclosed inside of the 17-foot diameter payload fairing, which is the structure at the very top of the rocket. Made of
In the year of our Jeb 2025, who the hell expends rockets? What are you doing? No, I know what they're doing. It's fine. It's a big satellite. But also, no!
After which they will parachute back to Earth. If recovery goes to plan, the fairings will be pulled from the ocean and prepped to fly again.
Well, they're reusing the fairings. That's good.
The fairing halves supporting today's mission are flight proven, with one half flying for its 28th time and the other flying for its 16th time. Below the fairing, we have the second stage, which is the part of the rocket that will take the payload to space today.
6,100
The second stage
Gs.
will ignite its single Merlin vacuum engine, or MVAC for short,
It's
about 2 minutes
10,000.
and 48 seconds into flight, and will then relight for a second time before we deploy the satellite. With its extended nozzle and optimized
Actually,
design,
like
the MVAC
almost
drives
14,
maximum
15,000
performance
pounds.
in the
That's a
vacuum of
big
space.
satellite, dude.
While the countdown continues, let's find out more about the satellite that we're delivering to orbit today, Spacesat NG-2.
Nope, can't listen to the music. Look at this satellite. The Spacesat NG program will provide a sovereign, secure communications capability for government missions with 2 next-generation satellites based on Airbus's Eurostar Neo platform, which is developed under the European Space Agency's Artis Partnership Program. The Spacesat NG program is under the responsibility of Eustelsat. Hisdesat is a great satellite for the X and military Ka band for government and military applications. Our role in the program, Spacesat NG, is to be the customer of the full program, including the space and ground segment, the launch and operation and exploitation of the satellite during its 15 years lifetime. What's unique about the Spacesat NG program is the PASSIS 3 funding partnership model. PASSIS 3 is a financial scheme to develop the most innovative elements of the Spacesat NG payload. With the support from the Center for Technological and Industrial Development, CDTI, in a framework of a public-private partnership between the European Space Agency and Eustelsat as an operator of the satellite. The most innovative element of the payload is the X-band active antenna system, comprising both receive and transmit antennas, something as complex as the DRA antennas in X-band, and an active antenna that can move the beams electronically and can configure the beam electronically without any movement. What makes the satellite the most advanced one is in Europe today. I don't think they got the subtitles right, either that or I can't read. These active antennas are new cutting-edge technology with beam hopping and geolocation capabilities, enabling aircraft intelligence, big data, and the Internet of Things around the world. The antennas are being developed by Airbus and a lot of Spanish companies. The active antennas are already in production. Actually, they're in assembly, integration, and testing phase. This is the last phase before delivery of the antennas. It's done in Barajas site in Airbus Defense in Space in Spain and will be delivered to Toulouse. For Spacesat NG-1, the mating between the communication module and the service module has taken place at the Airbus facilities in Toulouse. This was a first step in the final satellite AIT phase. The Spacesat NG program has been a very good example of institutional and industrial collaboration. In the industrial part, it has been a good collaboration between 2 main industries in Europe, between Airbus and Thales Alenia Space, including all the Spacesat industries in the Spanish industries in this important program. Airbus works to safeguard Europe's citizens and strategic autonomy. Through Spacesat NG, it will provide secure, resilient, and flexible communications for those who keep us safe. Airbus. Sorry, we can't listen to the audio, dude, so I got to do something.
TE will begin to retract away from Falcon 9. That is the large truss structure you see standing next to the rocket. It is hinged at the base and connected to the launch mount beneath the first stage.
I don't know, I couldn't think of a voice for the dude. That's the voice that just came out. Why are you looking at me like that?
Strong back retract.
And that's a good indication that we are on track for an on-time liftoff as the transporter erector prepares to retract. Like I said, first we'll see the clamp arms open around the second stage, and then the TE will begin to pivot back, slowly swinging away from the rocket. It'll reach full recline by T-minus 3 minutes and 40 seconds.
They're not
you may
lightning
also
rod
hear the
towers,
TE
they're
called the
lightning
strongback.
arrestor
It's the
system.
same structure,
Strongback retract has started.
different name.
Okay.
And as you heard there,
Now watch right here. The hydraulic clamp arms will open and the strongback will move to 87 degrees. That indicates that all tanks on Falcon 9 are pressurized and ready to fly. After that, you'll get a ground gas closeout on the transporter erector, where they evac all the propellants from the plumbing that's needed to fill up the second stage. And then, after ground gas closeout, at T-minus 1 minute, Falcon 9 will go into startup.
to prevent movement in high winds. Once they're open, the rocket will be fully free at the top.
I just said that.
And there you can see on your screen, those clamp arms have fully opened.
I don't sound like that.
Do you sound like that? Holy crap, Lois, I'm on a Falcon 9.
The launch tower's strongback is now beginning to move away from Falcon 9, allowing it to stand freely before liftoff. The TE has two components, a strongback alongside Falcon 9 and a launch mount underneath. The launch mount has 4 hold downs that release at T0.
Glad you like
The
it, Logan.
strongback is hinged to that
There it
launch
goes.
mount and is rotating about 2 degrees away from Falcon 9. At liftoff, the strongback will move 45 degrees away to clear the way for Falcon 9's launch.
I'd say it's more than 2 degrees. It's 87 degrees. All right, they've announced that before.
At this point in the countdown, both the first and second stages are nearly fully loaded with 1 million pounds of kerosene fuel and liquid oxygen. The first stage and second stage should finish loading liquid oxygen.
Stage 1 LOX load is complete.
And there you just heard, the first stage has finished LOX loading. Liquid oxygen loading for the first stage is the final propellant load for the booster. The tanks are also pressurized using
I wasn't
helium,
slandering some
which is
telecoms
chilled
guys, Steve.
so that it stays compatible with the cryogenic plumbing.
But seriously, though, you're right. Those fairings are going to come in hot, especially with this trajectory. This is going to be a very, very shallow trajectory, maximized for speed. So Falcon 9 is going to fly a little bit shallower than what we're used to with a Starlink mission. The reason why is because SpaceX wants to try and use as much of that first stage to go faster as they can, use as much of it as they can to go, this way on top of going that way. The first stage usually is what makes you go up. The second stage makes you go that way and go fast, right? By flying a steeper trajectory with something like this, guys, you're going to use more of that first stage to accelerate you more horizontally. They need that to get the performance. Once again, the SpainSat NG2 is 6,100 kilos. That's like 13,000 pounds. It is a big satellite. It's about the size of a city bus. That's gigantic. It is a big satellite. So they need all the performance they can squeeze out of this thing. That's why they're expending 1076.
When the vented oxygen hits the warm, humid outside air, it will instantly condense into clouds, which is the same
Once your
principle
ground
as
gas
your breath
closeout?
on a cold morning.
Ground gas closeouts.
They're evacuating the propellants out of the transporter erector that are used to fill up the second stage with fuel and oxidizer. Do you think Falcon 9 flies differently without its landing legs attached?
Standing by now for confirmation that Falcon 9 is in startup
Yeah, a
at
little
the T-minus 1 minute mark.
But aerodynamically, I wouldn't say it's that big of a deal, Chris. Yeah, I mean, obviously it's going to fly different because it has stuff attached that's outside, basically prone to oncoming laminar flow down the
Falcon
side
9
of
is
the
in
vehicle.
startup.
As you just heard, the autonomous flight computers have taken over the launch countdown, and
There's
stages
startup?
1 and 2 are pressurizing for launch.
I don't know, Tess. No landing, what's going to happen to the booster?
Go for launch.
It's going to burn up.
We just heard the launch give the final go. With that, let's listen into the countdown.
T-minus 30 seconds.
seconds. This is Space Launch Complex 40 in Florida, at the Cape. It's at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. 20 seconds.
T-minus 15 seconds.
Me gusta.
T-minus 10, 9,
8,
8,
7,
7,
6,
6, 5,
4,
4,
3,
3,
2,
2,
1,
1.
0, ignition!
And liftoff. Go Falcon, go SpainSat NG2.
Alright. 1076 takes to the skies one last time for the SpainSat NG2 mission. 20 seconds in, everything looks good.
MOD chamber pressure is nominal.
Good call on stage 1 propulsion. Another 20 seconds, you should hear a call for power and telemetry on the first stage.
As you can see, Falcon 9 has lifted off from Space Launch Complex 40 at Cape Canaveral
nice
Space Force
shot.
Station in Florida. The Falcon flight computer will now begin throttling down engines in preparation for max Q, or maximum aerodynamic pressure.
Power and telemetry nominal.
Good call out there for a nominal state of the
Those flames
vehicle.
are okay, that happens. There's low pressure between the rim of the nozzle and the back of Falcon 9.
Vehicle is supersonic.
So some of the gas generator exhaust gets stuck up in there and catches on fire. Because it's really low pressure. There's a lot of heat going on in the back of the vehicle there. I don't know if you could tell.
Max Q.
Oh man, dude, she's booking 1600
As you just heard,
at
we've
max
just
Q.
passed
This thing
through
is,
max
this
Q.
thing's hauling.
Again,
This is
that is
way
the
faster
maximum
than normal.
aerodynamic pressure the vehicle will experience. In order to achieve orbit and avoid being pulled back to Earth, the Falcon 9 rocket needs to reach a velocity of roughly 17,500 miles per hour horizontally. To assist with this, the first stage performs a gravity turn, initiated by a pitchover maneuver just 10 seconds into flight. This is also the engines gimbal a small amount for about 5 seconds, slowly turning the first stage into an angled trajectory. This angled trajectory combined with gravity's pull will place the rocket into the final horizontal flight path.
Look at
You
the
can track our
Excel.
progress to
Dude, that thing
orbit
is hauling.
by
That's
keeping an
really
eye on the
fast.
first and second stage telemetry.
That's
in the
that
bottom
shallow
corners of your
trajectory
display.
that I'm telling you about. Look at the acceleration's nuts, dude.
Now we're going to have several events coming up
It's
in
almost
quick
ludicrous
succession,
speed.
starting with main engine cutoff, or MECO, when we shut down the 9 Merlin 1D engines on the first stage. Following that, the first and second stages will separate. Following that, we'll have the first ignition of the MVAC engine, also known as SES-1.
Dude, she's booking.
SES-1 will shortly be
That's
followed
nuts.
by fairing separation.
There's the throttle down on the engines right there. They were approaching 4G. That's fast, man. That's a lot of first stage performance. So, fellas, check it out. 27,000 kilometers an hour is what you need to do. That stage is going to get them almost a third of the way there. That's nuts, dude. Staging 9917 kph.
Stage separation confirmed.
Main engine cutoff. MVAC startup.
Everything looks good.
And there you heard and saw those events that happened back to back.
22
MECO,
flights on that
stage
booster.
SEP, and SES-1. As a reminder, the first stage will not be recovered
not
today.
nearly as bad, John.
In preparation for this, we removed the landing legs and grid fins to decrease the mass of the first stage and save them for use on future missions. But for now, we say to the first stage, thank you and farewell. Fairing separation is
Not okay.
next in just a few seconds.
Not okay.
We
it's
will
wrong.
be
Why
attempting
do
to
I feel
retrieve
bad for a
both
piece of
fairing halves
metal?
once they fall back to Earth using our recovery vessel, Doug.
Doug, go get it! Doug! I just walked outside and watched until MECO. It was a weird trajectory. Fairing separation coming up here.
Fairing separation confirmed.
Yep.
And as you just heard, fairing separation has been confirmed.
Less drag, less
These
mass,
fairings
man.
will orient themselves with gas thrusters for entry into the atmosphere. As they near the ocean, each fairing half will use a gas-powered deployer to release a parachute. The fairing computer will
Yes,
send
probably,
commands
Rocket.
that steer the fairing to the ocean landing, where Doug will attempt to recover them. With that confirmation, we have a few minutes between our next major milestone event, SECO 1, when we'll
It's a MLI, multi-layer insulation. She was holding on to that fairing for a long time. It's because the fairing separation happened a lot later because that second stage was still really low because they flew on that shallow ascent trajectory that I was telling you guys about. This thing, dude, their staging velocity was almost 10 10,000 kilometers an hour, 99.18 or 99.17 at staging. That's nuts. At 48 kilometers, that's really low. Once again, SpaceX was trying to use all of that power from 1076. Try to use as much of that booster as they can to accelerate this way, but also that way. The first stage is usually good for making you go up. Second stage is usually good for making you go that way. In this case, they flew really shallow to try and get more performance out of that first stage. So that, you know, if you grav turn, if you have a steeper grav turn, you're going to get more first stage performance, but you fly on a lower trajectory. So your second stage really needs to go. But I mean, second stage has an insane thrust to weight ratio. That Merlin vacuum engine makes almost a meganewton of thrust, which is fine. That's more than enough. I saw Florida in the background, Steve. It was super far away, way further than a regular Starlink mission. This also, somebody asked, is this southeast? For geostationary transfer orbit, you're going to fly due east. Your flight azimuth is 90 going out of the Cape. And they'll do, that puts you into a 27-degree inclined orbit. And then they'll set the apogee of the orbit way, they'll set their, the argument of perigee will be lined up with the ascending node. Argument of perigee will be lined up with the descending node, excuse me. And your ascending node is going to be lined up with the apogee at geostationary. So the satellite will basically do the on-orbit plane change when it's way up there, about 38,000 kilometers that way. It'll do it all. It'll do its on-orbit plane change up there. So you won't have much of a delta V hit because you're way far out of Earth's grav well. Well, not far. You're not out of Earth's grav well. You're further away from Earth's grav well, so it doesn't cost as much to do an on-orbit plane change. This stage though is putting it into about a 27-degree inclined orbit at LEO. It depends on when they're parked, if they're going to do a parking orbit or a direct insertion. Can you talk about why they needed that steep trajectory for GEO? This satellite is a freaking tank. That's why.
NG-2 mission. Liftoff occurred at 9:30 p.m. Eastern Time from Space Launch Complex.
51.6 airborne on the space station, buddy.
Space Force Station in Florida, and we've had a nominal flight so far.
Would Heavy been overkill for this? No, Falcon Heavy would have been fine, but you still would have ended up expending the center core. So just expend a Falcon 9. Center cores are more expensive.
After that, we're going to look for...
Guys, I don't know if you guys have... I mean, I haven't really given anybody an update on Falcon Heavy, but Falcon Heavy is basically never flying with landing legs on the center core ever again. There's really no point. There's no point. There's no point in doing it. You have to send a drone ship 600 miles offshore to try and get that center core back. That doesn't work unless you have a lot of drone ships, and SpaceX doesn't have a lot of drone ships. All right. So fellas, there's second stage engine cutoff right there. 27,280 at 160. That's a parking orbit.
For the coast phase, we will light that MVAC engine for a second time, just before the T plus 27 minute mark. And that will be followed by payload deploy around the T plus 34 minute mark. We'll see you back here at about T plus 25 minutes.
Why can't SpaceX just build more? Why? You're building Starship. You're not going to need drone ships. The drone ships that you will need will be for transporting Starships between the Cape and Boca Chica. From what I heard, they're planning on recovering the next Falcon Heavy core. That's what I heard. I mean, maybe, but... Guys, I mean, look at the last couple of Falcon Heavy missions. They've all been expendable center cores. They've never gotten one of those damn things back. Hell of a lot cheaper to dispose of one Falcon 9 versus using Falcon Heavy. And Fluffy, that right there demonstrates, you know how, I don't know if you were here a little bit earlier where we rolled out the Block 4 version of my new rocket, the Octo rocket in KSP. I overclocked the engines. I put them to 120% of rated performance with the Cal controller. That is not unfounded. That happens all the time. Well, not happens all the time. Falcon 9 has the original Falcon 9 1.0 would not be able to do this mission. Heck, Falcon Heavy 1.0 would have a problem with this mission. But we've gone from missions that really should have been on Falcon Heavies to expendable Falcon 9s, which is crazy to me. I wasn't sorry, man. Work was nuts today. It's all good. It's all good. I was basically telling people about how, like, SpaceX with this high flight rate, they can just keep iterating on Falcon 9 and keep upgrading things and keep stretching the design. It's really not a big deal. There's so much flight data behind this thing. This is geostationary transfer. You'd need Falcon Heavy, Shaw, to do geo insertion. This is a GTO. They're in a parking orbit right now. And he said in about 17 minutes, they're going to do the burn. So they're doing the burn to set the apogee in the right geostationary slot, which means the slot is probably, I'm guessing it's probably 5 east longitude or something, if I had to guess. Because it's Spain sat, it's going to be over Spain. So actually, it might be 5 degrees west. Yeah, it's somewhere either it's low. It's between 5 and -5 west and 5 east. They're basically going to do the burn over here, like where my mouse is. And they're going to put the apogee way over there. And that's going to time it. So by the time the satellite gets up to apogee at 23,500 miles an hour, satellite will fire its engines. It'll circularize and it'll change its inclination, right, to 0 for geostationary. And they're really trying to aim for the whatever the longitudinal slot is. I would guess over Madrid. So, you know, I don't want Earthbound. Damn it. So let me think. So Madrid would be, what's the latitude over there? 3. So it would be 3 west. So the satellite is aiming for an orbit geostationary that looks somewhat like that. Yes, you do. You just don't know it yet. No, I don't. That sucks they're throwing away this one, but they need to make room for Core 100. Yeah. Yeah. What was the orange glowing line on the side of the Merlin vacuum nozzle? Orange glowing line. This thing. I am not 100% sure what that is. It's something that's tapping off the gas generator, so it gets very warm. And the gas generator is... No. The gas generator is right here. So it's some type of pneumatic line that comes off of it. I don't know what it does. Yeah, at engine shutdown, it's glowing hot. I know. See it right there? Whatever it is, it gets really toasty because it's tapping off the gas generator. Gas generator exhaust is superbly hot. It's not as hot as the rocket engine exhaust, but it's pretty damn hot. Oh, that's hot. That's hot. Oh. Yeah. I was doing rewind. If I want rewind, I would get fork knife and mark ass. That's hot. I would not lick that, Fluffy, no. Français? No. No parle français. Parle anglais, s'il vous plaît. Yeah, Mark Ass Brownlee. That's right. Yep. And fork knife. Because I'm hungry. The Bruins are mean? Yeah, tell me something I don't know. The Bruins are playing the Ducks right now, and it's 6-5 Anaheim. 6-5? Does anybody know how to tend the goal? 6-5? Does anybody know how to tend the goal? What the hell? On either team? Both teams pulled the goalie in the both teams did something, dude. Don't check the Wings game. Oh no. Not the Red Wings. Oh, ooh. Ooh. The Red Wings lost to the Islanders 7-2. It's bad. That's not great. That's not great. That's not great. Had to dig it up. This one will be operating 29 degrees east. Huh. 29 east. It's over the Mediterranean. It's over all of the Mediterranean. Okay. I get it. I see what they're doing. It supports NATO, so that might be the reason. They're keeping eyes on. They're the electric eye over the Mediterranean. You guys ever heard that song, Electric Eye? I am perpetual. I keep the country clean. I'm electric. Fantastic. I like the Wings. All my professional teams suck. Yeah, check it, electric eye. That's a great song. Habs Wings at the top of the Atlantic is crazy. 7-2. Did the goalie show up? Dude, I don't know. I don't know, man. No one can compare to the suckage of the Jets. Synonymous. I don't even give Jets fans crap anymore. I don't think it's funny anymore, dude. Like it's not funny. Like, I don't even make jokes about the Jets. Now the Dolphins, we can make jokes about them. That's fine. But I don't. No, I'm good. I'm good, bro. I'm good. You in your college years. No? Hellfish? Yeah, it's fine. You saw a Babylon Bee article that said U.S.-Canada signed temporary truce till the Dodgers are defeated. I like the Dodgers. The Dodgers are my NL team. Not because I'm a bandwagoner, because I like Dave Roberts. Been a Dodgers fan for a long time. Sorry, guys. Giants fans all just went, no. I'm like, sorry. Sorry, bro. Sorry. I was pumped when they got Ohtani. It was awesome. See how everyone feels better when they know they're not Jets fans? Yep. That's your fan life. Yeah, I don't. Beat LA, you dillhole. Bro, you're not going to stop the dream team. You got Kike, Mookie Betts, and Shohei Ohtani on the same team. That's not good, dude. No one's going to stop that. You ain't stopping that. If the Jays can pull this out, I'll be amazed, dude. I will tip my cap, dude. Nice, gold. He's a goat. Dude, he hit one out of Dodger Stadium. Out of Dodger Stadium. 569 feet. That's superhuman. That's not, humans cannot do that. That's insane. No, RJ. Yeah, Steve, it's bananas. Yeah, he's just actually crazy. I'm excited for hockey too, Dan. Too bad the Bruins are the Bruins. And he throws 100 plus. It's pretty dang good. You can't hit stuff like that in Chavez Ravine, dude, for real. Hit one out of Dodger Stadium. He landed in the parking lot. You've got to be kidding me. I've just... All right, dude, calm down. Holy crap. You curse the Bruins? Yeah, dude, you have no idea how much it pissed me off seeing Marchand in a Panthers jersey. I can't deal with that. I can't deal with it. I'm just like, stop this. This is torture. How do you even slap a puck that far? There's baseball, Mayor, but yeah. Yeah, Shadow Mask, yeah. It's 7-5 now. Who is it? Who is in goalie? Is it Swayman again? You know, the guy that we paid like a lot of money to do the job of like one job of like not letting pucks in the goal, and then he did the opposite of that. It's so true. It's so true, Cyborg. That's funny. The last goal was an empty net. This is fine. How many points do the Bruins have? Six points. We're 3-5. We won the first 3 games and have lost 5 straight. Bruins have lost 5 straight. All right. All right. You know, just Bruins things, dude. It's fine. I'm not coping. Freaking Montreal, 6-2, 12 points. Not bad, dude. I mean, they are a steaming pile of merde. But also, not bad. Not bad. Wings at 10 points. Not bad, dude. Not bad. Yeah, that's weird, dude. The Panthers are 4-4, 8 points. This wasn't out of Cali, right? No, 95. This launched out of Complex 40. Guys, we're waiting. The reason why I'm talking baseball here is because the Falcons in a coast right now. My name is Jacques Merde. Okay. Oui. Kiss. Yeah, we're waiting for them to fire the engine. The insertion burn here should be happening in about 4 minutes. I'm an idiot. Did you and Brimo date way back when the Wings were still playing at Joe? Brimo and I started dating in 2017. And we were long distance for about a year before she moved here. So, Jolos would have been around, but I don't think they were using it. Yeah, never been there. Dead at 27. The meme lives on. Should have made some bets with you for the game tonight. Why? Yep. Okay, so check this out. We got a reacquisition of signal here. SpaceX got the onboard views. They're chilling down the turbine machinery right now in preparation for firing the engine for the insertion burn. That's what this vent is. They're moving propellants into the motor to get it primed and ready to go for ignition. You never want to try to start up the rocket engine without plumbing in the lines. You could get air pockets in your fluid impellers, and that causes explosions. That makes the fluid impeller very angry. Generally, with engineering, with rocket science, you know, if something is designed to move liquid and it starts moving air, physics gets very angry at you. SpaceX is looking to avoid that. They're looking to avoid doing that by venting the engine down. So you can see these are oxygen vents for venting, for priming and thermally conditioning the turbine machinery. These vents are venting out gaseous oxygen. What's happening here is they're using some of the liquid oxygen because the liquid oxygen's cold. It's already primed with kerosene or RP1. These oxygen vents are venting out gaseous oxygen because when you have the line at pressure, right, and you immediately go from a high pressure line to the vacuum, there's a momentary point of temperature drop and you do get solidification. That's what all this ice buildup here is. It's not actually ice, it's solid oxygen.
This was the 28th flight for one fairing half and the 16th flight for the other.
Wow.
We also heard the call out for second engine cutoff, or SECO-1, and confirmed nominal orbital insertion. We are now moments away from lighting the MVAC engine for a second time to propel the stack into geostationary transfer orbit. Now let's wait for those callouts.
Now watch, when the engine ignites here, SpaceX will also do tank settling, but when the engine ignites, you'll see all the ice shoot off the back, which is pretty cool. What mission is this? SpainSat, Cyborg.
We'll be expecting this call out coming in just about 30 seconds.
SpainSat is a 6,100 kilo geostationary satellite. A Falcon 9, a single stick Falcon 9 put this thing into a parking orbit. They expended 1076 on its for its 22nd flight. But dude, the staging velocity, Cyborg, was 9,900 kph. That's fast. 1076 username. Dude.
MVAC startup.
There we go. Oh, there goes the ice.
And
Bye-bye.
as you just heard, our Merlin engineering team has confirmed that we have power on the second stage engine. This burn will last approximately 67 seconds, typical for a geostationary transfer mission. If you watch the speed gauge on your screen, you'll see us adding over 2,500 meters per second to the velocity of the second stage and the SpainSat NG-2 payload. Maximum acceleration during this burn will reach 4.8 Gs as the remaining propellant is burned off.
Would venting throw off their trajectory? Well, Alex, there's vents
Stay
on both
tuned
sides.
For second engine cutoff, or SECO-2.
These are two cameras that are 180 degrees clocked from each other on either side. So SpaceX can, these cameras are actually engineering cameras. They're there to watch the nozzle to make sure the nozzle has uniform heating. Yeah. We should be getting second stage engine cutoff here in a moment. Dude, she's booking. That's really, really fast. Starlinks are usually about 7,700. Wild difference. Yeah, that's what I mean. Almost 10. They squeezed 10,000 kph out of the first stage.
And with that second engine cutoff, or SECO-2, we're just a few minutes away from payload deploy.
There it is. 35.
We're going to take one more short break until that event, and we'll see you back here in just about 2 minutes.
Okay, so check this out, dude. It's a little bit on orbital mechanics. We know that this is an eccentric orbit. It's a very eccentric orbit. Why? Why is it an eccentric orbit? I can tell from these numbers right here. Obviously, other than them saying that it's an eccentric orbit insertion because it's geostationary. Look. Oh, of course, the signal dropped for a second. But how do we know that that's an eccentric orbit? So this orbit is very elliptical. One side of the orbit is at 23,500 miles, and the other side of the orbit near Earth is at like maybe 150 miles, right? How do we know? Check it out. Your velocity is going down. You are trading kinetic energy with potential energy because Earth's trying to pull you back, right? Earth's grav well is trying to pull this stage and satellite back down, but it's going fast enough to keep going in the opposite direction. Now, Earth will eventually pull this thing back in if you don't do anything. When you get to the highest point, that's when your speed will start going up and your altitude will start going down. But we're not here, they're not there yet. If you look, altitude is going up rapidly and speed is going down rapidly, indicating a highly eccentric orbit. Meaning that this is on the uphill ride to an orbit that's very, very egg-shaped. Is this super synchronous insertion? I'm not sure, short line. It could be. It's possible. Yes, last. Okay. For reference, SpainSat NG-1 launched earlier this year and did a super sync transfer, 65,710 kilometer apogee. That's crazy. Did learning all of this take the joy out of reading sci-fi for you? So, John, when I was a lot younger, I loved Star Wars, and I still liked Star Wars, but I loved it. Like, that was my thing, right?
Welcome back.
Coming up on Payload Deploy here in a moment. That was my thing. And then I learned about real space flight, and it basically ruined it. It ruined most sci-fi for me. Like, knowing how the real stuff works versus, like, sci-fi stuff, right? Yeah, it basically ruined it. But also, at the same time, this stuff's way cooler. So, like, is a Millennium Falcon more capable than the space shuttle? Yeah, absolutely. But you got to remember, we're comparing a spaceship to a spaceship, but one of these spaceships actually exists. So, the real stuff's cooler, man. I'm sorry, it's cool. But it doesn't ruin sci-fi? No, I can detach. I can detach. I can just watch and enjoy it. It's fine. This launch had Miko 15 seconds later than Starlink. She's a beast, Redstone. That's a monster launch.
Africa, Europe, and Singapore.
And Singapore.
Now let's hold tight as we come up on Payload Deploy shortly.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
8-Finger Fred! Gifted 5 subs. Thanks, man. So basically, altitude is inversely proportional to speed. In orbital mechanics, yeah, Shadow Mask. Right now, Falcon 9 is trading kinetic energy for potential energy. Potential energy is maximized at highest point in orbit, or apogee if you're around Earth. Perigee, the lowest point in your orbit, is the opposite of that. That's when you're going the fastest, right? You have no potential energy, and you are maximizing your kinetic energy. You can use that to your advantage if you're trying to get to a certain orbit.
If you're just joining us
Fred,
now,
thanks for the subs,
we are
though,
currently
man. I
awaiting the
appreciate
payload
you.
deploy of the SpainSat NG-2 satellite into geostationary transfer orbit.
So what is a supersynchronous orbit? A supersynchronous orbit. Okay, this has a lot to do with trading potential energy, etc., etc. So if you think about relative speed, right? And I'm talking about speed relative to Earth right now. So relative to Earth, Falcon 9 is going 34,200 kilometers an hour in change. And remember, when this satellite gets up to...
And we're just now expecting payload deploy in about 1 minute.
Okay, I got 1 minute. When this rocket gets up to apogee, it's going to be going a lot slower. It's easier to change the type of orbit that you're in when you're going a lot slower. The reason why, so where would you go slower? You would go slower further out of Earth's gravwell. The further you are away from the planet, the less gravitational influence you have on the planet. So the satellite needs to circularize because it needs to be in geostationary, right? So to actually be more efficient, the second stage shoots the satellite way past its target orbit, so the satellite can actually change its orbit at 65,000 kilometers as opposed to 38,000, which is at geo. Because it's way further out of the gravwell, potential energy is maximized, actual relative speed is slower. So it's easier to change your orbital characteristics like inclination, eccentricity, right angle of ascending node, and argument of perigee. Those are the ones that would be easier to change. You can do that easier when you're further away out of the gravwell, especially doing on-orbit plane change. So we're talking about coplanar normal and coplanar anti-normal burns. And with that being said, there's your deploy of SpainSat 2. Hey, that was pretty good for a minute. That was pretty good for a minute, dude. That was pretty good. What's the watermark on the upper right say? Is they sat.
Payload deploy confirmed.
Hi. You can see, look.
And there you just heard the call out.
Because of what I'm talking about, because the satellite operates so far out of Earth's gravwell, it just needs a tiny little thruster on the end. You see, there's just a little guy. That rocket engine's about this big. maybe about 30 centimeter, about a foot. It's a tiny little rocket engine. You don't need a big one when you're operating way up there out of Earth's gravel. You don't need a lot of thrust. And what the second stage is doing now is firing its nitrogen ACS, attitude control systems, and it's going to turn the stage away from the satellite so they can dispose of this bad boy.
We'll see you again soon.
No, I don't go. Would that be an example of a bielliptical transfer orbit? Yes, supersynchronous insertion is a bielliptical transfer. Absolutely. Good job. Will SpaceX do another burn to bring down the second stage? So, Scott, maybe. It depends. SpaceX used to, they used to make it so, they used to have nerd time, more nerd time. When they did their geostationary transfer burn with the second stage, they would add a radial in velocity component to the maneuver. What that means is you're going to shift your orbit a little bit and your perigee is going to go down, right? If you just do it very slightly as you do the insertion, right? When that second stage comes back down, its perigee will be low enough to aerobrake the atmosphere. And over time, it'll aerobrake and aerobrake and aerobrake and aerobrake and aerobrake. And then eventually Earth will pull it in because it keeps skirting the top of the atmosphere every time it goes by. So aerodynamic perturbations will slow the stage down eventually and it'll burn up. They'll dispose of it that way. It's just going to take a couple months. Now, nowadays, I hear they are doing deorbit burns with the stage, at apogee. They're doing a deorbit burn because the stage can coast out that long. It only takes about 6 hours to get out to geo with this type of orbit. So they should still have operability from the stage. Good questions, dude. Good questions. Hell yeah. Love orbital mechanics. It's my favorite. I eat that stuff for breakfast. Give me some of this orbital perigee. Line of apsides. It's delicious. You're delicious. Ciao, boy. Anyway. I hope you guys enjoyed the SpainSat 2 mission. That was an awesome mission. Too bad we lost 1076, but hey, whatever. On and on and on and upwards. Any book recommendations on orbital mechanics? Rocket propulsion elements will probably help you out there, Supersonic. Were you dropped? Yeah, all the time. Mutter, it's probably not that I was dropped. Me as a child probably just fell down flights of stairs for fun. Like, it's like, oh, this looks like fun. You know, like, I'm telling you, man, 3-year-old me was unstoppable. Unstoppable. Is it normal? Is normal and anti-normal south, or does it depend on other factors? So, out-of-orbit plane change burns depend on your orbital plane. They're not always south. So, Dan, if you were in an orbit with 0 degrees eccentricity, right, so you were basically following the equator of the celestial body you're going around, an anti-normal burn would be south and normal would be north, right? But coplanar normal and anti-normal really depend on what's your inclination and your argument of perigee. Those are two very important ones to understand. But more or less, the reason why those two are important is because your orbital plane, where your orbital plane is really dependent on coplanar normal and anti-normal. It depends on the prograde velocity. So your orbital inclination is what, makes a big difference there. I hope those prenatal cigarettes were worth it, Mom. Nah, my mom doesn't smoke. What? The mic cut out. That was weird. Supersonic, also look at what Phil linked. Yeah. Spaceflight Dynamics Aerospace series. There you go, dude. Orbital mechanics is cool. Playing KSP and hanging out with other KSP players gives you a better instinctive grasp of orbital mechanics than any book could give you. If you want to memorize all the formulas and be able to calculate with precision, go book learning. There you go. A retrograde orbit would make normal south. Yep. That's right. It depends on your prograde velocity, and that prograde velocity depends on orbital inclination. What direction are you going? It is always 90 relative to your prograde, relative to your orbital plane. Yes, correct. So, like, if you're going this way, it's always left and right if your spacecraft is oriented with the ground. So, like, say you're flying like this, and the zenith of your spacecraft is this way. All right, zenith and nadir on your spacecraft are going to align with your radial out and radial in axis. So radial in would be down, radial out is that way. Port and starboard are coplanar normal and anti-normal. Are you going to do BF6 tonight? Do you want me to? Oh, no, I can't. I can't. I got a meeting tonight, dudes. Until we have pole flip. The 6 elements of orbits are defined by the geocentric equatorial coordinate system, Nick, which has nothing to do with the magnetic field. It's much more about geometric center of Earth. So it'd be like based off the equator and Earth's orbital path. It's not the magnetic pole flip is not geometric north. You know what I mean? Tell NSF you're having your meeting in BF6. The meeting is not with NSF. Come back for BF6 after your meeting. Can't do that, mate. Tell Dean you'll be in BF6. Don't do this to me. You can't do this to me. I run this stream. You know how much I've sacrificed? You know, I'm somewhat of a scientist myself. I might be meeting with people you've never heard about. I don't know, man. We'll leave it down to Jeb. Jeb might tell us. No. We know everyone, EJ knows. Oh, okay. Gonna have to let you go. Challenge those NSF guys to Counter-Strike. I don't think that Kevin was talking about video games when he said, like, oh, EJ would be terrible at games. Little does Kevin know that I was playing board games long time. Probably, no, Kevin's older than me, so I can't pull the age card there. But, yeah, I don't know. I'm not really good at board games. I will roast everyone at NSF and Counter-Strike. I will roast them. Roast them. Like, boom, headshot. Boom, 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 headshot, you know? I looked at Settlers of Catan. Settlers is a pretty good board game. I've played it. Roast me. No. Maybe we'll see an NSF BF6 stream. Yeah. It's a dated reference now. I know. Light roast or dark? I don't care. Just give me coffee. I don't care. I just want coffee. Truck you, Baltimore. Yeah. I miss FPS, Doug. Yeah, the good old days, isn't it? So anyway, guys, we're going to work on our lunar lander tomorrow. Okay, Mutter. We'll work on the lunar lander tomorrow, but yeah. Nice long 8 hours of Kerbal today. Actually, it was like more like 9 hours of KSP. And then, you know, nice hour rocket launch coverage. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Belted out about 10 hours stream today. Good. I'll see you guys tomorrow at noontime. We'll finish up the lunar lander legs. And then we will do Flame Trench. And then, you know, we might have some racing teed up. I don't know. We'll see. Actually, we're probably going to do Flame Trench, then BF6, then racing. Because I like to stream for long periods of time. You can't avoid our guilt. Oh, the hell I can't. I'll see you later. Bye. No, seriously, thanks for watching. I'll see you guys tomorrow.